When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Hello everybody, welcome to Old Trafford for Thunder versus Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Unfortunately, it's not brilliant news for now because we glance out over the outfield and the covers are just on their way off. We have a wet outfield. It's going to delay our start here. No news yet of the teams or the toss, but we will bring those to you as soon as we have them. Keep an eye on @ThunderCrick on Twitter for the start time for this game, and we will be bringing you it as soon as we have play and as soon as it's underway. Alongside me today is Faith Florence. Faith, thank you for joining us here. It's all a bit disappointing, isn't it? Many people will have been familiar, I guess, with what happened yesterday in the ODI. There was a lot of rain around there. There was a big downpour overnight, and it seems to have affected us and delayed us here, which it's all a bit disappointing.
It's a little bit disappointing. Thank you, Mike. Obviously we'd like to have got away on time, but it is encouraging to see the ground staff out there, and a few different people walked on to have a look at the pitch. Some spectators are trickling in, I would say, into the stands there. So it looks like we will have some cricket on eventually, just a little bit later than we planned.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. Eve Jones, the Sparks skipper, is out there as well, just having a look at the pitch, as we mentioned. A few spectators trickling in. Of course, a reminder, you get free entry if you were at the ODI last night, so do try and make sure you come along and join us, albeit when it gets a little bit drier and hopefully even maybe a little bit sunny. I don't know if we can promise that, but we can certainly hopefully promise you some dry weather to come. So for now, from Old Trafford, we will say ta-ra, but we will be bringing you back very shortly, hopefully, with some cricket and some play and some news of the toss and the teams. But until then, keep an eye on @ThunderCrick for all the latest information from here, and we will hopefully be back with some cricket very shortly.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back, and it looks as if we are going to have a start. The umpires are keen to get started at 10-3. That would leave us with a game of 48 overs a side rather than 50 overs a side as we would usually get in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. My name is Mike Perkins, alongside me is Faith Florence, who I will bring in very shortly, but just to begin with, we will tell you that Central Sparks have won the toss. They have chosen to bat, and they've chosen to field, and Thunder will be batting. Thunder make 3 changes to their lineup. Rebecca Duckworth and Nat Brown were not in the squad, so we're expecting them to be replaced by Emma Lamb and Kate Cross. Laura Marshall also comes in for Phoebe Graham, who's not playing. So the full Thunder lineup is like this. Emma Lamb will open the batting with Georgie Boyce. Deandra Dottin is also in the starting 11. Ellie Threlkel, Sachi Pye, Daisy Mullin, Kate Cross, Laura Jackson, Alex Hartley, Hannah Jones and Laura Marshall. So that is the Thunder lineup. 2 changes for Central Sparks. They bring in Davina Perrin and Liz Russell for Steph Butler and Anisha Patel. So it'll be Eve Jones, Davina Perrin, Thea Brooks, Amy Campbell, Abby Freeborn, Emily Arlett, Ria Fackrell, Georgia Davis, Grace Potts, Hannah Baker and Liz Russell as the Sparks lineup. And as I say, the umpires seem very keen to get us started at 10-2, which will be around 2 minutes' time. It will be Thunder who are batting. They lost the toss, so Central Sparks have chosen to field here, Faith Florence. Not a great surprise given the weather we've been experiencing in the last couple of hours.
Absolutely, but you know what? It's so great to see that play's about to start. It has been a little bit drizzly earlier here at Emirates Old Trafford, but now it looks like everybody's about to get going. I mean, we've seen both sides warming up, both looking very lively and ready to go. I can see that opening pair are getting ready to stride out to the middle as the Central Sparks team go out, and should be a really good game. Not the complete 50 overs, I understand, but still there's going to be plenty of time for both sides to make their mark. They're really going to want to get a win, the Thunder in particular, but I know after a loss last week, the Central Sparks will be looking to bounce back too.
Well, the bell is tolling to tell the players to take the field. I don't think we're going to be starting bang on the dot at 10-2, I have to say, because Emily Arlett's still out there with the tape measure, marking her run out, but that was certainly the intention of the umpires. There was, just after that had been decided, essentially, a little bit more drizzle washed through and the cover had to come back on. So whether that will delay us just for another 5 minutes, we will see. But 2 changes to the Central Sparks lineup, 3 to the Thunder lineup, and we have a terrific game in prospect for us here today. I'm sure we have Andrew, our analyst, next to us. So if there is any reduction on the 48 overs aside, I'm sure we will get a we'll get a little note scribbled to us on that. But at the moment, we're expecting it to be 48 overs aside. But whether this little 5 minutes extra that I think we might be waiting whilst the run-ups are marked and that kind of thing does delay us any longer, we will see. And whether we lose an over because of it, who knows. Grace Potts just checking the tape measure, matches the old-fashioned method of her paces, and the spray is going down from Emily Arlett. So all ready to go in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. It is the first one to be played in this competition at Old Trafford. It is also the first time a women's day-night match has been played here, and that is a relief that it is a day-night match. I was almost expecting the floodlights to already be on, given the light that we have here at the moment, because it is very overcast. But it means that we can play right through this into our Saturday evening, and that will give us an opportunity to complete this game in as fuller way as possible. Just as well to tell you, we have games happening elsewhere in this competition. Northern Diamonds chasing 200 to beat Lightning. They are 84 for 3. Western Storm are 61 for 1 in pursuit of 284 to beat the South East Stars at Cheltenham. Part of the Cheltenham Cricket Festival, that one. And down on the south coast, Southern Vipers, who were 5 down very early on in that one. 5 for 38, I believe, the Southern Vipers. They managed to get up to 233. So the chase is 2-3-4 for the Sunrisers, who are looking for their first win in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches. They are 39 for 1 going into the 13th over of that one. So it looks as if a couple of minutes have passed, but I think we will still be playing 48 overs a side. We've certainly had no indication that will not be the case. The scoreboard is booted up, and Grace Potts is going to open the bowling, Faith Florence, from the James Anderson end, which will be a thrill for her, I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely, and I really like what I've seen of Grace Potts so far. I know that she's also been signed by Manchester Originals for the 100, so it'll be really good to get a good look at her here.
Yep, 12 wickets in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 2020 competition that precedes this. It does say 48 overs left on the board, which is good. So we are going to get 48 overs aside, and Grace Potts is on her way in, delivering. It's cut away by Emma Lamb into the offside. Davina Perrin, one of the two changes to the Sparks lineup, is there with the fielding. The return was, I thought, relatively okay, but the batter was rather in the way of it, and Abby Freeborn couldn't quite get round. A dot ball to start with. We are underway here at Old Trafford for Thunder versus Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Sparks winning the toss and choosing to field. They have a fielder at deep backward square leg and another down at third as their fielders outside the ring in the power play, and it's dabbed away behind square for the first run to Emma Lamb's account. 2 without loss. She's of course had great success with England in recent times, hitting that century, hitting a couple of half centuries as well in the series against South Africa. Not involved in the T20, which is another game that is underway elsewhere in the country that we will be keeping an eye on through this game today, but she's underway here with a single. 1 without loss, the Thunder, as Potts comes in to bowl to Georgie Boyce, who scored her 6th half-century of the season across her games for Lancashire Women and Thunder. In the previous match against South East Stars, just leaves alone, and there'll be no addition to the total there.
Georgie Boyce will like having her partner in crime, Emma Lamb, back opening batting with her.
Reminder, the voice of Faith Florence alongside myself, Mike Perkins, as in comes Potts and bowls short of a length. Boyce pushing into the offside. There's a good bit of fielding by Amy Campbell coming in from cover, and she prevents any more addition to the score. It remains 1 without loss under overcast skies, which have delayed our start slightly today, but we're getting underway round about 50 minutes late, which leaves us 48 overs aside. The players very keen to get out there. Thunder in their grey strip, Sparks in their black with the flashes of purple and orange on the front. And that one is defended back down the wicket again. Georgie Boyce unable to start her scoring for this particular game. Some hardy souls under cover, unsurprisingly, under the point there at the far end. A few in the party stand, although they're mainly wrapped up underneath blankets and plastic ponchos as in comes Potts and bowls, and it's short of a length to Boyce, who again can't squeeze it away for a run. This goes into the leg side. Potts with the fielding off her own bowling. It's the end of the first over. Thunder's innings is underway, and it begins with them 1 without loss. Emma Lamb scoring the only run so far.
Yeah, so it makes sense for them to start a little slower. The batters don't need to take any risks yet, just get a feel of the pitch, as it's been under the cover all night and for a long time this morning. So they just want to see how it's responding to the bowling. The wet outfield would have been a little bit damp. The ball's just run over the outfield a little bit, so you can expect perhaps in the next couple of overs for the batters to get settled and comfortable and start to really take their shots.
So Sparks won the toss, doing what we, I think, expected them to do, and putting Thunder into bat. And Emma Lamb and Georgie Boyce have got things underway here. You can see a towel already in the back of Emily Arlett's trousers. In fact, she throws it to mid-off to be kept safely. Another one in the back of the trousers of Georgia Davis as well. Not surprising at all that will be the order of the day from the fielding side's perspective. And it may, I think, this weather just take a little bit off the total that we would expect to be par. So, as you say, Faith, Thunder quite right to be circumspect to begin with. Ooh, a little bit of a twiddle outside the off stump with no real foot movement from Emma Lamb. It goes through to the wicket keeper. There is no run because no contact was made with the bat, so no opportunity for the batters to scamper between the ends, but that was a little loose, particularly on a day that we've been describing, Faith.
Yes, but we've seen this partnership so many times do amazing things, whether with Thunder or with Lancashire.
Here's Arlott again, running in, arms and legs pumping, and delivers. It's squeezed out into the leg side by Emma Lamb. Hannah Baker across with the fielding, and 2 without loss. The score moves on to Lamb, has both of them so far. Tidy start with the ball from Sparks. Great to have you already tuning in to join us here on Lancs TV, on the YouTube stream for Thunder, and we'll keep you updated throughout the day on not only this game but the other 3 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and of course the game, the T20 between England and South Africa as they prepare for the Commonwealth Games. Now that nipped nastily away from the outside edge of Georgie Boyce, who was circumspectly forward, hasn't yet got off the mark, and that was near the end of her, Faith Florence, but thankfully no contact with the bat and no run.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery by Emily Arlott there.
Just nipped, and covers, no matter how well you cover them, there's always a little bit of juice that sort of just starts creating underneath them just by the fact that they are covered as Arlott bowls. This one's up in the air. What a catch that is from Emily Arlott, going away to her left-hand side and plucks it one-handed. She's a tall figure, but she used all of that frame to get to that ball, and Georgie Boyce is out without scoring. She'd prodded tentatively forward at one earlier in the over. Arlott using her height to zip it past the outside edge, and then she gets one to just almost seem to stop in the pitch on Georgie Boyce, who was there early, and prods it back to the bowler. A brilliant caught and bowled by Emily Arlott. Boyce is out for naught.
Yes, well done to Emily Arlott. It looked like Georgie Boyce just wasn't sure whether to go or to still continue to have a cautious look, and she was caught between 2 minds there, and unfortunately just chipped that one back straight to the bowler, and it was a good one-handed catch there by Emily Arlott. And thus ends that partnership that we hope might be one of their big scoring turns, coming back together after Emma Lamb had been away on England duty for a while. But Emma Lamb remains at the crease. Of course, Georgie Boyce will be disappointed, but there's still plenty of batting to come, as we see Deandra Dottin striding out to the middle.
Deandra Dottin, like she did in her first game, batting at 3 when Lamb and Boyce are there. They like batting together, but they won't get the opportunity today. But one player will be very glad that we've got this game on is Emily Arlott, because she has made the score 2 for 1 by dismissing Georgie Boyce without scoring, and Thunder very much having to rebuild here, Steve, as we're only in the second over of the game. It was from the 4th ball of it that the wicket fell, and Emma Lamb on 2 at the non-striker's end. She's done her bit, negotiated a couple of deliveries and found a couple of runs, but she now needs a new partner, and it's Deandra Dottin. Now, if you'd said to me when Deandra Dottin signed where I thought she was likely to get a big score, I would have probably said in her first game, because that's the sort of player she is. But I also would probably have her down to want to do it on the big stage at Old Trafford, which she'll be playing for the Manchester Originals in the 100 here, and leaves her first ball alone outside the off stump. It has the potential to be a very tricky wicket to bat on, particularly against this new ball with a nice hard seam. Arlott getting a bit of nip back again there.
Very true, but we know she likes this. She loves this ground. She's played here many times before, and she said in her interview on Lancs TV she was looking forward to spending time here at the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So let's see what she can do.
Lots of applause there from Liz Russell, always one of the noisier players on the circuit, coming into the side. Now that nipped again, and this pitch has been under the covers. We say they talk about them almost sweating. They sort of seem to accumulate a bit of moisture, even though they're shielded from the brunt of the rain, and it does just seem to be nipping as you would expect with a new ball, but also these overhead conditions, the moisture that's around, but also I feel the moisture that can gather under the pitch has caused problems there. 2-1 the score at the end of the second over. Thunder with some real work to do with the bat here.
Absolutely, and like you said at the beginning, the bowlers are going to particularly enjoy these conditions, and Emily Arlott has really made the most of this weather so far.
It almost, and it would be brave, it almost feels like another slip sort of weather, doesn't it? There's just the one in place with Eve Jones at the moment. But you could almost justify this as Grace Potts is on her way once again, right arm over the wicket from the James Anderson end. It's played into the offside by Emma Lamb and picked up by Davina Perrin, who tosses it back up to mid-off. 2 changes, we've mentioned them, Perrin and Russell into the Sparks side. But I think it's going to be all about what the bowlers can do here. Of course, Russell, one of those. Great to have 270 of you already who've clearly been keeping an eye on @ThunderCrick on Twitter. And know that we're underway as Grace Potts comes in and bowls to Lamb, turning leg side. There'll be a single on offer because the fielder's out on the boundary. 1 added to the total as Thea Brooks jogs back to her position. 3-1. Thunder move on to, and Emma Lamb's done exactly the same thing in all 3 of the overs. She's faced a dot ball and then she's scored a single. But she'll be hoping her partner, this time Deandra Dotton, rather than Georgie Boyce, who's already out for naught, will be able to produce something more in the fashion of scoring here. Of course, the Barbados team have met up, but Dotton's still playing this one as it's pulled away. Fine, but stopped well by Hannah Baker, the young spinner in the Sparks team. Cross to her right there. Quite glad of her spikes, I think. The lift of the boot.
Definitely. Grace Potts started well. She's a similar height to Emily Arlott. It'll be interesting to see if she can get the same kind of movement off the pitch.
Yeah, both these have caught the eye of the England selectors. Potts has been involved with England A and outside the off stump, and it leapt a bit as Dottin went with a bit of a fairy sort of drive, wasn't it? Just throwing the hands at the ball, but with no real conviction, and she couldn't make any contact.
That's right, they haven't quite yet got the measure of the bounce on this pitch and the movement. I think once they make one connection, once Dottin gets one in, then she'll start to feel a little bit more comfortable.
That would certainly be the hope from her point of view. As I say, looks unfazed at the moment, but another dot to her analysis. 3-1 the score as Potts bowls. It'll remain there as this one's cut away into the offside, but it's hard work for the Thunder batters at the moment. They've been put in on what we imagine will be a difficult pitch. There weren't a lot of runs here last night in the ODI, although England did manage to get up above 1 eventually in their rain-reduced game, but South Africa certainly struggled, and England did at first in their innings, so it's been tricky batting here in Manchester in the last couple of days. As Potts bowls again, this time Dottin is leaving, and that completes the over from the James Anderson end with a grand old pavilion in the background. It's had a few refurbs in recent years, but still looking in good form. There's some people sat to the right of the sight screen at that far end. 3-1 the score after 3 overs. Your assessment of the start so far, Faith Florence?
Well, Central Sparks will be very happy with that wicket first up from Emily Arlott and keeping that score right down. The 2 batters at the crease, are the type who like to score, really like to make their shots. They're not going to want to hang around too much. They've seen that there's a little bit in there for the bowlers, and there might be a little bit of trouble, so they've had this watchful start so far.
Brilliant to have a few hundred of you having joined us already in the early stages as Emily Arlott bowls. 1 wicket in her first over. Dottin's having to scamper back. Now that could have been tight. Russell with the backing up prevents any scoring. Emma Lamb puts a glove up apologetically to Deandra Dottin, who was a long way down there and had to make a fairly careful about turn on a pitch which, as we say, it'll be dry but perhaps a little sweaty under those covers.
They're keen to get going, aren't they? Get that score moving.
They've been on overnight to protect from a very, very damp downpour. We had a wet outfield, which has delayed the start, as Dottin will get through for the single this time. Fackrell in with the fielding, but rather neglects the ball as she slides to her knees. 4 for 1, the total moves on to Emma Lamb with her usual dot and a 1. And Deandra Dottin will be back in the firing line again of Emily Arlett from the Brian Statham end, where the Players' Pavilion is housed. We're sat just up above it on the balcony with this magnificent view out towards the hotel, the pavilion in between the hotel and the point. A bit of building work going on over towards the mid-wicket boundary as well. As that one goes down the leg side, it'll be a wide ball. 5 for 1 the total moves on to. But yeah, another stand being built in that style away towards the mid-wicket boundary here. So plenty going on. And if you did have a ticket for the ODI last night, a reminder you can get into this one for free, and we do have play now as well. But good to have plenty of you with us already in the early stages. We'll keep an eye on the scores elsewhere as Arlett is bowling to Dottin. It's I'm right back, and I almost said clip the stump because I thought it had for a second as it just zipped over the top of the off stump. But really good bowling again from Arlett, who is trying to prove her international class, and she's bowling against 2 international players here and getting the better of it at the moment. Another dot ball.
Yeah, I think the Sparks fielders were with you for a second there, thinking that had just clipped the stumps. Lots of sharp intakes of breath.
Yeah, everyone seemed to almost go up as one there, but the ball didn't do its duty and clipped the bails off as in comes Arlett, back in towards the pads this time of Dottin, who turns leg side. There's one out to Thea Brooks, who's back on the square leg boundary, but Sparks, as you would expect, looking very well drilled here. They will know this is a difficult game for them with the likes of Lamb and Dottin in the lineup against them. Hartley and Cross as well, reunited from a bowling perspective. 6 for 1 the total moves to with that single. And Arlett's turning once more. Pacing in. Lamb waits outside the off stump, cracks it hard. It was uppish for a second, but landed well short of Perrin in the end, who did well to prevent a run being scored as we move to the final ball of the 4th over. City of Manchester in view again away to our right hand side. It was for much of the couple of hours we arrived before the schedule start obscured by drizzle and cloud, but it's now looking in fine form. As you see in there, Thunder 6 for 1 with a little bit of work to do as that goes down the leg side and takes it to 7 for 1 with a wide. Abby Freeborn there with the gloves. One of the transfer additions of the off-season, Abby Freeborn, arriving from Lightning. Amy Campbell, who's also playing today, has joined the Sparks. She joins from Northern Diamonds and made 60 in a losing cause in the final last year. Looked as if it was going to be one of the great final innings, as that one is defended there by Lamb, who sees out the over. 7 for 1 after 4. It's a very subdued power play, but that's due to the conditions. But yeah, that Amy Campbell innings looked as if it was going to take Diamonds to a sort of a challenging total, and when Vipers lost early wickets, it seemed as if surely they were going to lose. But much like they have today, they found a way. Emily Windsor on that occasion being joined by Tara Norris to see them to the conclusion. You're with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence, and as we glance across at Vipers, they are defending 234, 63 for 1 Sunrisers. Will it finally be their day?
Well, they always seem to find a way, the Vipers. That's one of the things to really admire about that side, but we'll see.
Here comes Potts again. James Anderson in that grand old pavilion behind her as Dottin is trying to drive. I think was originally thinking offside and then readjusted the shot and took a bit of inside edge as well. The other games taking place, Northern Diamonds versus Lightning Diamonds. The other side, along with Vipers, who are undefeated in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy 50 over a side competition. 107 for 3 Diamonds in pursuit of 200 to beat Lightning up at Durham, as this one is driven down the ground back to Grace Potts. You're here with us at Old Trafford in Manchester. We've been down to the south coast, up to Durham, and at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival, 86-1 is the score for the Western Storm, who still need another 197 in order to reach their target for victory against the South East Stars. So lots of cricket going on, but here on Lancs TV, on the YouTube channel, you're seeing Deandra Dottin flashing the ball away for 4, and it's the first boundary of the innings for Thunder, and it was much needed, and it was well placed and well struck and well controlled, crucially, on a difficult wicket. It takes Thunder into double figures, 11-1. What a wonderful stroke that was from Dottin.
Absolutely, and that's good to see from the Thunder, getting off the boundary mark there. I mean, we saw in that last Arlott over, Emma Lamb ran up to just have a quick word with Deandra Dottin. They're clearly communicating a lot about what this wicket is doing, and it looks the signs like they've sort of figured out how they're going to approach it at the moment. And that boundary is a clear sign that they're starting to get some ideas of how they're going to go about scoring off these bowlers.
Georgie Boyce out for naught. Faced just 6 balls before being caught and bowled by Emily Arlott. And it's Grace Potts trying to do the damage now. It's pushed nicely by Deandra Dottin. Straight down the ground. She has to be quick for the single, but is quick and adds another to the total. Backing up the boundary with a single. That's one-day cricket at its best. And Deandra Dottin takes the score on to 12-1. She has 6 of them herself. And Emma Lamb back on strike. And this will be a real challenge. I imagine there'll be a few around the country who will be watching this and thinking, right, okay, we've seen Emma Lamb score on the hot days and the good pitches against South Africa, but actually, can she do it on a wet day back at home at Old Trafford against a good Central Sparks bowling attack? Well, she's flashing into the offside, and I think she might get 4 here. The outfield's wet. It's going to give Perrin a chance. It slows up particularly towards the rope, but it wasn't especially well hit by Lamb. She sort of topped it a bit, to use the golfing term, as she cut that one away in front of square. It brings her 4 runs, 16-1, but I think the outfield's still in pretty good nick there.
Oh yeah, definitely a couple of fielders after that one, but they were never going to get there after the ball. And it's interesting, it was exactly the same type of shot that Deandra Dottin played. Not quite struck quite as sweetly and deftly, but still the same number of runs.
Potts will be disappointed, I suppose, to go short twice in the over, concede a boundary off both. It's been the best over so far from the Thunder perspective, but it's not over yet, and it requires another good defensive stroke from Emma Lamb to bring it to a close. So 16-1, 9 off it, a single to Dottin, plus the boundaries from Dottin early in the over and Lamb late in the over. A much better set of 6 from a Thunder perspective there, and as I say, Faith Florence, just settling in. The spectators here will be glad to have got some cricket. Batting feels difficult.
Yes, indeed. And having lost that early wicket, the fans out in the stands might have been a little bit down to see Georgie Boyce leaving so early, but very happy to see these 2 very experienced batters at the crease who just took a little bit more time to figure out what the pitch was doing, to get a grip on that bounce, and the boundaries have started to come.
Yeah, it's been sort of skiddy, hasn't it? Just sort of nipped a little bit from full of a length so far from Arlott, mainly back into the batter. She delivers again and again, just straight away, exactly what you're saying there, Faith Florence. There's just a little bit of zip, just a little bit of nip, and it just evades the outside edge of Dottin. She did well with her hands just to drop them at the last second, and that ensured, though she didn't get a run there, that she remains at the crease.
Indeed, and they're not going to want to slow down now, the batters, now that they've got those couple of boundaries. So they will take a swing, but they'll remember what this is doing.
It'll be difficult to do to deliveries like that from Emily Arlott, who's bowling again, back in towards Dottin. Just deflects into the leg side as much as anything. She was stood on the crease, but if these 2 can bat some time, they will score runs, we know that, but it's staying out there at the moment that seems to be the challenge. No run again for Dottin, just wipes her brow and adjusts the pads. She'll be on her way to the Commonwealth Games after this, but she has a duty to do for Thunder here. Waits with the bat raised. Arlott bowls, another flash there by Deandra Dottin, trying to look for the stroke she played in the previous over, but the ball wasn't quite there from Emily Arlett. 16 for 1 the score remains. We're halfway through the 6th over. A couple of pigeons swoop away to our left-hand side. There's a gull in amongst them as well, flapping away, and indication that there's still a little bit of breeze, overcast conditions. Arlett from the Statham end, bowls to Dottin, played into the leg side. Fackrell's there with the fielding at a short and particularly straight mid-wicket there, and it remains 16 for 1 as it was at the start of the over. No run again.
Oh, a little bit of pressure now with those 3 dots.
4 in fact. They're
4 dots.
Right up there. And Arlett doing exactly what a good fast bowler should do, and this is why she's interested in England. Heather Knight, the England captain in particular, it seems, as this one is bowled and it's full and it's pushed down the offside, and Dottin will manage to scramble through for a single on this occasion. 17 for 1. That'll bring a little bit of relief to Dottin in particular, who's now at the non-strikers end, but the Thunder dressing room generally, they know these are tough conditions. The substitute fielder, I think it's Steph Butler over there in the pink bib. He's one of those omitted from the side today. Russell and Perrin into the Sparks team. It's Marshall Lamb who's facing now, and Cross into the Thunder team for Duckworth Brown. And Graham, as that one short of a length. Wasn't the fiercest bouncer you'll ever see. It seemed to just rather die off the pitch, but Emma Lamb felt the need to get under it anyway. 17 for 1 the score. We've had 6 overs so far, and again, other than that over where there was the release with the 2 boundaries, it's been a very, very tight start from Central Sparks this.
It has, and Emily Arlett bowling very well, and she's getting a little bit of unpredictable movement there off the surface. But we know that these batters, as we said, are very experienced. They run quickly between the wickets as well, so if there's a single on, then you can bank on them to get it.
They also kept the fielders right back on the ring because they hit it quite hard. But
Indeed.
Eve Jones won the double with Lancashire, both the T20 and the 50 over competitions in the county days, is at slip, and she's keeping herself there as this one's prodded straight. No run on offer to Dottin though, and that's a sign that it's doing a bit out there as far as the Sparks skipper is concerned. The field, as well as that slip, is one down at quite a wide third. We have a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, then mid-on, mid-wicket. Fielder back at deep square leg as Dottin defends into the offside. There'll be no run there. It's Perrin up from backward point, and a short fielder at 45 inside the ring. So there are attacking elements to this field, namely the slip, but also the fairly straight mid-wicket, it has to be said. But a little bit of protection too for the bowler Grace Potts, who's delivered 2 dots so far, and she's on her way looking for another, which she'll get there because Dottin got in a horrible sort of position. Not really quite sure what she thought she was going to do with that one, but just played it back to the bowler in the end. 17 for 1. You with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence on the Lancs TV YouTube stream. Flags fluttering above the old pavilion at the James Anderson end. As in comes Potts again. Bowls to Dottin. Pushes down the offside. It bobbles a little bit unkindly off a pitch end there, but no run on offer to Emily Arlett, who will sort of be talking Potts through this spell, I would imagine. I imagine they're still, even though Arlett's only 24 years of age herself, she's the more experienced of the two. And just seems to be coaching Potts through her work. Can she add a 5th dot to the collection? Yes, she can, because Dottin is flashing outside the off stump but making no contact. And this is a real examination of the Barbadian.
Yes, this is really good from Potts and Central Sparks.
A few little shouts drift amongst the players. Sparks lively. They know this is an opportunity here, having won the toss and put Thunder in, to really get into the batting lineup and restrict the total. As short of a length, Dottin flashing into the offside. Thought there was one and then decided better of it. Perrin was across with the fielding. 17 for 1 then. A maiden over in the 7th.
That's really excellent bowling from Central Sparks, and you can hear Liz Russell, who was standing there at deep third, really clapping in good voice, encouraging her fielders and her bowlers, really getting across how much pressure that they're starting to put on the batters there. The run rate down to just 2.5 and over, and definitely the Thunder will want to pick that up a little bit, but they're not being allowed to get away.
Steph Butler, the sub-fielder, has come on here momentarily. I think replacing Hannah Baker, although that might be Hannah Baker at the far end, we'll see. But just a quick little change for now. Steph Butler's got the towel in the back of the trousers, so she'll be able to dry this ball off, which is crucial on a outfield that was wet enough to delay the start here, as this one is pushed straight to mid-wicket. 17 for 1. We're in the 8th over if you just join us, starting at 10 to 3 today. So we've been playing just over half an hour in this game, and in fact it was more like 7 or 8 minutes to 3 by the time we started, so we have been playing almost exactly half an hour. 48 overs aside this game has been reduced to because of that wet outfield, but we've done very well to get out there, and Emily Arlett's bowling and Emma Lamb is driving back to her. But on the floor, crucially the difference between her and Georgie Boyce, who was out, caught and bowled in the 2nd over of the game. Really good catch by Arlett, actually, going away left-handed, and the ball just sat in it and allowed her to claim the dismissal. Here's Arlett again. 17 for 1. It's full. The score will remain there because Lamb digs out a ball that I don't think she entirely picked up. I'm surprised the floodlights aren't on here, Faith Florence. We're clearly going to need them later on today, but I would expect in this light to be seeing some floodlights.
Yeah, I would have thought so. You know, you often see floodlights on in bright sunshine, and now when you really think it's a little bit murky, no floodlights as yet.
Yeah, quite bizarre that we haven't had them on just yet, as Arlett's on her way again. Bowling full. Lamb's taken a good step down the pitch to try and negate a bit of that in-swing from Arlett. Hit it with quite a big swing, but not necessarily a huge amount of power. 18 for 1 she moves on to with a single. She'll be happy to get to the non-strikers again. That seems the best place to bat at the moment, Faith Florence.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? And with the outfield, you know, having been a bit damp earlier, the ball's never going to be racing across as it normally would do on a dry day. But they've got to take those singles where they can.
Here comes Arlett again. Brian Statham-end, right arm over the wicket. To Dottin, who readjusts there, standing tall on the crease, and deflects the ball away behind square. 20 for 1. But these are two players who are free scoring, and you look up on the board. Lamb 9 off 17 balls, Dottin 8 off 24, both with a boundary each to their name. That shows you how difficult batting is here at the moment at Old Trafford.
Definitely, and they're not taking any major risks yet. It's still early in the piece, but yeah, they'll be itching to score.
Here's Arlett again, pacing in. You can see the marks of her feet on the run-up now, and this one is slower and clapped away to the cover boundary from Emma Lamb. Made no mistake there. Big cheers from the Thunder players in the pavilion. 23 for 1. But you really heard him go up there, Faith Florence, and that's because they know how valuable runs are out here.
Oh, absolutely. And when Emma Lamb took a step earlier to meet that delivery from Emily Arlett, you got the sense that she was going to work out how she was going to score and get that boundary option the next time, and she got it.
Scores elsewhere then. We have Central Sparks playing against Thunder here in this one at Old Trafford, but we also have Northern Diamonds chasing 200, chasing Lightning's score of 199. They're 116 for 4, so look on course for victory up at Durham at the moment. Southern Vipers need another 153. Sunrisers need another 153 to beat Southern Vipers, who set them 2-3-4 to win. And Western Storm are 105 for 1, chasing 284 to beat South East Stars. As Potts into bowl again down the leg side, that'll be a wide. 24 for 1 the score moves on to. We're just beginning the 9th over here at Old Trafford. Day-night game, first time women's cricket has been played as a day-night match here, and very, very good to have it here, albeit perhaps not in the weather that we would have liked, but you can never entirely rely on the weather to do you a good service, can you? As Potts bowls, and that I thought was going to be the stumps. Now there's an appeal for caught behind, and it has been given. It's out. I didn't think it had quite carried to Freeborn. It's a magnificent catch from her to get across there, Abby Freeborn. And Deandra Dottin is out for 8 from her 25th ball. Potts has deserved that with the maiden over she bowled previously. She's kept going at the off stump. To me, it didn't look as if it was going to carry, but Deandra Dottin has been caught there, and I think it was Freeborn going away one-handed to her right-hand side. We'll just take another look at this. In fact, it's LBW. It's cut back, and though I thought it hadn't carried, it had cut back, and clearly no bat involved from Deandra Dottin. She's out LBW, 24 for 2 the score, and Deandra Dottin has to trudge from the pitch. A big appeal from Eve Jones at slip, and that is a big, big loss for Thunder. They've been scrapping away the batters early on, and they've already lost Boyce and Dottin. LBW, 24 for 2.
Well, that is a huge wicket. Deandra Dottin has had to go back to the shed. I mean, that happened so quickly. At first, I wasn't sure what happened. I thought, was that a low diving catch? But as you say, there was no bat on it, and given out LBW, of course, Deandra Dottin will be disappointed to get out in that manner. However, it was a very excellent delivery.
A wicket apiece for both of the opening bowlers for Central Sparks. That one, LBW, I thought it beat Dottin on the outside edge, but actually it had nipped back and beat her on the inside edge, hit her in front of the stumps. A big appeal, and it brings the downfall of Deandra Dottin. She may have thought it was slightly on the high side, but not too much has been going over the top here. It's just been the balls that have bounced and nipped away that have done that, and Deandra Dottin is out. And in terms of her contributions for Thunder, they've perhaps not been what she would have expected. A score of 26, a score of 28, and 2 now of 8 runs, but batting very, very difficult today as Laura Marshall makes her way out to the crease. And she's been brought into the side for Phoebe Graham, and we'll be hoping she can start well, but with that flashing, pushing back drive, doesn't make a connection. And the Sparks players are up and about here and sensing a real opportunity, having won the toss, to put pressure on Thunder, and they already are.
Oh, absolutely. And that strike rate just under 3 and over. Good pressure from the Central Sparks.
24 for 2. Lamb not out on 13 at the non-strikers, but needs someone to bat with. Will it be Laura Marshall today, who's leaving that one outside the off stump? The partnerships so far 2 and 22. Lamb been involved in both of those, contributing both the runs to the first one, 13 of the runs to the second one. But the England international needing partners to bat with. Marshall moves across the stumps and drives firmly back to Potts. It's a dot ball. Well fielded by Potts off her own bowling. Slightly interesting not to see Lamb in the Commonwealth Games squad, Faith?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think if I were picking the squad, I would definitely have liked to see her in there.
They've clearly picked on strike rate. I was trying to work
Yeah.
it out last Saturday, and I was saying Lamb has every right to be quite disappointed not to be there with her England form, as that one has taken the pad and gone away, and there is no run. She scored more runs than Bryony Smith in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but clearly they wanted Smith's. They've almost picked it more on strike rate, with Wyatt preferred to Beaumont and Smith preferred to Lamb.
And I think that's reasonable. I mean, I love the squad that they've picked. Each and every one of those players is a brilliant cricketer, and we've seen what they can do.
Yeah, they're all certainly worth watching as Grace Potts comes in and bowls to Marshall, who's flashing into the offside. A really nice stroke, but only finds Amy Campbell, who is quite straight at extra cover there, and stops any more scoring being done. So just the wide ball off that over, the ninth of the innings, 24 for 2. It brings the second wicket of the innings. LBW, Deandra Dottin, out for 8. And there's some readjustments in terms of the fielders making their way to their positions for Emily Arlett's over, but no readjustments from Eve Jones yet in terms of the bowling. She just wants to keep these two going as long as she can. The pressure's on.
Indeed, and you just feel that the way this wicket is playing, it's not going to be a high-scoring affair.
Here's Arlett again, running through the footsteps she's made on the damp outfield that delayed the start here, as this one is played away to Davina Perrin, just behind square at backward point. No run.
And the batters are going to have to be smart here and think about, when they go hard, how they're going to go about scoring the runs that are on offer.
Lamb with a back foot push there. She looks very assured at the crease at the moment. Drives uppishly, just short of Georgia Davis. There was a bit of confusion about whether a single was on offer. They decided it wasn't and remain at their respective ends, so no addition to the total. 24 for 2.
Never run on a misfield, they say, don't they?
It wasn't really even a misfield, was it? It was just quite a good block, because it had bounced rather awkwardly in front of Georgia Davis, who was coming in trying to affect the catch.
That's true, but you can see that they're really determined to get every run that they can.
A couple of spectators make their way through the little gap by the old pavilion at the far end, and Lamb will get a single this time, pushing compactly and competently into the offside. 25 for 2 the score moves on to. Lamb has 14 from 21 balls, so already starting to accelerate that strike rate up, speaking of strike rates. But no, I mean, Lamb very much in 2020 cricket seems to go at one a ball and then accelerate it towards the back end, but England have decided they want people who can go hard in the power play, although you were reading as we were waiting in the rain, Faith Florence, that Heather Knight seems to have a little bit of a injury concern, which is a concern for England. As Arlett bowls, Knight, a big fan of Arlett, of course, that takes Marshall on the pad. There was a big appeal for LBW. It looked as if it was going down the leg side, though, from our excellent view, nice and straight on here. We're just a couple of pitches over from bang on straight, but we're in a good position here. 26 for 2. And women's day-night cricket being played at Old Trafford for the first time, although the day bit has felt very like night. It has to be said. So far, it's been it's been very overcast here.
Indeed, it said it was a little bit of a hip niggle. So with Heather Knight in that report, so more precautionary than anything.
South Africa going well. They've had a torrid time on this tour of England. They performed very admirably in the Test match, but the one-day series, things have seemed to go downhill during that. The retirement of Lizelle Lee, Marizanne Kapp's now had to go back for family reasons to South Africa, as that one jumps up from back of a length past the outside edge of Emma Lamb's bat. There's no contact and therefore no run, but nearly again the nibble that Emily Arlett's looking for. 26 for 2 here. Mentioning that T20 game, South Africa going well today. Bosch has 61 from 56 balls. Wolfhart 11 from 6. South Africa 119 for 1 in the 16th over. So there'll be a challenging chase there at Worcester for England, as in comes Arlott once more, bowling. Short of length and pulled away by Lamb, and she's directed this very well. Didn't seem to have a huge amount of control, but taken it well behind square. Perhaps a little bit of a sign of it sticking in the outfield once it got out in towards that deep area down towards long leg. But Brooks was quickly round, 28 for 2, with another 2 added to Lamb's total. We've had 10 overs so far of this innings. Faith Florence, your assessments of it?
Well, she's got herself in now, Emma Lamb. She seems to have been, of all the batters, the one to really kind of figure out how the pitch is working and how to respond to what the bowlers are getting out of it. And Laura Marshall's still yet to get off the mark, but she's faced 6 deliveries and had a little chat with Emma Lamb. So you get the sense now, okay, they've lost 2 wickets, but that strike rate still just under 3 and over. It's not going down or going up, but you fancy Sparks will be happier at the moment.
Here's Potts, bowling to Marshall. Inside edge, takes it into the leg side. Marshall will get through for a single and start the scoring off this, the 11th over of the innings. 29 for 2. It moves on to lightning fast, the scoreboard over there.
Indeed, and that's Laura Marshall off the mark as well. So maybe this will be the partnership now that Thunder needs to get this innings going.
As Potts is at the back of the run and will make her way in once again. Right arm over the wicket. James Anderson end. Lamb is dabbing into the offside. Knows there's a single on offer. She'd taken the pace off the ball. The fielder on the back of the ring was Campbell. Was in quickly, but was never going to stop that. 30-2. The score moves on to, we're in the 11th over of the Thunder innings. They've been put into bat and lost Georgie Boyce, caught and bowled, and also Deandra Dottin, who was out LBW to Grace Potts, who has ball in hand. But despite the fact 4 fielders allowed outside the circle now, none of them have gone back here. The field's exactly the same from Eve Jones, as this one's down the leg side and it'll go away for 5 wides, and it rather cruelly dipped away from Abby Freeborn. Some late swing after it had passed the bat. Not a great delivery though from Potts. 35 for 2 the score moves on to. Runs Thunder will gratefully receive you with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence. As Jones takes the ball and will dry it off with the cloth, but she's remained with a slip. Fielder back at third, backward point, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside, and then mid-on the back of the ring, a straight, slightly shorter mid-wicket, a fielder back at deep backward square leg, and also Hannah Baker up on the 45.
So in comes Grace Potts now with the 3rd delivery.
And here is Marshall, leaving it outside the off stump, and it goes through to Freeborn. And Eve Jones is there. We'll be bringing Faith Florence onto commentary at the end of the over, alongside myself, as I say, Mike Perkins, as the sunshine just creeps through that horrible overcast cloud that we have had all day here, and that is good to see. It almost felt like they were turning the lights on. I had to check the floodlights just in case, as Potts bowls. This one's driven up to a relieved Emily Arlott, judging by the puff of the cheeks, who was able to stop it sneaking underneath her. One of the taller cricketers on the circuit, and did well to get down there. Another single to the total though, 35 for 2. Here is Marshall, taps the bat a couple of times, looks up towards Arlott at mid-off. That may be a target again. Does like to get across the stumps, does Marshall, who's driving firmly down the ground. That's a lovely shot, but it doesn't escape the ring. It looked for a moment as if it was going to flash past the bowler and flash between the 2 fielders at mid-off and mid-on, but some good work done by Davis across and keeping it to just the 1. 36 for 2. We're in the 11th over. Freeborn and Jones in conversation. They're going to send Hannah Baker back, of course. They're allowed another outside the ring, so that's the first real change from the power play field, and not an entirely surprising one. Seems Baker was sort of up there just because they were only allowed 2 out, so That's fair enough, I think. In comes Potts again. Bowls right arm over the wicket, flashed away in the air, but that'll be 4 from Emma Lamb, and needed to take the risk really to get the board moving. 40 for 2. It was controlled enough. She sent it upwards there, did Lamb, and Perrin was leaping one-handed, but never really going to make contact with that one. Faith Florence, we have had 11 overs, 40 for 2 the score, and another boundary from Lamb, who seems to hold real hopes for Thunder of getting to a total.
Indeed, she's batting really nicely now, Emma Lamb, and her personal strike rate in the match is creeping up there towards a run a ball. They're over 3 runs and over, I think, for the first time in the match. So really good signs for Thunder.
Shows how difficult batting has been, though, that, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely, and Thunder will be really pleased to have Emma Lamb there. Back in the side today, back from international duty, and getting the side off to a good start in quite tricky conditions, facing some really excellent bowling from the 2 quicks from Central Sparks, Emily Arlott and Grace Potts. Grace Potts has bowled 6 overs, and it looks like
Liz Russell will be coming on.
Liz Russell, yeah, change in bowling.
End.
Liz Russell.
Bustly sort of medium pacer will cause the batters problems. Will be trying to do a very similar job to Arlott and Potts, really. Just making sure she's getting in and about the batter's outside edge. And in comes Liz Russell. First delivery, and that's just blocked there by Laura Marshall on strike. Score remains on 40 for 2. No run off that first delivery. Our analyst Andrew just passed me a little note saying off-cutters is what they're expecting from Liz Russell, and I think that first one was an off-cutter, and it kept very, very low indeed. And she turns again.
She turns again, and in she comes. Now she takes a bigger swing at that and hits that down the ground, and that's retrieved by the fielder there, Emily Arlott. So still for no run.
Just to bring you Arlott's figures then. 15 for 1 from the 5 overs which she bowled at the top of the innings.
We saw some off-cutters doing a bit of damage yesterday in that international men's game as she comes back in. And it's a very similar delivery and similar hit, but they run through for a single this time. Very good running. That brings Emma Lamb back on strike.
I think just the ball was hit into the pitch a little more, just took the pace off it towards Arlott, because it was actually on a straighter line towards mid-off there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's good. They definitely don't want to let the bowler get away with having a maiden in her first over. Try and put some pressure back on. As in comes Liz Russell. And that's just hit to the fielder there, and there'll be no run off that delivery. And the score remains on 41 for 2.
Yeah, the Sparks players will know they're on top here. They'll know this is their first chance to win this game and to put Thunder under pressure. Emma Lamb really fighting hard.
Indeed, and here comes Liz Russell once more over the wicket, and it's a huge slash, and that's going to go straight away to the boundary through the covers. That's a very nice shot. Just frees her arms there and gets that over the heads of the fielders, and that goes for 4 runs, bringing the total to 45 for 2.
Lovely shot from Lamb. It was on the up, it was a risk, but it was the sort of risk that Thunder feel they have to take as we approach the end of the 12th over.
Absolutely, and so that puts a little pressure on this final delivery from Liz Russell. Emma Lamb will want to go again as Liz Russell comes in. And she swings her arm and she just cuts that towards point, and it's retrieved by the fielder. They run through for 1 run. And so in the end, I think a pretty successful over for the Thunder, taking on the new bowler.
Sparks clearly trying to keep the pressure on by keeping the fielders up. But we saw as soon as Lamb found the boundary, the cover sweeper goes back in the form of Amy Campbell. So another over of intrigue in this game. 12 gone, 46 for 2 as we approach 3:45, which means we've been playing for nearly an hour. 5 or 6 minutes short of it, because we started just after 10:02.
Now this partnership going at just about a run a ball, 22 from 23 deliveries for the partnership. So Emma Lamb has got, it seems, a partner to bat with that's settling in there beside her.
Voice of Faith Florence alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Faith bringing you the bowling from the Brian Statham end. I'll stick with it from the James Anderson end. 46 for 2 as it starts to look brighter. We can see a bit of the greenery in the distance, I think, out maybe towards the Pennines over there, and I can see the city of Manchester again. So it does seem to be lifting this horrible gloom that we had sat over us. It really bucketed it down after the ODI finished last night, and that's led to the wet outfield that delayed our start. 48 overs, remember, today. That's key to keep an eye on in the bottom left-hand side of your screen if you're watching Lancs TV with us. Good to have several hundred of you with us for this game. Make sure you hit the little thumbs up button as well. That just helps people find this stream. 3 games going on elsewhere in the country as well, so we'll be taking you through the evening.
Looks like a bit of a breeze picked up there as well.
Yeah, the flag's starting to flap, aren't they, on the flagpoles at the far end, the James Anderson end, where Potts is delivering to Lamb, who's defensively forward into the offside. Perrin is there to pick up and do the work that needed to be done to prevent the run. As a bit of a sound of a tram rattling past in the distance. Would have brought many of our spectators are here, and 1 or 2 just making their way into the seats. It seems to be the seats underneath the point which are quite popular today because they have a little bit of cover from the elements. As in comes Potts again, nicely driven by Emma Lamb. There'll be 1 on offer, and it's a comfortably taken one in the end. Arlott with the fielding, 47 for 2. Marshall comes on to strike. She has 3 from 13 balls, just trying to find her way into the innings. Lamb, 27 from 30, proving that she doesn't stay below that 1-ball strike rate for very long.
Indeed, and it's quite a good long spell from Potts here as well. Bowling her 7th over. She's taken 1 wicket. Had a couple of extras, but otherwise has been bowling pretty good line.
Yeah, she had that over where she was hit for 2 fours and came back with a maiden and then got her wicket, getting Deandra Dott and LBW as that's forced down the onside. Fackrell is across to do the fielding and prevent a run and keep the score at 47 for 2. Yeah, unusually Trafford Town Hall's got a bit of scaffolding round it at the moment, so clearly a bit of work going on there. But the flag's noticeably been pushed backwards towards Trafford Town Hall and the other Old Trafford, the football ground over there, as there's a attempt at a cut, but Marshall, I thought, actually almost went over the ball in the end, but the umpire decided it was a case of not being able to reach it. 48 for 2 with another extra. That's the one area that Central Sparks might be a little disappointed with, is the wide balls that they've conceded. That was the 9th, I think. As in comes Potts again, bowling to Marshall, who twists it away into the leg side, finds 1, and that takes the score to 49 for 2. We're in the 13th over, and Thunder working hard, having been put into bat on what will be a decent pitch because it's an Old Trafford pitch, and they usually are, but in conditions that are not favourable to the batting side. Potts again, heading in to deliver. Lamb, happy to let it hit the outside half of the bat. She had control of that edge, although I'm sure the bowler would argue otherwise. 1 more to the total, and that's the 50 up for Thunder. 50 for the loss of 2 wickets. Comes up in the 13th over. They'll be happy, I think, Faith Florence, to get there.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's been hard work. It hasn't been plain sailing, but they seem to be settling into good partnership here.
But it's not... Okay, the run rate's down on what you would expect in a 50 over a side game, but the conditions have meant it should be. And these two now, they've put on 26 already since Dottin was out, LBW to Potts, and I think they'll just be feeling a little happier as Potts bowls. Short of length. Cut away. Perrin can't stop it exiting the ring, so there'll be at least one on offer. Russell's round to prevent any more runs being scored. The return wasn't particularly brilliant, but got it in the air and put the batters off any more running. 51 for 2 then, after 13 overs. And it's all about now, having fought hard, can Thunder just keep creeping along with this score and just get it up to something that will challenge Sparks in the second half of this game.
Indeed, I think when you get to your 50 in tricky conditions like this, you know, it's a bit of a psychological boost as much as anything. So Thunder will be happy to get to that mark, having not lost more than 2 wickets, and with Emma Lamb starting to find the boundary with more frequency. And Laura Marshall starting to tick along as well. She's on 5 from 16. Emma Lamb on 28 from 31. So almost a run a ball there. And the overall strike rate is just under 4 at the moment for the Thunder. So I think, you know, both sides will be feeling that they've got a measure of control at the moment. And of course they'll both have plans to want to make something happen here now, as Liz Russell gets ready to come in again, bowling to Laura Marshall on strike, and that goes that's a wide actually, that goes straight to the keeper. Umpire signals a wide. She'll have to bowl that one again.
Just crept down the leg side, didn't it? Which is the danger, I suppose, if you're bowling off cutters.
Indeed, so we'll see if she can get a better line this time around as she approaches. And that's just played into the leg side. There'll be no run as the fielder managed to stop that one.
Yep, Fat Croc coming across at straightish mid-wicket. Just cleaning the hands on the turf there, I think. Usually players would maybe dry them on the turf, but I think it's probably still a little bit damp, so it's cleaning them as much as anything.
Splotches of mud around as Liz Russell comes in again. And this time that's just played backwards on the leg side, and they get through for 1 run. Fielded back to the wicket keeper.
Just a signal of leg by in the end on that one.
Oh, did that not hit the bat there?
I think it was a thud of pad in the end. 53 for 2. Really hear the tapping at the crease there of Emma Lamb as she waits.
Indeed, a quick chat with the skipper before she comes back in over the wicket, Liz Russell. She takes a big swipe at that, and that goes behind. Is it going to make it to the border? Fielder at third has managed to stop that going, and the batters do get through for 2 runs. Score is on 55 for 2. Halfway through this 13th over.
I think that was intentional from Lamb, even though, again, it's one of those shots the bowler would claim otherwise. And on a cloudy day like this, you've got to ride your luck.
Indeed, as Liz Russell comes in again over the wicket. Oh, she drops it. It's a drop. Now she hit that uppishly towards the fielder at point, and she dropped it. Can't quite see who the fielder is there.
It's Perrin. It went quick and hard at Davina Perrin there, and she was there with the hands, but just couldn't cling on.
Yeah,
I think really that's the sort of catch at this level that should be taken sort of 7, 8 out of 10.
Oh, definitely. In comes Liz Russell again. Laura Marshall on strike, and this time she can only just hit it into the ground, ricochets off her pads, and the wicketkeeper Abby Freeborn retrieves that. They remain so no run off that delivery, and the score is on 56 for 2. Laura Marshall, 5 of her 19 deliveries. She remains on strike. Last ball of the over. And she hits that one square and then runs through for 1 run. She'll feel that she got out of jail, I think, in that over. I'll be very happy to still be at this crease and living to fight another day. As it looks like it's a drinks break. Players are running in some drinks for the batters.
Yeah, a slightly unofficial one at the 14 over mark, but perhaps a change of gloves may be needed as well by Laura Marshall here. So drinks have arrived on the pitch. 57 for 2 then. 14 overs of the innings gone. You with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence on the Lancs TV YouTube stream. And it looks as if there will be a change of bowling now from the James Anderson end as well. I think that's, and the scoreboard confirms it's Hannah Baker. Plenty of discussion between Marshall and Lamb. It was a potentially crucial drop though, it felt to me, that Emma Lamb hitting the cut shot uppishly. She edged one very fine earlier in the over, and when Emma Lamb has just the 31 to her name, you want to make sure you cling on.
Definitely, that's the big wicket that they'll have wanted. So it remains to be seen how costly that drop's going to be. But she did create a good chance there, Liz Russell, of her bowling.
Approaching 4 o'clock, we've had a slightly delayed start here, which is why we're 48 overs aside. Very much the weather has been one way or the other in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's either been brilliant, sparkling sunshine, or it's been a little bit on the wet and the damp side. But Marshall driving Baker's first delivery down the ground to long on. 1 taken, 59 for 2 the score moves on to. Marshall just making the motion to Emma Lamb to ensure she knows it was a leg spinner. And Baker will have to keep that ball as dry as possible. Here comes Baker again, delivers. Lamb pushing into the offside. The field is back at sweeping at cover. Applause rings out from the Thunder players beneath us. 60 for 2 the score moves on to.
Yeah, they're rotating the strike nicely, the two batters. Looking a bit more comfortable.
59 for 2, I apologise. I thought the scoreboard can't possibly have been that quick, and it was. Short of a length, Marshall chopping into the offside. A pigeon gets rather fluttery there in the distance, but had no need to, because Davina Perrin was on hand to ensure the ball didn't go past her at backward point, although crucially dropped Lamb in the previous over. This one will go through the pigeons as they flap away, and there needs to be a sliding stop by Amy Campbell, who I think was anticipating the grass to be rather slicker than it was in the end. She was on her knees and sort of almost came to a stop there, but managed to do the field in 61 for 2 as the batters switch ends and back again. Marshall once more against the spin of Hannah Baker, who bowls. It's hit back at Baker. It then touches the bowler, who I think perhaps could have caught that one. It goes into the stumps. Lamb was in a ground. They do add another to the total, 62 for 2. To me, that looked as if Marshall was dropped, caught and bowled on 10, although it may have been one of those deceptive bump balls, as it was hit back hard at Baker, who bowls again, played into the leg side. No run on offer. There didn't seem to be a great deal of disappointment from the fielders, which indicated to me perhaps it was a bump ball there from Hannah Baker.
Yeah, indeed. It all got very busy for a moment, but not very much reaction from the fielders. So
it was certainly nearly a run out of the non-strikers, although I don't believe Lamb was alert to the danger and hadn't really gone too far from her ground. But I'll just take another look on a delayed picture we've got here and just see if I can decipher that as you bring people the next over, Faith Florence.
Yeah, we're about to start the 16th over now, 62 for 2, and Liz Russell back to her mark. And Laura Marshall's going to be on strike. Liz Russell just making sure she's happy with her field. Got 3 fielders out behind square, and here she comes. And that one's just blocked into the offside. They think about taking a run, but it's not really on. And the batters go back to the crease.
A little bit of watery sunshine creeping through now.
Oh, yeah, that's nice to see. People in the stands will enjoy that. So they just continue to slowly trickle in. Hopefully be lured by a little bit of sunshine. And as Liz Russell comes in for a second delivery. And Laura Marshall chops that one to point, and that's going to make it all the way to the boundary for 4. It's an excellent strike there. And she's starting to get a field for the boundaries, and that brings the score up to 66 for 2.
I have to say, having looked at the caught and bowled chance again, I think it was. And I think it's probably one Baker should have taken. So that's 2 in 2 overs for the Sparks, where they've not been able to cling on to chances.
Liz Russell comes in. Laura Marshall on strike, and that one goes just leg side-ish, and it's signalled a wide by the umpire. She'll have to bowl that one again, and the score ticks over to 67 for 2 in the 16th over. Yeah, they've dropped a couple of chances there, the Sparks, and not keeping quite the same amount of pressure that they had early on in the innings. So the Thunder will want to capitalise on this. In comes Liz Russell again over the wicket. And Laura Marshall just taps that one square on the leg side and comes through for 1 run. Score goes over to 68 for 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford. We're listening to Faith Florence and Mike Perkins alongside me. The Thunder just starting to look like perhaps the more comfortable side, starting to tick along in a way that they'll feel happier with. As Liz Russell gets ready for a 4th delivery of the over. And that one's chopped square to point, or just backwards a point. And they're coming through for 2 runs as the fielder retrieves that. Very good over now for the Thunder. Scores on 70 for 2.
Yeah, Potts had to be alert down there at 3rd, but was. As the flags continue to flutter in the breeze, but it's brought us sunshine, that breeze, so I was slightly fearing it might be bringing us rain, because sometimes the wind does pick up before a shower, but fortunately it's sunshine it's brought us.
As Liz Russell comes in again. Once again she cuts that to the offside, and they scamper through for 1 run, so rotating the strike and ticking the scoreboard along nicely in this over.
Yeah, this is as easy as batting has looked, although the other way of looking at it from the Sparks' point of view is that they have had 2 chances in 2 overs, so perhaps that's not as reflective, but to me it seems as if batting's just getting a tiny bit easier.
Final ball of the over from Liz Russell. And once again, that's cut towards point for 1 run. And the score is now 72 for 2 after 16 overs. Really nice over for the Thunder. Scoring quite a few runs, rotating the strike nicely. Just as the sunlight has started to bathe this lovely green pitch here at Emirates Old Trafford. And Thunder will be feeling pretty sunny after that over. Going along nicely.
They will. 6 came off it. 72 for 2 the score, and it's back more where Thunder would be wanting things, but as I say, there's been 2 chances in the 2 overs that preceded that last one, and they could prove costly. Both the batters getting a life. Marshall's came with her score on 9. Lamb also dropped at point by Davina Perrin, as this one is turned leg side by Marshall, who'll be looking for 2 and will get back for 2, a comfortable 2. A cricketer who's struggled a little bit, the Cumbrian Laura Marshall, to find her feet at this level, but she'll be hoping today is the day. 18 she moves on to, 74 for 2. As Marshall taps the bat twice and then raises it, moves over to off stump as she likes to do, and then plays into the leg side. Just the one on offer here. It's well fielded out there by Fackrell, who also will come into the bowling attack at some point, we would imagine, to bowl her off spin. 75 for 2. Partnership passes 51 off 49 balls now. As in comes Baker. Bowls to Lamb. Hit away into the offside, up towards extra cover. One taken. And 76 for 2 the score moves on to. Lamb keeping the board ticking as well. That's the job here.
Yes, and she couldn't wish for a better batting partner, Laura Marshall, as she tries to find her feet and get a good score.
I think we're starting to hear the players from the balcony maybe a bit more than the players out there in the middle, as that's uppishly hit towards Russell, who came rushing in to try and effect the catch and then realised it wasn't there. It sneaks past. Another one is added to the total, and that takes it to 77 for 2 as Lamb again waits. Right arm over the wicket, short of a length. Lamb chops into the offside. One more added to the total. Baker loses the little towel that she's been trying to dry the ball with. 78 for 2, the Thunder score now. Productive over this one so far. Baker bowls short into the pitch. Marshall will clap that away towards the mid-wicket boundary. Will there be a couple of runs on offer? Marshall thinks so and is back for them. 80 for 2. 8 off the over as Hannah Baker takes her cap. Very productive indeed these last few overs. Faith Florence, they've had 6 off the previous one, 8 off that one. Another 9 came in the 15th as well. Thunder just starting to make batting look a bit easier, but Georgia Davis, another of the spin options, coming into the attack for Central Sparks here.
That's right, and a lot of the bowlers have the little pink towels in the back of their trousers there. You fancy the ball is maybe getting a little bit harder to grip, particularly for the spinners, as Georgia Davis gets ready to and sets her field and gets ready to bowl. She's having a chat with the skipper at the moment.
Those pink towels clearly came in a multi-pack, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's plenty of them to go around, it seems. I mean, I know that they're obviously swapping them a little bit as well. That's part of it. But there's certainly at least 3 or 4, if not 5 or 6 out there.
A lot of drying of the hands, drying of the ball, and then the hands again each time that ball goes out. As she gets ready, Georgia Davis, right over the wicket. She takes a big swing at that one, Emma Lamb, but it doesn't go anywhere except straight back to the bowler. So the score remains 180 for 2. No run off that first delivery as Georgia Davis dries that ball, tries to get a good grip on it for her off spin. In she comes again. Big swing again, and that's cut to point for Emma Lamb. She'll come through for 1 run as the fielder there at deep point retrieves the ball back to the wicket keeper. And she's just down on one knee, tying the shoelaces.
That's very sportsmanlike.
Indeed.
Unless they're being tied together, of course, as is the obligatory joke to tell at this stage. Diamonds have just lost their 7th wicket, chasing 200 to beat Lightning, so not quite over the finish line in that one. Here we're in the early stages because we've started at 10 to 3.
In she comes again, Georgia Davis, and that's hit just for a dot ball into the leg side.
So round about 50 minutes late, it means that we have 48 overs aside in this game. The other games being played are all getting their full allocation of 50.
In she comes again, and it's a bigger swing this time, and they run through for 1 run as that goes to the offside. Back with the wicket keeper. Rotating the strike nicely again, the 2 batters there on strike at the crease. Georgia Davis back to her mark quite quickly.
Sunrisers now needing 1 a ball, but they're 129 for 3.
In comes Georgia Davis, and then that's cut through the covers. They've set off running. It's not going to make it quite to the boundary. The sweeper manages to collect that as they come through for 2 runs, bringing the score over to 84 for 2. The Thunder now.
So Vipers have set 2-3-4 to win in that one, and they're within 100. Well, just over 100. 104 still left for Sunrisers.
Last ball of the over. And that's just... Oh, cut to the fielder there at point, but there's a misfield, so they're going to be able to come through for 2 runs. And the score moves on to 86 for 2. Perhaps just a little lapse of concentration maybe starting to show in some of the Sparks fielding. Very good batting from the Thunder side. Laura Marshall on 23 of 34. Emma Lamb 42 of her 43 deliveries. 86 for 2 after the 18th over, Mike.
Yep, Faith Florence and Mike Perkins with you on the Lancs TV YouTube stream. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button. The other game that we didn't bring you a score from in that over is Western Storm, who are 169 for 3, still requiring another 114 for victory in their remaining 15 overs. So those games all starting at 10:30. We were scheduled to start at 2, but we've lost 50 minutes of play, so we're reduced to 48 overs aside for this one. And Thunder had to fight hard in the early stages, lost Boyce and Dottin, but now Marshall and Lamb have put on a half-century stand. Scores up to 86 for 2, so again 6 runs taken off the over, and the spinners definitely seem easier to score off at the moment. But Baker trying to threaten with that first delivery to Marshall. It was fiercely hit, but straight at Georgia Davis, and perhaps not off the part of the bat that the Cumbrian Marshall would have wanted to strike it with. Looking for a sweep now, just think gets something on it down the leg side. We will see in a moment. The ball's rolling away towards the rope. Will it get there? Just! It doesn't even have the energy to pop over the rope in the end. It just sort of nestles against it. It's 4 runs though, that's all that matters. And I think there was just a little touch on it. I didn't see a hand go up for Bias, and 90 for 2 the score moves on to 4 very useful runs for Laura Marshall. And actually, though it didn't have a lot of pace to the ball, it was well directed, wasn't it? Very fine. And Eve Jones, the skip, had to come all the way over from sort of the second of those backward points as Marshall backs up the boundary with a firmly driven on drive. Applause, warm applause from the Thunder players beneath us. 91 for 2. Ticking along nicely, but Thunder need much, much more of this. They will know the pitch will be getting slightly better to bat on. It returns to the overcast conditions though, as Lamb looks to play a paddle, and for a second it looked as if it was going to pop right up in the air, but it was one of those optical illusions because it was always going clear of Freeborn, the wicketkeeper. And 2 runs added to the total. 93 for 2. I know Alex Hartley's rule from her England days is if there's nobody at 45 you have to paddle. Well, Emma Lamb clearly is a subscriber to that. She's now on 44 of 44 balls. Baker again. Bowling to Lamb. Down the pitch. She's 1 strike away from a half-century. Won't get it there. 45 from 45 she moves on to. Heading inside edge into the leg side. 94 for 2. So they've already got 8 off this over as Baker is bowling to Marshall, who's down the pitch in elaborate fashions. Hit it well, and it was a good stop down there. Needed to be made by Potts. She'll only get 1 for it there, Marshall, but could have quite easily ended up with her second boundary of the over. 95 for 2. We've had 19 overs in this game. 48 overs aside will be played, and the Thunder have recovered well, having been 28 for 2 when Deandra Dottin was out LBW. Georgie Boyce was also out, caught and bowled for 0.
Yeah, scoring much more freely now, the Thunder, as you can see a little meeting of the Sparks batting and bowling and brains trust, as they try and figure out how they're going to prize this next wicket out. Georgia Davis is back in the bowling. She had 6 runs, conceded 6 runs off her first over with her right arm off spin. She'll be hoping to do something to get a wicket this next over as she comes in to Laura Marshall. And that one goes behind. It's racing towards the boundary there at third, but the fielder manages to cut it off as the 2 batters go in for 2 runs. And someone just seems to have fallen over there in a bit of a despairing dive.
Yeah, Brooks had to come over and help Baker out a little bit there as did the fielding.
97 for 2. Georgia Davis trying to dry that ball again. Make sure she can get a good grip on it. Laura Marshall waiting on strike. In comes Georgia. She takes a big swipe at that one. It doesn't quite carry there to the fielder at point. They get through for 1 run, ticking the score over to 98 for 2.
Marshall's been batting really nicely, but she's all of a sudden really trying to get on with it there. Down the pitch again, having a big swipe. Outside edge earlier in the over. She's up to 32 or 40.
Yeah, they clearly decided this is the time to start to make hay. As Georgia Davis comes in again, she skips down the wicket a little bit and manages to hit that through there, the leg side for 1 run. As that's retrieved back to the bowler. Yeah, just starting to free her arms a little bit more, Laura Marshall.
It was a different approach to coming down the wicket though, wasn't it? Okay, the ball was slightly tighter to the body of Lamb, but just looked a bit more compact and a bit more in control than Marshall has on her forays down the track.
In she comes, and she hits that one again, the same direction, leg side, and they're going to come through for 1 run again. So really rotating the strike nicely, and that brings up the 100 for the Thunder. They're on 100 for 2, the 19th over. They're batting really nicely, keeping that scoreboard moving, and they've now reached that landmark for the batters and for the team.
Better shot from Marshall to get there as well, more compact.
Indeed, here comes Georgia Davis again over the wicket, and that's just cut straight to point for no run. Back to the wicket keeper. So the final ball off the over, the score remains on 100 for 2. And Emma Lamb on strike. She'll want to put a bit of pressure back on Davis. She comes over the wicket, and that's just tapped into the leg side. She runs through for 1 run. Score is on 101 for 2 after 20 overs, and the Thunder looking much happier, the score looking better at 101 for 2 than it was a long time ago when Deandra Dottin despondently made her way back to the dugout. Mike Perkins.
Yeah, partnership now up to 73 between these two. They both had a life, but they've got that rate back up above 5 and over, haven't they? It's been a really good rebuilding job from the Thunder here. They're going to have to go again later in the innings, but they're setting the platform to do that. The likes of Threlkeld, of course, you would imagine will be due in next. We've got Pye, we've got Mullin, Cross. You would think will be wanting to have a bat. She's batted 6 before for Thunder. Whether she'll be that high or whether she'll be down at 7 perhaps. You've got Jackson as well, who will be looking to add to this total.
And apart from those 2 drops earlier, there haven't been any chances really for the Central Sparks.
No. I mean, it's why it was so surprising, because Sparks were fielding very, very well, but those 2 have certainly been costly, because Lamb and Marshall are continuing on their merry way. Lamb has already added 17 to her score, and Marshall was dropped on 9, so she's added 24, so fairly costly. And the last wicket to go was the West Indian Deandra Dottin. It was Grace Potts who got it. Emily Arlett getting boys corner bowled. She's back into the attack, this time from the James Anderson end. It's pulled around the corner, the first delivery from Emma Lamb, and she won't be phased by any of that sort of shorter stuff from Arlett. I don't think it was necessarily intentional. I think it might have just been a bit stiff coming on, having bowled 5 overs earlier in the piece, 15 for 1. That ball was just a bit on the short side. It's a single, takes the score to 102 for 2 with a neat little pull shot from Lamb. Marshall face up again, flashed on the drive up towards Georgia Boyce, but George The Boyce was Georgia Davis was there at extra cover with the fielding.
It's interesting that the skipper Eve Jones now has turned back to her main strike bowlers. She obviously feels this is the time to put a little bit more pressure there on the Thunder batters, who are going nicely now.
Yeah, I don't think she'd have liked the fact the partnerships got up to 73 at the start of the over, 74 now with the single that's been scored so far. Neatly clipped by Marshall, away for 4 runs, 4 much needed runs for Thunder, and 106 for 2 the total moves on to, with that very nicely hit shot off the toes from Laura Marshall, who's looking more and more competent as this innings goes on. She had a little bit of a flay as she came down the wicket and outside edge in the previous over, but she's back to a more compact style here, using the pace of the ball well. Faith Florence.
That was a good looking shot, wasn't it? Looking very confident now, Laura Marshall.
37 from 43. Marshall facing up. Arlott to try and end the innings. It could end the innings here because it's gone high. Will it be caught? Oh, it's dropped again. It's Grace Potts this time. It was a difficult sort of over-the-shoulder one. She didn't know whether to turn and chase it or to stay under it, but Sparks have dropped Marshall again. She'd added 30 runs between the 2 drops, because on this occasion it comes with her score on 39. And as well as Sparks started with the ball, they are now really throwing away opportunities to end this partnership. It wasn't a great stroke, having praised Marshall's earlier clip in the over. It was an attempted pull. It went straight up in the air. And Grace Potts couldn't cling on, and maybe should have. Flashed away on the drive into the offside. Behind square it goes this time. Campbell has to come round with the fielding. 109 for 2. What did you make of that, Faith Florence?
Well, it looked at first that it was going to go over her head for a second. It sounded all right on the bat, but then it kind of looked like she was definitely going to catch it. And then, of course, in the end, it didn't quite happen for her, Grace Potts there.
I think it was in the air longer than she thought it was going to be, and actually almost had a little bit more time than she was initially expecting. Lamb has gone for a very quick single. That would have been run out had Emily Arlott's football skills been a little bit better. Marshall's having a giggle about it. I don't think Arlott's seen it quite as humorously. 110 for 2. That would have been a bonus, but I suppose Lamb had maybe factored in the fact that Arlott was as tall as she was. She wasn't going to be able to get down and pick it up. But 110 for 2 the score moves on to. So a productive over, but again another one with Laura Marshall dropped, this time by Grace Potts.
Indeed. I think the trick there, when you try and kick the ball at the stumps, is to sort of shout your favourite footballer's name like Mark Wood does.
Yes. Faustino Asprilla, I think, was his. For any fans of Newcastle United in the 90s. But there we go. Yeah, no, it's sort of fairly popular for doing so, but I think that one from Emily Arlott wasn't quite Premier League standard. It was some way wide in the end.
Indeed, and as they gather there for drinks, I think they'll just want to check in with each other, the Central Sparks, and to just really encourage each other and remind each other to keep focused and to really try and make sure that they're doing everything they can here. I think there was a little slip there from Thea Brooks in that over, and of course there was a dropped catch from Grace Potts, and it's not easy for conditions for the bowlers as well. Maybe a little bit of dampness, you might slip over, might misjudge the breeze and the wind, so it's really important that they take all those things into account if they're going to be able to stop this partnership.
It was interesting in that huddle. I suppose there's 2 approaches to it, isn't there? There's the reading the proverbial riot act, and there's the arm round the shoulder, and there was a clear arm round the shoulder of Grace Potts from Eve Jones there, who is trying to keep the morale up amongst her team, but knowing they could have had Emma Lamb, who's one short of a half century now, which will be the big moment of this over that will be brought to you by Faith Florence.
Georgia Davis back at her mark, the 22nd over. And that one goes just down the leg side, and there's no bat on it, so that'll be called a wide. Stopped by Abby Freeborn there behind the stumps. She'll bowl that one again, scores on 111 for 2, the 21 overs. In comes Davis, and steps back Emma Lamb and tries to cut that through point, but it's well fielded by the fielder there, and there's no run. remain on 111 for 2 as Georgia Davis gets ready to come in again. Emma Lamb on strike, and she hits that one leg side, and it's almost stopped, but it might have. Has that gone for? Oh, it's gone for 6.
No,
I didn't.
No. It's half century for Emma Lamb. Gone for a single. I don't know what. It's her number on the board.
Oh, I see.
6, I think.
No, I got confused there, Mike.
But yeah, no.
Someone had fallen over the fielder there just at mid-wicket, and so that kind of took me out of the action for a moment, and all sorts of things going on. But Emma Lamb reaches her 50. Scores those for fun lately, Emma Lamb. And that brings Laura Marshall on strike. Georgia Davis into Laura Marshall, and she hits that uppishly, the leg side towards the boundary, and that's a little fumble there from Grace Potts, and they get through for 1 run. Yeah, I missed that in all the action. Emma Lamb's 50, or 52 balls, just under a run a ball. I wonder if she'll look to up the strike rate now or play more shots as Georgia Davis comes into her, and she shuffles down the wicket. She hits that one towards cow corner, but Grace Potts is there to field that one and restrict them to just the 1 run, bringing the score to 114 for 2 in the 22nd over. Here at Emirates Old Trafford, Faith Florence and Mike Perkins on Lancs TV.
And we're being royally entertained by these two. They're working very hard.
Indeed, as Georgia Davis comes in to bowl to Laura Marshall. And she's caught her out. She hits that one straight down into the waiting, willing hands of the baller, Georgia Davis. And she just briefly meets Emma Lamb there to say goodbye, really. She's batted really, really well for her 41 or 46. Just approaching that 50 there, and she just played the wrong shot there. She'd started to free her arm, started to hit a little bit more aerially, and that's just one that she didn't quite connect with. It was a good ball and caught by the bowler, who was really focused. Maybe after that huddle, she was really on it, and managed to catch Laura Marshall, who's out for 41 or 47, and the score now is 114 for 3 as Ellie Threlkeld makes her way to the middle. Finally, they've got that breakthrough that they were after, the Central Sparks, Mike Perkins.
They'll be very relieved to have got that breakthrough. I think it took a long time to remove Marshall, dropped on 9 and 39. She'll be absolutely disconsolate that the innings eventually came to an end on 41. It was as well as she's battered in a Thunder strip, and I think she will be disappointed not to have taken advantage there and gone on with her scoring, Laura Marshall, but unfortunately she has to depart.
There's 1 ball remaining. We're 114 for 3, 1 ball remaining off this 22nd over. Ellie Threlkeld will be on strike for this. She just surveys the field. Georgia Davis comes in, and she just defends that on the front foot, and that brings the score remains on 114 for 3 after 22 overs. A good over there for the Central Sparks, getting that wicket of the set batter, Laura Marshall.
Yeah, 1 short of her highest score in this, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, in this competition, but caught and bowled by Georgia Davis. The second caught and bowled of the innings, in fact, because that's how Georgie Boyce departed for naught. There was also Deandra Dott in LBW for 8, but a much better effort from the partnership of Lamb and Marshall, and that is what they will be expecting more of here in the remaining overs, as in comes Arlott to bowl to Lamb, who's forward defensively. She tries to restart another partnership. 86 put on between Marshall and Lamb. As we say, it wasn't chanceless, but on days like this where conditions feel in the bowler's favour, you have to take your bits of luck, I think, and certainly Lamb's taking hers. powerfully at Perrin, who couldn't cling on at point. Marshall out eventually for 41, just unable to take full advantage of hers, but certainly added a useful contribution as Thunder are searching for someone in the middle of the order, and Laura Marshall putting her claim to it today with 41. With a single to Lamb, 52 she moves on to.
She batted very nicely, Laura Marshall, for a 41, and it's one of the highest scores we've seen from all the Thunder batters in recent games. Really valuable contribution.
Came to an end though, caught and bowled by Georgia Davis, as pacing in is Arlott, bowls to Threlkeld, behind square on the offside. Brooks is there to prevent a run being scored, and Threlkeld must wait for an opportunity to get off the mark. Sparks again starting to make the noise.
Yeah, they're looking lively now, the Sparks. They've got that breakthrough. They'll be up and about with the tails up a little bit. Really keen to see if one can bring two in the wickets column. Their main strike bowler, Emmy Arlott, bowling in.
Yep, she's in her 7th over, having taken 15 for 1 in her first spell of 5. This is touched away into the leg side. There's a chase on here for Baker, who picks up one-handed and returns quickly. 116 for 3. Threlkeld off the mark. Will be hoping to continue that form that she seemed to be creating down at Loughborough with that 91 at her former university. Emma Lamb waits. Emily Arlott striding in. The Worcestershire cricketer ready to deliver from that tall position for Central Sparks, and is pulled away. Out to Perrin for 1. Lamb on to 53. 117 for 3. We have fielders back on the leg side at deep square leg, as you saw there, and at long leg we also have Liz Russell at 3rd, and a fielder in the form of Amy Campbell sweeping at cover. Everyone else up in the rink. Up comes Arlott to bowl to Threlkeld. Seemed to take more pad than bat there. We will await for confirmation with the signal even, but it will be a single to Ellie Threlkeld. Seemed to just maybe take an inside edge on its way through to that pad. 118 for 3. Threlkeld off the mark in the over. She is on to 2. And again, it's just difficult to know. You sort of feel Sparks are slightly ahead here, but during that big partnership they weren't looking so. It's in the balance, isn't it, this game?
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. It's hard to say, but one thing for sure, Thunder have, after a tricky start, have put a decent number of runs on the board so far after the 23rd over. So Georgia Davis is back at her mark to continue bowling from the Statham end into Ellie Threlkeld, who just taps that one into the leg side, and that's fielded for no run. Scores on 118 for 3. Ellie Threlkeld will really want to try and make a good score here. Build on this platform. In comes Georgia Davis again. That's hit straight down the pitch back to the bowler for no run. 118 for 3. In comes Georgia Davis again. Threlkeld crouches and hits that one straight down the ground on the leg side, and that's fielded quickly by Grace Potts. Another dot ball in the 24th over, 118 for 3.
Brilliant to have almost 500 of you with us now.
In comes Georgia Davis, and that's just blocked there by Ellie Threlkeld on the offside. Retrieved back to the bowler. No run. Still 118 for 3 as the batters just meet in the middle. Ellie Threlkeld will have had the benefit of chatting to the batters who've gone out back to the dugout, receiving a bit of wisdom from Emma Lamb here as she gets ready to face Georgia Davis again. Bat raised, and she hits that one down the leg side, and they'll come through for 1 run. 119, sorry, for 3. Score ticks over to. Gets through her over quite quickly, Georgia Davis.
Certainly does. Just having to stop there to dry the ball because it had been hit into the outfield. But
she's bowling at Emma Lamb on strike now. And Emma Lamb sweeps that one behind. And it's stopped there by the fielder at backward square leg. And she gets through, trots through for 1 run. 120 for 3 after 24 overs.
Anything here, 200, 220, upward of that is, you think, going to give Thunder a chance in this game just because of the overcast conditions and because of the dampness that is around. They'll want, of course, as many as they can. If they can get up towards 250, brilliant. But I think these two just have to keep fighting here. 120 for 3. We're approaching the halfway stage. That would leave them on course for a sort of a 230, 240 type score that I think would give them a real chance today here. Thunder, they were hoping maybe the likes of Lamb, Dottin, Boyce, of course, and they have Cross coming into the side with the ball to join Hartley, who took the competition's best figures. I don't think we made enough of that last week, actually, that they are 6 for 24, the best figures in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. But it's Lamb who they're relying on at the moment. She's facing up as the captain, Eve Jones, comes into the attack and sneaks one through outside the off stump from her first ball. Bowls with an action that has a fair bit of arms and legs going on, does Eve Jones, but she's decided she's the person here to try and make the difference. They could have gone to Fackrell with the ball if they'd wanted, but they've gone for the left arm seam of Eve Jones. Dot ball to start with, on away again, and that one I felt was slightly wider. The batter decided not to offer a shot to Emma Lamb, but does get a bye. Again, won't go against the analysis of Jones. Perhaps fortunate not to concede a wide there, but just managed to tread the wide line carefully.
Yeah, she was running, looking over her shoulder there, Emma Lamb, as if to see what the ball was doing, but I think facing forward and just legging it is the best way to go, really.
Do make sure you hit that thumbs up button, as more than 120 of you have already here today, as this is driven nicely by Threlkeld away for 4 runs through extra cover. If that's not worth a couple of likes, I don't know what is. 125 for 3. It was a full toss. It was a rank ball from the Sparks captain, Eve Jones, but the Thunder captain, Ellie Threlkeld, made no mistake and hit that one away for 4. 125 for 3. Superb cover drive. Brilliant to have almost 500 of you join us on the stream at the moment for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. We'll keep you up to date on the scores elsewhere as well. England women in T20 action, a 63 for 2 in pursuit of 149 to beat South Africa women. Pakistan women also playing Australia ahead of the Commonwealth Games across the water in Derry, as that one is again through outside the off stump, and again I thought looked a little on the wide side, but Eve Jones not penalised on that occasion. It remains 125 for 3 with no run there. Pakistan just started their innings 30 for 1. Elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Diamonds with 2 wickets left need 10 more runs to win. As that's through outside the off stump, there's an appeal for caught behind. Freeborn and Jones didn't really like it. Some of their fielders did. Mid-wicket really liked it. Has got hands on head. Perhaps not the best view for Ria Fackrell, but there we go. Somebody heard something, and then they all got very excited. But
indeed, yeah. You look at the wicketkeeper first when something like that happens, and she didn't initially seem entirely convinced.
Threlkeld looks disgusted at the thought that was out, and is settling over a bat again. 125 for 3 it remains. So Diamonds needing 9 more for the tie, 10 for the win, chasing 200 against Lightning, as that one's driven up the offside of the wicket. 2 wickets remaining in that one. Southern Vipers have set Sunrisers 234. 74 more needed by Sunrisers now in just over 9 overs, so it seems that game's drifting away from them. They're 6 wickets down now on 160. So it doesn't look like, despite having Vipers 38 for 5, as if Sunrisers will be getting their first win in the competition, which I think for all the other teams, it's fair to say is a big disappointment, because it looked as if Vipers were in trouble today, but as they so often do, they've found a way out of it. South East Stars, they need 74 more of 8.4 overs. They're running out of wickets. Western Storm do. They're running out of wickets, though.
Here's Georgia Davis, and that's just hit there into the leg side for 1 run by Emma Lamb. Scores on 126 for 3. In this 26th over, Georgia Davis continues the bowling. She got that wicket of Laura Marshall earlier, and she'll be hoping she can perhaps get the newer batter Threlkeld. She bowls into her. That's hit straight down, back to the bowler. Straight down the pitch there, and ball back in hand of Georgia Davis.
So that last score, Western Storm 210 for 7, chasing 284.
In she comes to Threlkeld again, and she just taps that one to the leg side. They run through for 1. Think about a second. Emma Lamb raises her hand to say go back, and sends Ellie Threlkeld back to the crease. Wasn't quite ready to run that hard too there. Didn't fancy beating the arm of the fielder.
For me, Lamb was quite right, I have to say.
Indeed, 127 for 3 as Georgia Davis comes back in over the wicket, and Emma Lamb cuts that towards point. It's there's a sweeper out there on the boundary, so they'll run back for a comfortable 2 this time. Very comfortable, and ticking the score along there to 129 for 3.
Yeah, going back to the confusion on the running, I think Threlkeld might have got there, but I'm not sure convinced Lamb would have got to the non-strikers.
Very true. Georgia Davis into Emma Lamb. She shuffles down the wicket, and that's nearly... Oh, was that a bump ball or nearly caught there? Bump ball. Crowd catch that one. Emma Lamb just using her feet off that delivery. 129 for 3. Final ball of this quick over from Georgia Davis. She shuffles down again, Emma Lamb, and hits that through the covers, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Now they're scoring very nicely there. It's 133 for 3 with that last boundary from Emma Lamb after 26 overs.
Her run rate had just, or her strike rate rather, had just crept below 1 a ball there, Emma Lamb, and she clearly felt right. And going from a boundary now just to get it back up 61 from 63 again now. Long discussion between Threlkeld and Lamb. They seemed fairly forthright between the captain and her opening batter there, but 133 for 3. They were 125 for 3 at the halfway mark, Thunder. We know that they look to double it from 32, because Alex Hartley said just as much on That's the Modern Way now on Test Match Special this week. So we know that's the intention. They have got wickets in hand, as this one is bowled by Eve Jones. Into the pads of Ellie Threlkeld, clipped away really nicely. It's a shortish side, certainly as far as Old Trafford's concerned, because it's a big old playing arena on the leg side, and the ball went there very swiftly indeed from the bat of Ellie Threlkeld. 137 for 3 with the 4 runs there. Tucked away nicely by Threlkeld. Approaching 4:45 on this Saturday afternoon. We began here at 10-3, scheduled 2, so we're down to 48 overs a side as Threlkeld looks to play into the offside to Emily Arler. No run on offer there. So of course they were actually 120 for 3 at the halfway stage, because 48 overs of course today. Difficult to keep track of these things, it has to be said.
Fair enough.
Slightly unusual, used to those extra 2 overs. As this one's cut away by Threlkeld. There's going to be 1 on offer. Campbell comes across to do the fielding as the sweeper. Brooks, it was diving, who couldn't quite prevent the ball going out of the ring and stopping the single. 138 for 3. More discussion between Threlkeld and Lamb.
Those boundaries off the bat of Threlkeld will have felt really good.
Here is Jones again, all arms and legs, and got that one slightly wrong, but Lamb could only clap the full toss out to cover for one run. Wasn't quite as far forward as she would have liked to have been there, Lamb, and had to reach a fair bit for it too. 139 for 3. Captain Threlkel back onto strike, has 13 from 18. A crucial job to do for a team.
Indeed, and with that strike rate at 5.21 now, I think Thunder are going to want to keep that sort of momentum going and not let that dip down again.
Yeah, the run rate will be very important here. They'll have to time their effort. It was tricky batting conditions to begin with. They seem to have got better, vindicating the decision to field first from Central Sparks. Jones to come around the wicket then to Threlkeld. The right-hander settles, checks her bat, now looks to the ball that she sees arriving on the full and hits it up to mid-on. Disappointed perhaps not to find the boundary as she had earlier in the over. She's got 3 back on the leg side now, Threlkeld, so anything she gets over there will be an opportunity for 2, although it is a shortish leg side boundary, certainly by Old Trafford standards. Here's Jones, bowling to Threlkeld, defends into the offside, only as far as Emily Arlett comes in and does the fielding. 139 for 3. Jones has gone for 10 runs in her 2 overs. Almost feels a little bit as if Sparks are just trying to sneak Jones in here and sort of almost get through a couple of overs with her.
Yeah, that's right, and Emma Lamb and Ellie Threlkeld will certainly want to look at to see how they can score a bit more off these middle overs.
Andrew, the analyst, got the binoculars out here. Wonder who's in trouble out there. As the bowling of Georgia Davis to continue. 5 overs, 26 for 1 so far. Crucial call and bowled though to dismiss Laura Marshall and break a partnership of 86.
Emma Lamb on strike for Georgia Davis. Again, she just shuffles a little bit down the wicket and defends that one straight back to the bowler. 139 for 3 in the 28th over. Georgia Davis quickly back to her mark. Emma Lamb back poised, and comes Davis, and she sweeps that one, and it looks like that's going to go to the boundary. Fielder after it, but it's all the way for 4 runs from the bat of Emma Lamb. Backward square leg there, that's 143 for 3 now. Emma Lamb really freeing her arms and getting all her shots out, playing a beautiful sweep shot there behind for 4 runs. She's back on strike, and the skipper just having a little word with her bowler. As she gets ready, it looks like to a little bit of a change of angle, coming round the wicket now. She shuffles down again and hits that one uppishly. That goes straight to the fielder there on the long on boundary. And they come through for 1 run, bringing Ellie Threlkeld on strike now. Georgia Davis drying the ball quite vigorously now between every delivery. Tucking that pink towel back in her trousers, she gets ready to come in to Ellie Threlkeld. And that's just a little tap back to the bowler for no run. 144 for 3 now in the 28th over. Georgia Davis back into Ellie Threlkeld. Lifts her bat, and she doesn't make any contact with that. That goes through to the keeper, whips off the bails. She's well in her crease, Ellie Threlkeld, no run. 144 for 3. Georgia Davis quickly back in position and ready to bowl again. In she comes to Ellie Threlkeld. Lifts her bat and takes a swing there and just cuts that. She scampers through for 1 run. It's fielded well, but they're very good running from Emma Lamb. We know she's fast between the wickets. They get through for 1 run, ticking the score over at the end of that over to 145 for 3 after 28 overs. Another boundary in that over, successful one for the Thunder.
Certainly was. They are ticking along at a reasonable rate still here, Thunder, despite the loss of the wicket. Threlkeld coming in a place below where she has been for most of this competition so far, but these two looking in control. 145 for 3, 6 runs off the over again, and that's what they're all about. In fact, I think I robbed of the last partnership 4 runs off Lamb and Marshall. They put on 90 together before Marshall was out. An hour-long innings of 41, facing 47 balls and 3 fours. As Jones will continue. They've got to be careful with this tactic, I think, because Jones is a competent bowler, but certainly it's not her first choice of discipline, so they've got to make sure they don't go too long with her. As she bowls to Threlkeld, who plays away behind square on the offside. No run on offer. Of course, it's with the bat that she scored 777 runs across the regional competition, so the 100 as well as the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, which she's bowling in now. As this one's driven to Emily Arlett, who makes a good stop at short extra cover. Thunder trying to use their 48 overs to add as many as they can here. Games elsewhere that started at 10:30 coming to their conclusions, but it's Jones on her way from the James Anderson end in the first day-nighter to be played here. Now that was a caught and bowled attempt by Eve Jones, and where Emily Arlett gathered so superbly in the second over, Jones just wasn't able to get, well, she got to the ball but wasn't able to cling on to the ball there. A tough one, a very tough one indeed, but Threlkeld is dropped on 14. It's another chance down for the Sparks.
Very sharp chance there. Well stopped, I suppose, if nothing else, but it would have been spectacular if she could get her hand around that and hold on.
Just didn't seem to... We mentioned her sort of feet at the crease when she bowls, a sort of fairly odd, almost bowls off the wrong foot, Eve Jones, as she comes in once again, short of a length. Threlkeld pulling away into the leg side, picks up 146 for 3. It seemed a little bit as if she couldn't sort her feet out on that occasion either. It was a sharp caught and bowled chance though, as you said there, Faith.
Yeah, and you mentioned that partnership earlier, Laura Marshall and Emma Lamb, that partnership of 90. That's just the sort of partnership Thunder had been missing for a few games.
Here comes Jones bowling outside the off stump. That will be a wide ball. Eve Jones has been playing with that wide line throughout the spell and has been penalised on this occasion. 147 for 3. Lots of encouragement still coming from both sides actually, but we hear it more prominently below us when it's the Thunder players waiting to bat. Jones bowls. That one's going to be wide again. 148 for 3.
And we've seen in this competition, it's those sides that have managed to get more than 2 or 3 batters to make really good partnerships to contribute that have been successful in the wins. Think of that 10th wicket partnership last week from the South East Stars to win that game.
Emma Lamb with 67 off exactly the same number of deliveries is playing away into the offside off the front foot, picks up 1 to the cover boundary. 149 for 3.
Over at Southport, when it had looked after the heroics of Alex Hartley's 6 for that, Thunder were in a really good position, but it turned out there were just a few too many runs to chase after that brilliant partnership. So they're going to be looking, Thunder, to make more good partnerships in this innings. If these two can stay at the crease, it will give them a much better chance of getting that first win in this campaign of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Long off goes back and have to hurry, but long leg comes up to 45 in the circle as Ali Threlkeld chops away on the drive, just turning the hands from on top of the bat to underneath the bat to deflect it away, and that's the 150 brought up, as the applause from below us tells you, from the Thunder players. 150 for 3 comes up from the last ball of the 29th over, but a 29th over where Ali Threlkeld was dropped on 14.
And we think how the game started really slowly, you know, the batters having to adjust to the pitch. Emily Arlett was bowling some quite tricky deliveries that were just moving off the surface awkwardly. It was a very slow run rate to begin with, and they've got that right up to 5. And they've made it to the 150 for 3. And it looks now that there'll be a change bowling. Hannah Baker is taking her mark there. A bit of leg spin bowling to Ellie Threlkeld. And she cuts that one behind. They're running through for 2 runs. That's fielded by the fielder there, just behind point. They get 2 runs. They're bringing the score to 152 for 3.
Well directed there by Threlkeld behind square off Baker's first ball. Scores elsewhere, still 2 needed for Diamonds. They have just over and over to get them. 1 wicket remaining though. Really exciting game, chasing 200 against Lightning.
Baker in to Threlkeld. And she swings her arm. There's a big appeal for a caught behind, but it seems that she hasn't got any bat on that. Certainly from the umpire's perspective, that didn't touch the bat at all.
No.
Straight into the gloves of Freeborn. No, here comes Hannah Baker again, and that's just hit straight back to the bowler. Nearly just a mini collision with Emma Lamb, but everything's okay, and she's back to her mark very briskly. 152 for 3. In comes Baker, and she cuts that, but only as far as the fielder there, and remains on no run off that delivery. 152 for 3.
The other 2 chasers don't look as if they'll be successful, although Sunrise is not out of it completely.
In comes Hannah Baker again, and attempts a sweep there, but doesn't make contact with the ball, Ellie Threlkeld. Straight into the gloves of Abby Freeborn.
They need 48 more from just over 5 overs, and Western Storm need 54 more from 5.3 overs, but only have 2 wickets left. Sunrise have 4 wickets left, so not completely out of it, but people will be turning our way all the time for this day-night match, I am sure.
In comes Baker to Threlkeld, and she pulls that one to the leg side, square to the leg side. They come through for 1 run. That's fielded quickly back to the wicket keeper. 154 for 3. And that last run brings Emma Lamb on strike for this final ball of the over. In comes Baker quickly. Oh, and there's a bit of a reverse sweep going on there, and she's out. Well, so Emma Lamb attempting something a little bit different, looking to take on that leg spin, the reverse sweep, and she's hit. It was at LBW, and she's having to walk back to the dugout. That brings a very good runner ball innings of 68 off 69 now, just under a runner ball to an end. It's good innings for Emma Lamb, but I feel she might be a little bit disappointed to get out at that stage.
I feel she'll be very disappointed. I think she's thrown that away rather. 68 from 68 at the point she played the shot. Going along very nicely indeed. Decided it needed something more inventive. Went for the reverse sweep, but it's a shot fraught with danger if the ball's not outside that off stump, isn't it? Where you won't be out LBW. And that hit her right in front of middle, I think.
Indeed.
Pye's on her way to the wicket to accompany Ali Threlkeld. Pye coming in at number 6. She has 41 from earlier in the competition to her name. They need something similar here, Thunder, because they lost Boyce in the second over for naught, caught and bowled by Arlett. Dotting out for 8 LBW to Grace Potts, and Laura Marshall made 41 before being caught and bowled by Georgia Davis. So that wicket then added to by Emma Lamb. Out to Hannah Baker for 68 from 69 deliveries. A good innings, but perhaps not a big enough innings from the Thunder perspective. The wicket falls at 154 for 4. So you're bang up to date if you just join us from the other games. This one, day-night match reduced to 48 overs aside because of a late start. However, just the 4 overs off the total of the match lost, 2 off each innings, as Rachael pulling down the ground rather unusually. Doesn't bring her a run, but
so that just changes the equation slightly with that loss of Emma Lamb, who been in from the start, opened the batting and looked to be the one who was going to take these partnerships long.
And had put on 40 with Ali Threlkeld as well, so really disappointing wicket for Thunder to lose, as Threlkeld hits it wide of mid-on, picks up a single. 155 for 4. Threlkeld was dropped a tough caught and bowled chance to Eve Jones, but there's been some unfortunate moments, it's fair to say, in the field. Laura Marshall was dropped twice on her way to 41. Lamb was also dropped on 30, so added another 38 to her score before that dismissal in the previous over, as in comes Eve Jones around the wicket. James Anderson end of the ground, and Pye is forward and defending in orderly fashion into the offside. 155 for 4. The score stays.
She was part of 2 very good partnerships there, Emma Lamb. So these two, with Ellie Threlkeld just getting in and Pye new to the crease, they're going to want to start a big partnership again.
It all depends, really, what a good score is on this track, and it's difficult to tell because of the overhead conditions favouring the batters. The pitch looks relatively good, even if 1 or 2 have stopped to allow the caught and bowled opportunities. That throw outside the off stump doesn't produce a run because Pye can't make contact with a front foot stroke. But if a score of 200, 220 is good, Thunder are well on course, but if it needs to be 250, they're perhaps short, as this one pops up at Pye, who played it quite well in the end, into the offside. Brooks there with the fielding. Still 155 for 4 as we approach the end of the 31st over. And it's difficult to tell really what a good score is out there because of the fact there are these very overcast conditions above that certainly help the bowlers in the early stage, but that was perhaps because of all the drizzle, as this one is chopped into the air and out. Caught by Thea Brooks. Pye has to depart for naught, and it was a tame dismissal in the end, hit straight to backward point. It was an innocuous enough delivery wide of the off stump, but Pye just seemed to place it straight into the hands of Thea Brooks. Pye is out 155 for 5. She faced just 4 balls, and Thunder all of a sudden really back under pressure here as we
indeed,
see
and
a trudge off.
in those last 2 overs, it seems it was the last ball of the over where the Thunder batter has looked to really cause some damage, but has ended up doing the damage to themselves and getting out. We hear big cheer going out as Kate Cross runs out to the middle to take strike.
Well, I've been saying it's the Thunder players down there making all the noise. It sounds like there's some Thunder supporters out there as well, certainly some Kate Cross supporters, because Kate Cross makes her way out to the middle to accompany Ali Threlkeld, an experienced player and somebody who knows how to guide a team through a situation, but there's work to do all of a sudden at 155 for 5.
Indeed, and Kate Cross coming in at 6. I mean, we've seen Kate Cross bat in all different positions in the order, and like you say, she's a very intelligent cricketer, can read a situation of game. I can see that Thunder, having lost a few quick wickets, just might need a little bit of a stabilising period here. Obviously they'll want to keep scoring, but they'll also want to make sure that they can still push towards that total of at least 220 that's still on, as Hannah Baker comes into Ellie Threlkeld. She swings a bat and just cuts that to the fielder. There's going to be no run. Scores on 155 for 5. Ellie Threlkeld's strike. Kate Cross at non-striker's end. In comes Hannah Baker with her leg spin, and she hits that one to the leg side, They're going to come through for 1 run. I think about a second, but the fielder's on it. And the score just ticks over to 156 for 5. That brings Kate Cross on strike. She just takes a guard from the umpire.
The full details of the Emma Lamb 68 runs and 69 balls, 6 fours in 126 minutes before being LBW to Baker. Pye was out for naught. 4th ball caught Brooks, bowled Jones.
In comes Baker, and Kate Cross just hits that one down the leg side for no run. Hannah Baker in again to Kate Cross. This time she cuts that one, pulls that one a bit more square. They run through for 1 run. Very quick scamper there. Keeper does remove the bails, but she's into position early Threlkeld. It's 1 run for Kate Cross. 157 for 5 is the score.
These two will be playing in the same side for the Manchester Originals again in the 100. It was Cross who captained that team last year, so Threlkeld captaining today though for the Thunder.
Hannah Baker in again to Threlkeld on strike. She hits that one square, and they run through for a single again. Score is on 158 for 5, bringing Kate Cross back on strike as they rotate the batting nicely. Give Kate Cross a chance to face Hannah Baker. In she comes, and she hits that one. It's a bit of a relay. They're hitting that in exactly the same position and getting through for 1 run. But you know, we talked about having a little period of stability, and Kate Cross just getting used to the pitch there, not taking any big risks, but keeping the score ticking along. Like we said, she reads the game well and will know what's required in this situation. And Thunder really can't afford to lose any more wickets at this stage if they want to go for what we think might be at least a par score, if not a good score of about 220, 230.
Well, it's 2 wickets in 2 overs, isn't it, that's changed the complexion of the scoreboard, and they picked up 4 there, all into the leg side. And these two, they're just going to have to hold back their attacking instincts for a bit longer, you think. Remember, it'll be the 38 over mark that will signify 10 overs to go, which is always one of the big points. Sort of 15, 12, 10, those are kind of the points where teams, even 8 sometimes, if they're struggling for wickets, are the points teams really start to go. As Cross gets a full toss and slaps it into the offside off the front foot, picks up 1 to Russell. 161 for 5. Sorry, 160 for 5 even. So we approach 10 past 5 here at Old Trafford. We're in the first innings of this game though. The floodlights will be in full force for the second half of it, no doubt. As we were saying earlier, a little surprised not to see them in the gloomy conditions, but there we go. Threlkeld pushing into the offside. Russell is there with the fielding. Returns it to Freeborn with the gloves. 161 for 5. These two dealing in singles as they begin this partnership. The goal flutters past. Here's Jones bowling. Played into the offside. Brooks, who took the catch in the previous over, is there to do the fielding on the ground. I think that hurt a little bit. I think that might have taken the skin off the knees slightly of Thea Brooks.
Indeed, a bit of dust flew up there.
Just examines them slightly. Caught right in the wicket end as in comes Eve Jones around the wicket, bowling to Cross, hit hard at Emily Arlett, who tumbles to her right hand side and makes the stop and earns her team a dot ball. All crucial as Cross waits. 3 runs so far to her name. The cap's readjusted at mid-on. As in comes Eve Jones, and it's defended into the offside for 1 run. Arlett there with the fielding, but can't prevent it. And Grace Potts, who was adjusting the bill of the cap, was nearly required to do the backing up there at mid-on. 162 for 5.
She's bowling nicely here, Eve Jones.
She is. It's, as I say, it's not the most graceful action you will ever see, but it's proving effective at the moment. and she clearly decided her team needed seam bowling, and that's what she's delivering at the moment. This one turned leg side by Ali Threlkeld. They know that the fielders are back on that side, but it's a fairly short boundary, so just the one run off, 163 for 5, and it was an honours even sort of an over, 4 off it, but no wickets either. And Jones will be happy to take a cap at the end of it, you would feel. He's picked up the wicket now as well to add to the figures. 1 apiece for Potts, Arlott, Baker, Davis and Jones in the bowling analysis so far.
Yeah, and having picked up that wicket of Pye, she'll be pleased with her decision to put herself on there in those middle overs, Eve Jones.
The voice of Faith Florence alongside myself, Mike Perkins, on Lancs TV. Do make sure you hit the little thumbs up button. Good to have people joining us after the games elsewhere. More than 500 of you watching at the moment.
Hannah Baker back into bowl to Ellie Threlkeld, who hits that. Is that going to be a boundary? There's a sweeper out there in the covers who's going to stop that ball, and they do come through for 2 runs.
Impressive slide from Davina Perrin to get to that one.
Indeed, that was a nice shot off the bat of Ellie Threlkeld, 165 for 5. So Hannah Baker gets ready to come in to Ellie Threlkeld. Takes a swipe and misses that one. That goes through to the keeper's gloves. Abby Freeborn behind the stumps there for no run. Hannah Baker again over the wicket. Ellie Threlkeld this time, she pulls that one in to the leg side and they get through for 1 run.
The spectators who chose the huddling under the point approach have rather sort of getting obscured in the darkness over there now.
Here comes Hannah Baker. And that one's just hit to the offside. There can be no run. Kate Cross on strike now. As Hannah Baker gets ready to come in again to Kate Cross. And she hits that one straight down the ground. There's a fielder there. Grace Potts will retrieve that as they come through for 1 run. Now, things have been happening on the last ball of the overs lately. So we await to see how Ellie Threlkeld takes this one. Hannah Baker comes in. Threlkeld steps back and just gently pushes that one into the offside for no run. 167 for 5 after 34 overs.
Almost anticlimactic in the end, but Thunder won't
Indeed.
mind because they've been losing wickets. I still think it's very dark to be batting out there with no floodlights, I have to say. I'm very surprised we haven't seen them both at the start of this innings and at this point in this innings, because it does feel dark to me out there. 535 of you watching along on Lancs TV. Good to be getting people in from the streams elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Reminder, a T20 game going on as well between England and South Africa. England needing 30 more now in the last 4 overs. They have 7 wickets in hand. And the likes of Siva and Amy Jones, of course, who's a spark herself, are at the crease trying to see that chase home ahead of the Commonwealth Games. We've had victories for Northern Diamonds by 1 wicket against Lightning. They got there in the end. What a tight, close game that was, though. Up at Durham, down on the south coast, Sunrisers needing 16 off the last 3 balls with 3 wickets left. It seems unlikely, but you never know. There could be something extraordinary happen there, as Liz Russell is about to come into the attack here. And Western Storm have been beaten at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival by South East Stars, who won by 36 runs in the end, bowling Storm out in the 48th over of that match. So all focus, provided Sunrisers don't do something quite extraordinary, switches back here to Emirates Old Trafford, and Liz Russell running into bowl to Kate Cross, who likes a scoop and plays a scoop, and she's got it away not quite as nicely as she would have liked. The outfield, of course, was damp at the start of play, which delayed the start, so it won't run quite as quickly, even though it will be pretty much dry by now. 169 for 5. They got through for 2 there. Cross already on the scoop shot straight away. No real surprise there. She likes that.
No, not at all. She likes that shot, and she gets a fair bit of success with it.
She got told off for teaching it to Meg Lanning, apparently, when she was at the WBBL. Because it was one of the few shots Lanning couldn't play, and all of a sudden she was ramping away, courtesy of some tutoring from Kate Cross. There is a fielder going in at 45. It's Hannah Baker now. 3 back on the leg side for Liz Russell, who delivers to Cross, driven firmly up the offside, which is probably the way to go, having forced a change in the field. Oh, that's out, is it? No! It was a direct hit from mid-off. Eve Jones thinks she had the wicket. I have to say, I tended to agree. It was hit firmly by Cross. The stump was out the ground. I don't know if the umpire perhaps slightly lost sight, but that looked to me as if it was a run out. 170 for 5 with the single.
It did look so. She's certainly standing close enough there, the umpire, that maybe she was just able to see that toe of the bat cross there.
I don't know if perhaps as Russell came behind to try and back up the ball, if it had missed the stump, that she maybe just got in the umpire's way and therefore wasn't able to give the decision. But it looked out to me as Russell comes in and bowls to Threlkeld, who's playing into the offside. Campbell's taken her eye off the ball as the batters were showing intent for the single, and they take the single. 171 for 5. But I have to say, it looked as if Kate Cross had been run out for me there, short of the ground, attempting her 8th run. Here comes Liz Russell. Right arm over the wicket, into the pitch, and Cross playing to backward point, where Campbell does the fielding a little bit more successfully.
I do agree, it does look a little bit like she got away with that one there, but they are 2 very rapid runners between the wickets, Ellie Threlkeld and Kate Cross. Breathe a sigh of relief to make it back for that one.
I mean, who knows, possibly got the Stretch Armstrong on and got the bat in, but it looked to me as if the captain, Eve Jones, had thrown down the stumps and got the wicket, and there's going to be 4 more. Is there? No. Yes. It looked as if there wasn't going to be 4 more, because there was a fantastic attempt to stop that from Georgia Davis, but then just as she thought she'd done the work, it rolled one more time and over the rope. It was a fantastic effort by the cover sweeper there, but Cross, who cut it away, gets 4 and takes her total on to 12 to rub a little bit of salt into that wound. 175 for 5. These 2, you feel, need to take Thunder up to a total. Cross hitting through extra cover, hitting powerfully and away for 4. Good hands from Kate Cross. Was forward, but it was pretty much a stand and deliver stroke, but it was hit well. Good eye. 179 for 5. 2 boundaries for Cross in the over, and these 2, well, certainly Kate Cross, taking the aggressive approach to finding Thunder's way to a total. 179 for 5. Sunrisers have come up 11 runs short in the end in their chase against Southern Vipers. So good to have you with us if you have just clicked over. And as I say, the state of the game, Thunder looking to try and get their way to a total. They lost Boyce early and Dottin. Boyce caught and bowled, Dottin LBW. Before
In
a big
comes
partnership.
Hannah Baker. Ellie Threlkeld on strike, and she hits that one to the leg side. They'll get through for 1 run before that's fielded. Bringing Kate Cross back on to strike. It's 180 for 5.
Good intent from the batters there between the wickets, and then there's a big partnership of 90 between Lamb and Marshall, although both batters were dropped during it. Marshall eventually out for 41, as second highest Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy score.
Baker gets ready to bowl to Cross, just takes a step back and defends that. I mean, we were saying that Kate Cross, she reads the game well, she can read the situation, and she's responding well now. If they're going to get that score up, in comes Hannah Baker again to Kate Cross. Time she swings her arms and hits that into the offside for 1 run.
Lamb was the 4th out for 68. LBW to Hannah Baker, attempting a reverse sweep. 68 runs of 69 balls that innings before Pye was out caught.
Ellie Threlkeld on strike to Hannah Baker. She shuffles down the wicket and hits that straight down the ground. There is a sweeper there to retrieve the ball, so they'll get through for just a 1 run, bring the score to 182 for 5. But both batters looking now to strike the ball, get as many runs as they can. Kate Cross back on strike, facing Hannah Baker.
Pie faced just the 4 balls for no runs.
She swings her bat, but that's stopped there by the wicket keeper behind for no run.
Thea Brooks taking the catch off the bowling of Eve Jones, and then these two have come together and are making a fairly good go of it at the moment.
In comes Hannah Baker again, and that's pulled into the leg side, straight to the fielder on the boundary. But 1 run is added to the score at the end of that 36th over. It's 183 for 5. A new partnership forming here now for the Thunder. Mike Perkins?
It is indeed. It's on to 28. 28 valuable runs for Thunder, but they just have to be careful to make sure that these two get them to a total, and then hopefully if they can, say, get to 200, they can go again and add some more with their remaining wickets from there. But you feel these next 17 and how quickly they come will be quite crucial. England now needing 14 off 2.4 overs in the T20 match. Be great to see an international match here at Old Trafford. I certainly feel there's a little bit of experimentation going on with the Thunder games in terms of putting games on here and trying to see how they work and that sort of thing. It'd be great to get an international here at some point. Perhaps be on the agenda for the great and the good here at Lancashire County Cricket Club, as this one is driven by Cross down the offside, who of course is an international talent herself, coming in at 7 today for Thunder.
I'm with you on that one, Mike. Every summer when the England women have a visiting tour coming over, I always have to travel a bit to go and see the games. I would love to see one in my backyard here at Emirates Old Trafford.
I just think it'd be a great venue for it. Perhaps start with the T20, then maybe an ODI, and then maybe even look at a test match perhaps, as this one is cut away into the offside to Emily Arlett, who's up from extra cover, does the fielding. 183 for 5. Cross just looks at her bat in slightly frustrated fashion before settling over it once again. Flags still fluttering fairly vigorously above the pavilion at the James Anderson end of the ground, and Kate Cross plays into the leg side. Rachael thinks about 2. It's not on. 184 for 5.
She loves her batting, does Kate Cross, and she doesn't always get to come in, in the middle of the order. In the England side, she bats a little bit lower down the order, so she'll really relish the chance to be out there in the middle here at Emirates Old Trafford, trying to score runs for her team.
I think in many ways it shows just how hard bowling is in international cricket, that she has to focus on that so hard that she maybe doesn't get the opportunities to prove herself with the bat. As another singles added by Threlkel, turned into the leg side. 185 for 5 as the floodlights start to come into effect here at Old Trafford. And on a gloomy afternoon, approaching 5:30, they're very welcome as a visitor in the hotel walks out onto the balcony to survey the cricket, and Kate Cross turns into the leg side again. 186 for 5. They clearly feel there might be a 2 on offer, but it's not been so far in this over. Russell going very straight as she approaches again, bowling to Threlkel, down on one knee, got something on it in the end. Pretty sure it was a bit of bat. There's no signal from the umpire which indicates so. 187 for 5, a fairly honours even over again, and I think the feeling to me here is that Thunder are just trying to get up to 200 and then have a real dip, but they don't want to take too long doing it. We have 11 overs left. A reminder that we lost 4 overs off the game, so 2 off each innings, so we're playing 48 overs aside.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the strike rate now is down to, it's at 5, just over 5, and they definitely didn't want to dip below that, but both batters We'll want to stay in, but we'll look to increase that a little bit as we come towards the last 10 overs. In comes Hannah Baker to Ellie Threlkeld, and she sweeps that behind, but only as far as the wicket-keeper's gloves. It's signalled a wide as it goes leg side. She'll have to bowl that one again, Hannah Baker.
They're going to have to get a little bit of a hurry up as well, because I think the cut-off is 17:59.
And she comes, shuffles down the wicket and hits that straight down the ground. Ellie Threlkeld, they run through hard for 1 run. 189 for 5 in the 38th over.
So with 10 overs to go after this and round about half an hour remaining, that's a fairly brisk finish to the innings.
Kate Cross just clears the track of leaves there and gets ready to face Hannah Baker again. Tries to sweep that one behind, but it's gone leg side-ish. It's going to be another wide added to the total, 190 for 5.
It won't help the over rate if they're bowling eight balls every
Indeed.
over, but there we go.
I'll take the runs
wides.
though. Here comes Hannah Baker again. Swings her bat, does Kate Cross, but doesn't make any contact. There's no run, 190 for 5. Yeah, it does look like they want to get their skates on now. Couple of wild swings there, couple of wides. In comes Hannah Baker again. Kate Cross facing. Hits that one straight down the ground and runs through. It's going to be retrieved by Grace Potts. Come through for 1 run, 191 for 5. Ellie Threlkeld on strike now, facing Hannah Baker. She hits that straight down the ground, and Grace Potts is able to retrieve that as they come through for 1. It looks like they're trying to go for those boundary options.
Still just creeping along though, isn't it, for the Thunder?
Indeed. 192 for 5.
They're definitely going to have something to bowl at in these gloomy conditions, but it's just whether they can make it count.
Baker into Cross, and she just taps that one for no run.
And we were saying this is the first time women's day-night cricket has been played at Old Trafford, so whether that will be a factor for the side batting second.
Baker again, last ball of the over. That's hit straight, very down the ground, straight to the fielder on the leg side. No run. At the end of that 38th over, 193 for 5. 10 overs remaining, Mike. Can the Thunder now start to increase that strike rate, do you think?
Well, I think they're definitely going to get their 200 now, aren't they? Which is what we said these two needed to get them to. So they're going to have something to bowl at. It's just how many now. And as they say, will batting under lights, which is something that many of these players won't have had much experience of at all, will that now be a factor in the second half of this game? Because certainly when one-day cricket started to be played under lights, it was generally considered more tricky to bat underneath them. But we shall see. Another change of bowling here. George Davis, who can be very economical, doesn't mind taking the ball late in an innings, and she's going to come back into the attack here. 6 overs, 32 for 1 so far as her analysis. And we will see if she can find the wicket of Kate Cross. Finds a way through outside the off stump there. Cross with a smile, perhaps a nervous smile, because I don't think she would have necessarily been expecting to be beaten on the outside edge by the off spin of Davis, but that's what happened. Cross again can't find a way to score there. Seems to be enjoying herself out there with the bat though. There's plenty of smiles.
Absolutely.
The team though need her to go bigger than the 22 she's on now. Down the track she comes. It's uppish. Brooks likes the look of it but can't get there. Had a lot of ground to make up. A pigeon flutters away and Cross comes back for 2. It was an uppish attempt to come down the pitch and drive. It didn't ultimately result in a catch, but it so easily could have. Brooks is a long way behind square on the offside. Actually moves a couple of paces back towards square, but still has ground to make up, and she'll have to go the other way now to prevent any more than one being scored by Kate Cross. Total up to 196 for 5. Cross onto 25. Threlkeld has a very useful 34 all of a sudden. These two have set a platform. Now can they go in the remaining 9 overs and 2 balls? Here's Georgia Davis bowling to Threlkeld, who tries to go past the tall Arlett, only just past the tall Arlett. This might go all the way for 4. It's slowing up though off the outfield. Will they attempt the third? Threlkeld wants it, and she's going to get it to probably the longest point of the ground there at extra cover. Went over the top of Arlett. It was a good option. 199 for 5. The score moves on to Threlkeld onto 37. These two batters just taking a risk against Georgia Davis. It could have ended horribly there, but always just out the reach of Arlett despite her tall frame. Davis again. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling to Cross, who defends back down the onside of the wicket. You're watching Lancs TV, the YouTube stream of Thunder's game against Central Sparks. You with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence. Well, they're going to have at least 200 to defend. Faith, how many further on do you think they can go in these remaining 9 overs of the innings?
Well, I mean, if that last over is anything to go by, the intent is there. They've definitely decided that it's about time to really go for it. So with 9 overs left, did you say, of the innings, if they can look to at least get a boundary off most of those overs. They're going at 5 and over at the moment. Maybe if they can go at least 6 and over for those last few overs and put on the board another 50 to 60 runs. Would that be asking too much? That's certainly what they'd want. In comes Hannah Baker. And Ellie Threlkeld just manages to hit that one down the leg side back to the bowler for no run. 199 for 5. Threlkeld facing the leg spin of Hannah Baker. She comes, she shuffles down the wicket and hits that hard. They're going to run through for 1 to bring up their 200 for the Thunder. 200 for 5 is the score. To big applause around the ground and in the Thunder dugout. It's really good to see them hit that 200 mark. With plenty of overs to spare, they can really go and try and put on a big total here, perhaps 240 even, as Hannah Baker comes in, and that's just bopped on their head. They go through for 1 run. I mean, the head of the ball, not the head of any player. They go through for 1 run, bring the score to 201 for 5, and bringing Ellie Threlkeld back on strike.
There's definitely a little Thunder fan club down below us, isn't there?
Hannah Baker again to Ellie Threlkeld. She hits that straight back to Hannah Baker. I mean, it's a big occasion here at Emirates Old Trafford.
It is.
Hannah Baker again to Ellie Threlkeld, and she takes a big swing to sweep that behind. That's stopped by the fielder. No run, 201 for 5. Last ball of the over. What can Threlkeld do with this? Hannah Baker in, that goes leg side-ish, and she sweeps it behind. Fielder's chasing after it. But the ball's going to beat her to the boundary. That's gone for 4 runs off the bat of Ellie Threlkeld. 4 very useful runs, bringing the score up to 205 after 40 overs. 205 for 5 for the Thunder.
Well, we've been saying the last balls of overs had been eventful when the 4th and 5th wickets fell, but there it was a boundary instead for Thunder, which will be much more welcome from their point of view. This magnificent view here at Old Trafford, out towards the old pavilion at the far end, the point to the left, the hotel to the right, both framed in red, the glass windows. Trafford Town Hall in a bit of scaffolding at the moment, bit of work going on there unusually, but it's been there for many a year, so probably needs it every now and again. And it's there with its sort of red brickwork in the distance. The flag still fluttering quite strongly above the old pavilion at the far end. Players' Pavilion these days at the end we're speaking to you from, the Brian Statham end, but it's the James Anderson end that this next Georgia Davis over will be delivered from. Right arm over the wicket to Cross, who's down the track and hits it hard. It's well stopped actually on the edge of the ring. Threlkeld was thinking about 2, Cross decided against it. Very, very good bit of fielding by the captain, Eve Jones, who did earlier throw down the stumps when Cross was on 7. At the end of the 35th over, if you just join us, and it did look very much as if it might have been out, but it didn't prove so. Threlkeld across the stumps and on the sweep. Only finds Perrin though, the deep backward square leg boundary. 207 for 5. Threlkeld has 43. Already has a half century in the competition this season. This is another very useful contribution, as Cross uses a sweep as well. Has to be quick, is quick. The stump's taken out the ground, but on that occasion it looked definitely not out to me, and the umpire agrees with the shake of the head. 208 for 5. Cross panting slightly after the exertion. Floodlights in full effect under these grey skies. Approaching 6 o'clock. As in comes Georgia Davis, bowling to Threlkeld, who has to abort her attempt to hit Davis back over her head. Just took a bit off the ball, and Threlkeld could only find Amy Campbell at short straight mid-wicket. City of Manchester looking fairly sedate away to our right hand side as Davis bowls. It's hit down the onside of straight. Again, Threlkeld not getting there with the feet. On to 44, 209 for 5. One ball remaining in the 41st over. Remember, just 7 more to go after this. Freeborn behind the stumps, hands on knees. They open now into a catching position, but the ball is hit by Cross to Campbell, who's busy in that over. Does the fielding that needed to be done. 209 for 5. The over finishes without an addition to the score. 4 runs in that over. And Thunder just need a big over here, you feel, and they'll be on course for a total they'll feel is really competitive.
Yeah, you're right, and Central Sparks will want to stay really alert here. We saw that athletic fielding from Eve Jones in that last over, really demonstrating to her troops how she wants them to stay alert, stay focused. They'll have all seen this push coming from the Thunder, you know, the intent to lift the strike rate and get those extra runs on the board before the innings is up. So there'll be opportunities, I'm sure, but also plenty of opportunities to score if the Thunder can, having put a really good partnership on now, these two.
Mullin, curiously, the batter we haven't seen so far. There's also Jackson, Jones and Hartley to come from the Thunder perspective here. So there's a little bit of firepower left there, but these two have done the bulk of the work getting them up past 200, and 7 more overs to add to it now. Grace Potts coming on.
Yeah, it does look like there's going to be a change of bowling as the bowlers gather there with the skipper for a little meeting. Grace Potts is doing up her ponytail, getting ready to, and the marker's been moved back.
Only has the 2 overs left, 42 for 1 so far, her figures.
Makes sense to bring Grace Potts back at this stage. She bowled nicely at the start of the innings. And she's gone for 29 runs off her 7 overs, and she's taken that 1 wicket.
Sorry, I was reading Davis's figures there. Yeah, you're right, 29 for 1 off 7. So she'll have 3 overs, in fact.
And it's going to be Ellie Threlkeld to face. Grace Potts just adjusting her marker there. Getting ready to see if she can break this partnership that's going to definitely be looking to go. See if they can get up to that score of a 230, 240. In comes Grace Potts over the wicket to Ellie Threlkeld. And she hits that one for 1 run into the offside. It looks like they're coming back for 2, but no, they changed their minds. They're not going to take on the arm of Davina Perrin there in the covers. Probably a wise decision.
Would have been a risky one, that.
Indeed. 210 for 5 is the score.
Or a risky 2, rather. As the fielders back on the leg side are long gone mid-wicket, and they're now sending the backward square leg down to fine leg, and they're even sending another one out on the leg side to backward square leg to replace the hole they left by sending one down to long leg. They've also got a sweeper back at cover, and in fact now, once again, the poor fielder has gone to backward square leg, has to come into the ring at backward square leg. So 4 back outside the ring at the moment.
Kate Cross getting ready to face Grace Potts now, and she comes. She pulls that one leg side-ish, and she does pull that towards the leg side. It's going to go to the boundary all the way for 4. Square leg. That's 4 runs off the bat of Kate Cross, 214 for 5.
Well, exactly where they wanted the fielder, but of course you're only allowed 4 outside the circle in women's cricket, so they couldn't have that extra fielder back, and it has cost 4 runs on that occasion. Neatly played by Kate Cross there. Had to get it underneath Amy Campbell's dive, but did so.
Emily Arlett and the skipper just meeting there with Grace Potts to discuss what's going to happen next after conceding that boundary.
They're going to send somebody back to backward square leg and bring long leg up inside the circle on the same angle, so sort of a 45-degree angle there. We'll see if the cross scoop comes out here.
Kate Cross on strike, getting ready to face the pace of Grace Potts. Oh, you were right, Mike. There goes the scoop indeed, and it's going to go all the way for 4.
Let's give credit where credit's due. The analyst, Andrew, here was right. He was the one who made the scoop motion. But it is Kate Cross's shot, and it was very well played by Cross there for 4 runs.
Well, Andrew, our analyst on the ball, and Kate Cross will be very happy with that signature shot of hers. There's a little gathering of the skipper and the bowlers there once again.
I could feel his horrified face if I'd claimed any credit for that there.
That was all you, Andrew.
Well, it's clearly what she practices, and it clearly works. The field has gone back again now, so they've had to bring cover up this time inside the ring. So nobody back on the offside, all up, all back on the leg side.
In comes Grace Potts. And that's hit down to the leg side, and they're going to run through for 1 run. In fact, they're going to go for 2 now. They're running hard. Very well run. And that's 220 for 5. 2 extra runs added to that delivery.
It is the sort of longer side here today at Old Trafford, and it is a big old playing field at Old Trafford, but I think there are very few cricketers who would have got back the way Rachael did that.
She is very fast. Rachael has been running excellently this innings as Grace Potts comes in again to Kate Cross. Hits that straight back, and it's Grace Potts manages to stop that with the one hand to prevent any run being scored off that ball. 220 for 5. Kate Cross remains on strike.
It's 38 from 39 now for Cross, including 4 boundaries.
Last ball of the over for Grace Potts. Kate Cross back poised, and she hits that one. That's gone high up in the air. Fielder underneath it square, and she catches it. And Kate Cross unfortunately is out. She swipes the ground in frustration, and that was a brilliant catch by Amy Campbell there. At square leg, Kate Cross is going to have to go back to the dugout, having scored 38 for 39, bringing all her shots out. Was looking good, was looking to score with intent and bring that total up for the Thunder. She's made a valuable contribution, and of course she's frustrated to get out. Very good work from Amy Campbell to stay underneath that catch and to take it, bring the score to 220 for 6 now after 42 overs.
Yep, under the floodlights now in the gloom, but Amy Campbell was always favourite to take that one and made absolutely no mistakes. So 220 for 6. It continues that the last ball of the over is eventful. On this occasion, a wicket though, and a crucial wicket. Kate Cross out for 38 off 40 deliveries caught by Amy Campbell off the bowling of Grace Potts, but had conceded 2 boundaries in the over, so fair enough. I feel that Cross was going hard, and it allows Daisy Mullen an opportunity to walk to the wicket with Rachael. These two, of course, won a game together here earlier in the season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. It was a 20 over a side game there, and they guided through what was a fairly nervy chase for Thunder's second win of that competition. Rachael then 45 off 61 balls, was willing almost to sacrifice herself in the previous over with the running between the wickets, but made it back. If it had been a better throw, she'd have been gone though, as Baker bowls to Threlkeld, drives up to extra cover. Arlett's there with the fielding on the matting, which is protecting one of those pitches there because of the damp conditions we had at the start of this game. Here is Davis again bowling. Arlett looked almost as if she'd hurt herself a little bit as she let go of that one, but she hadn't. 220 for 6 it remains. 2 dot balls to start the over from Davis. Threlkeld clearly feeling the extra cover options on. This one's straight. It's swept by Threlkeld. She'd have been out if she hadn't connected, but she did. Only finds Perrin though at backward square leg. 1 run. 221 for 6. Good start to the over from a Sparks point of view. Finished the previous one with a wicket. Faith Florence alongside myself, Mike Perkins. You're watching Lancs TV's coverage of Thunder versus Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 48 overs aside today because of the wet outfield caused by the downpour we had overnight and a bit of drizzly, horrible, miserly, annoying rain which stopped us getting out on time at 2, but we were out by 10 to 3 thanks to good work from the ground staff and the umpires. And now as we approach 10 to 6, Mullen's playing her first ball defensively into the offside, waits for a second, turns it leg side, will get Threlkeld back on strike on 46. 1 hit away, be it on the floor or in the air. Ali Threlkeld here from a half century, one that would be valuable for a team. It'd be her second of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season, that is. Waits again, hits but awkwardly into the leg side.
Only 2 runs off that over, bringing the score to 222 for 6 after the 43rd over. At the very least, I'm sure the Thunder will want to keep that strike rate above 5 as it has been.
Shows the damage a wicket can do, doesn't it? Because Cross from the over before that had taken 11 before being out.
There's no reason why they shouldn't look to get at least another 20 runs minimum off these last few overs. It's not very a simple thing to do, but that's what they'll be thinking at a minimum. If they can go 5 and over for the last 5.
Seeing the cut-off time, 18:01. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's not a guarantee that they're going to bowl their 5 overs in that time. They should now. They have sped up a little bit.
Emily Arlett is back on the bowling, and she's going to be bowling to the new batter in, Daisy Mullen. And she comes with her long run up. She bowls over the wicket. And Daisy Mullen just hits that straight back to Emily Arlett for no run. They've really slowed things down a little bit with that wicket, as you say, Mike Perkins. And the Thunder, Daisy Mullen, you know, she won't have the luxury of a few overs to get her eye in. She's going to need to adjust and try to get going as quickly as possible.
Arlett will be able to bowl out from this end. She's bowled 28 for 1 from her 7 overs so far previous to this.
Here she comes, Emily Arlett, Daisy Mullen. She hits that down the ground. That's going to be runs off the bat of Daisy Mullen. That's 1 run. Score ticks over 223 for 6.
It was a better stroke than that. It deserved more, I felt.
They're alert to the scoring intent of the Thunder, the Sparks fielders now. As Emily Arlett comes in. And she's bowled her. Ellie Threlkeld. The off stump comes out, sorry, the leg stump. Well, I can't see which stump it is actually.
It's the off in the end.
It is the off stump in the end. And clean bowled there. She's out on 46 for 66. Ellie Threlkeld. Very well bowled by Emily Arlett. And that's the danger in those last overs when you're really looking to go. The bowler like Emily Arlett that you're facing, it's not going to be an easy task to get those boundaries. 223 for 7.
It was a shot for the team, wasn't it? It was a shot sort of showing intent as much as anything from Ellie Threlkeld about how she wants her team to play these final overs. They've got to be careful though with only 3 wickets left that they get through. Laura Jackson on her way to the crease. A player who in very many ways epitomises what Thunder are about. She's played for Cheshire, Cumbria and Lancashire, who are the 3 counties that Thunder represent before becoming a pro in the winter. Bowling probably her stronger suit at the moment, but a team needing to add some more runs after Ellie Threlkeld was bowled for 46 by Emily Arlott. And where this total is going to end up is very intriguing. I think Thunder have done a pretty decent job here in conditions that were very tricky at the start of the innings, and it'll be intriguing to see if they are tricky at the start of the Sparks innings too, because if this could become quite a useful total, particularly with Kate Cross likely to take the new ball.
In comes Emily Arlott, Laura Jackson on strike, and she just hits that one squared the leg side, and they run off for 1 run. She's off the mark nicely there, and if they can't get the boundaries, then at least running those 1s and 2s to keep that strike rate moving, get as many runs as they can off these last few overs. Certainly off this over from Emily Arlott. If they can't quite use the pace to hit the boundary, they'll be looking to get those 1s and 2s in. She comes again, swings a bat, and this goes behind, and it's stopped by the fielder behind Daisy Mullen for no run. 224 for 7.
Yeah, just that fielder is up in the ring on the 45. Liz Russell doing the work there.
So Emily Arlott walks back to her mark. She's got that long run up, has a little chat with Eve Jones. Daisy Mullen on strike, on 2 off the 5 balls faced so far. In comes Emily Arlott to Daisy Mullen. She hits that one hard, straight back to the bowler, and that's a catch. She's out. Very well bowled by Emily Arlott there. Daisy Mullen is going to have to go back off her 2 runs off the 6 balls faced. Tried to hit it hard there, but that was only straight back into the waiting hands of Emily Arlott. 224 for 8 now.
Clever slower ball, that one, to dismiss Daisy Mullen, caught and bowled. Just the 2 runs, as you were saying there, Faith Florence, and Thunder just sort of trailing off a little bit here. Hannah Jones and Alex Hartley still to come. It doesn't feel like it's going to be 250 now, even though there are 4 overs left, because they're just running out of.
Yes, it looked, the 250 looked on a little while ago when we had Kate Cross and Ellie Threlkeld going nicely there at the crease. Now with the 4 overs left, getting up to 230, 240 mark, looks more likely for the Thunder.
Yeah, contributions of 38 from Cross, 46 from Threlkeld, but Mullen only able to make the 2. And we shall see what Thunder can get to. A reminder, earlier today, wins for Northern Diamonds by a wicket, Southern Vipers by 11 runs, and South East Stars by 36 runs. And this now providing your Saturday evening entertainment after England women beat South Africa by 6 wickets with an over to spare. Here comes the bowling of Potts into Jackson, who rings the hand after attempting a deflection into the leg side of the front foot. Couldn't find a way to see it through. Amy Jones not out at the end. The spark, of course, in regional cricket. 20 off 18 balls. Nat Siver making the biggest contribution for England of 47 off 41 to see England to victory in that match, as Jackson driving neatly down the onside of the pitch, but the result is the same as the first ball. Another dot to the scorer's analysis. And Jackson again settles over the bat. But yeah, Wyatt and Dunkley opened the batting in that game. Both went at strike rates above 150, so that's clearly the philosophy from England in 2020 cricket now, as Jackson adds another run here in what is 48-48 cricket this evening at Old Trafford because we lost 4 overs due to a delayed start, but we got underway as promptly as I think was possible in that drizzle. And Hannah Jones comes on to strike for her first delivery. 225 for 8, the Thunder are. Into the pads of Jones, it was hit on the full in the end for 1 run. Perrin there with the fielding, 127 for 8. Certainly not a lot of 2s on offer at the moment. We're playing a good few pitches over to the left-hand side of the square as we look from the Brian Statham end. And we see from the James Anderson end that Grace Potts is on her way to bowl to Jackson. Hits it back at the bowler, who just gets a hand on it, takes the pace off it, can quite deflect it into the stumps. That might have been her original thought. And with 3 overs and a ball of this innings remaining, Potts is after her 3rd wicket to match the contribution that Arlott has so far. Her opening bowling partner, they both picked up 1 each at the start of this innings. As in comes Potts again. Jackson through extra cover. Tumbling stop by Arlott. 1 taken. 227 for 8, and the runs per over just falling off a little bit for Thunder here. 3 overs left in the innings, and they just can't quite seem to accelerate this scoring late on.
No, that's true, and the bowlers in the Thunder side have found themselves, at quite often here bringing up the tail of the batting in the last few overs. Having been bowled out a few times, the side, and certainly losing many wickets. So it'll be a familiar position for Laura Jackson and Hannah Jones, and every run counts. So whatever runs they can get, as long as they stay in, keep trying to score as they can. As Emily Arlott, that's a full toss, and that's hit down straight down the ground by Laura Jackson for 1 run.
It was an attempted Yorker, but she missed a length by 6 inches to a foot there.
Yeah, and those are the kinds of deliveries that they've got to really look to take advantage of and score off here. It's 228 for 8, and that last delivery brings Hannah Jones on to strike to face the pace of Emily Arlott. In she comes over the wicket. And that's cut and fielded there, extra cover for no run. But good intent there from Hannah Jones.
The number of course and bowls is 3, is on the high side.
In comes Emily Arlott. Hannah Jones crouched. Raises her bat. And she cuts that, just chops that one to the fielder at point for no run. Yeah, there have been quite a few caught and bowled, haven't there?
Yeah, sort of 3 of the 8 wickets taken. So it'll be, even if they do pick up these last 2, it'll at least be around a third of the wickets to fall in the innings, which is unusually high.
Emily Arlott into Hannah Jones again. She crouches and she just chops that one square again, square to point for no run. That's 3 dot balls now in a row. 1 run off the over so far. Emily Arlott bowling a good length there and just slightly tucking up Hannah Jones. She's not able to score off those good deliveries. 228 for 8. As Emily Arlott comes in once more over the wicket. Hannah Jones ready, and this time she hits into the leg side and off they go. That relieves a little bit of pressure there. Another run on the board for the Thunder. 229 for 8.
Yeah, sensible approach to this over. I think they've only got 2 wickets left, so I think maybe with 2 overs to go, that'll be where they can be a bit more expansive in the next over to come.
Indeed. as Arlett gets ready to come in for the final ball of this over. Laura Jackson facing. And that hits her on the pad, but it looks like that would have been going down leg. So that brings the end of the 46th over, 229 for 8.
Yeah, as I say, I think they had to play that over that way, and they were probably only going to pick up, what, 2 or 3 runs in the end. Two runs in the end they picked up there. But these last 2 now, 2 wickets in hand, they can have a little bit of a swing. Obviously, if they lose a wicket, they'll have to go back into their shell again and make sure they get into that final over of the innings. Reminder, wet outfield led to us being delayed by 50 minutes, hence we're playing 48 overs aside in this one. As we say, wins for Diamonds and Vipers earlier in the day, as well as for South East Stars against the Western Storm at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival. And now all eyes turn here to Old Trafford, the first women's match to be played as a day-nighter, as Potts, who's got cross out earlier in the innings, bowls outside the off stump. Jones can't make contact, but that was a more expansive shot. She also got another international player out, the West Indian Deandra Dotton, who will be off to join up with Barbados after this game. So 2 valuable wickets for Grace Potts to show for her day's work, bowling her final over, and the final over of the innings from the James Anderson end. Short of a length, Hannah Jones turns into the leg side from more or less the crease in the end, and there's 1 to the total. 230 for 8. Jones has 3. Jackson has 4. No connection yet with the bigger shots. We saw Jones attempt one off the first ball of the over, but couldn't do much with it. Potts is going to pace in now. Bowls, right arm over, outside the off stump. I'm not quite sure how that missed and ended up in the gloves of Freeborn, but it did. No run. Just a fraction away, Faith Florence.
Indeed, and you can hear the voices of the Central Sparks fielders. You know, they feel, I think, like they've pulled this back nicely. They want to stay sharp and really prevent any last runs from being scored off these couple of overs. Really encouraging Grace Potts and each other.
We're past the cut-off time now of 18:03. Certainly the 18:01 that was shown earlier. And I'm pretty sure it was 1 minute to 6 at one point. So who knows? As a single is taken there by Laura Jackson. Whether there will be any penalty for a slow over rate, we will keep an eye out for you. 2-3-1 for 8 though. The Thunder score at the moment as Potts comes in, bowls from the James Anderson end. It's hit over the head of Potts. They have to be quick if they want the single. Eve Jones decides to hold on to the ball on this occasion. 2-3-2 for 8. We have had 47 of the 48 overs, bar this last ball of the 47. What can be produced here by Grace Potts? Turns at the far end. Jackson settled over the bat. Has the license to go for a big hit, but is yorked, which doesn't allow it, and it's another very tidy over from the Sparks. 2-3-2 for 8 going into the final over of the innings. As I say, we feel a couple of minutes late, I have to say. 4 minutes late to be precise here, so we will just keep an eye out whether any penalty comes from the umpires.
Looks like Emily Arlett's going to bowl a full allocation of 10. She's got the ball in hand for this last over of the 48 overs. Remember, reduced slightly for the rain we had, the later start for the rain start of the day. Hannah Jones is on strike as Emily Arlett just sets her field. See if she can get one more wicket to add to the 3 that she's already taken during this match.
Brilliant to have more than 1,000 of you with us on Lancs TV. And do make sure you return for the chase as well when Central Sparks come out to bat. You can hit the thumbs up button as well, that helps people find us before you do depart at the end of the over.
Here comes Emily Arlett. That's hit nicely. The fielder's got, there's a shy at the stumps, and she's hit the stumps, but it looks like, oh, and there's overthrows. Might go through to the next boundary, and the fielders had to retrieve that fine leg. So that's 2 runs added to that total of that fielding. So that was a very good strike, it looks like, in the end. Hannah Jones.
That's what you want in the final over, a bit of pinball cricket. So
absolutely.
Good to have so many of you with us to witness it. And
6 runs off her 9 deliveries face. She's facing again. Emily Arlett runs in. Straight down the pitch this time. Hannah Jones, that's stopped by Emily Arlett with one hand for no run.
Yeah, it does feel very much like tea time, doesn't it, Faith Florence? But I'm sure people will be off for a bite to eat and back ready for the second half of this game. But still 4 more balls of this innings to go, and they could be crucial in the grand scheme of this match.
Here comes Arlett over the wicket to Jones. She hits that one straight up in the air. So the skipper's underneath it, and she easily pouches that one. Hannah Jones is going to have to walk back to the dugout. She's out for 6 runs from her 11 deliveries faced. A neat little contribution, bringing that score up to 234 for 9. It's never necessarily easy batting there in those death overs. And she's added 6 to the total of the Thunder.
Yeah, had to go for the big hit eventually. Did Hannah Jones and didn't execute it, unfortunately. Caught by Eve Jones off the bowling of Emily Arlett, who now has 4 wickets to her name. So I think she would quite like to get this 5th one in the remaining 3 balls of this innings. She'd have to dislodge Alex Hartley to do it. Emily Arlett, who got the best figures of last season's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy with 29 for 5 in a victory over the Vipers, which shows the Sparks can beat what are almost certainly the best team in this competition.
Here comes Emily Arlett to Alex Hartley on strike. Hartley takes a swipe at that one and misses. So that goes straight to the keeper's gloves.
That
for
ain't
no
missed
run.
by much.
Over the stumps there. 234 for 9. That last wicket brought Alex Hartley out. The last batter for batting at number 11 for the Thunder. Now Emily Arlett's got 2 more legal deliveries to bowl. Alex Hartley's on strike. She'll want to get off the mark. In comes Emily Arlett, and she takes a big swing at that. Alex Hartley goes over the head of the bowler and lands safe. Eve Jones not quite managing to get in to catch that one, doesn't carry that far, and Alex Hartley gets off the mark.
It amused somebody, and that somebody was Alex Hartley. I don't think it amused Emily Arlett as she watched that one agonisingly drift over her head and land on the turf behind her.
Indeed. Well, she's smiling now. She gets one more chance to take another wicket, possibly get a 5 for here. She's bowling to Laura Jackson. In she comes, and Jackson hits that towards the covers, and they run through for a run. They've added 1 to the total off that final ball of Emily Arlett there. 236 for 9. The score finishes on after the 48 overs. And the Thunder, well, perhaps put a little bit under par. We thought it maybe 240, 250 could be a par score, but still a very good score considering
the conditions they were batting in early on. I think they'll be relatively happy with that. It's their second highest score of the competition this season. They've made 235 and 238 either side of it, so it's around about what they've been getting with the bat. So far it's not proved enough, of course. They've lost their first 3 games. Central Sparks have 1 win. Do make sure if you're drifting off just to have a bit of tea or something to eat, that kind of thing, that you hit the thumbs up button before you go and you return, because it was great to have around about 1,000 of you with us towards the end of that innings. And you have a chase to watch. 237 will be the total that will be required here by Central Sparks in order to get a victory in this match. just to run you through the card very briefly before we skip on to a few little videos during our innings break. The innings started with Georgie Boyce out caught and bowled by Emily Arlott for naught off just her 6th ball. That left the score 2 for 1. Deandra Dottin was then out for 8 LBW 2 pots, leaving the score 24 for 2. Laura Marshall and Emma Lamb then put on 90, although there were dropped catches in that partnership. That took the score up to 114 for 3 before Marshall was out for 41, her second highest ever score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She was caught and bowled as well by Georgia Davis. Then Emma Lamb herself was out attempting a reverse sweep. LBW to Hannah Baker made 68 of 69 balls, including 6 fours, which probably showed you how hard going it was, because Lamb usually deals in more boundaries than that. Sachi Pai was caught by Thea Brooks at backward point of the bowling of Eve Jones for naught off just the 4 balls. Cross and Threlkeld then came together for a useful partnership that took the score up to 220. Cross was the player out when she hit in the air to Amy Campbell at backward square leg off the bowling of Grace Potts, was out for 38 off 40 balls with 4 boundaries. Threlkeld next to go, attempting a big sweep on 46, was bowled by Emily Arlott for 46 off 66 balls with 3 boundaries in 81 minutes. Daisy Mullin made just the 2 before being caught and bowled by Arlott off her 6th ball. The score at that point was 224 for 8. Hannah Jones, the last batter out, with the score on 234. She was caught by the captain, Eve Jones, off the bowling of Emily Arlott. Not out was Alex Hartley on 1, and at the non-striker at the other end was Laura Jackson on 6 of 12 balls. The pick of the bowlers, Emily Arlott with 10 overs, 36 for 4. Grace Potts also 10 overs, 46 for 2. Liz Russell, no wickets for 37 from her 5 overs. Hannah Baker, 9 overs, 50 for 1. Georgia Davis, 9 overs, 44 for 1. And Eve Jones, 5 overs, 20 for 1. So that brings you up to date. The chase for Thunder will be Thunder have made 236 for 9. The chase for Sparks will be 237. Make sure you rejoin us for the chase in this game. From myself and Faith Florence, goodbye for now. We will see you for the chase of 237.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
Well, hello everyone. Good to have you back with us for this chase. The Central Sparks, after 237 to win this game against Thunder. We were discussing during the interval, Faith Florence, how difficult or otherwise a chase that would be. We've also got Polly Starkey's just arrived up here from the Naughty Child podcast, so we'll hear from her in around about 5 overs or so's time. But we were contemplating, is this going to be a tough chase for the Central Sparks, or will this be within their range? What are your early feelings on that?
Well, I think it's certainly a good score, regardless of the conditions we saw. You know, for the Thunder, who struggled a little bit for batting sometimes during this campaign. They've put plenty of runs on the board, and then specifically to this match, after that slow start, they really started to get going, get that run rate up to 5 and over, and kept it steady. And it was hard for a period for the Central Sparks to get wickets. There were some good partnerships, plenty of good contributions with that top score of 68 from Emma Lamb. So I think both sides will be fairly happy. It's hard to say, as you say, whether it was a really good score. We'll soon see. But Thunder would have got plenty of intel from watching how the ball behaved there on the pitch, and will feel, I think, quite confident about defending this score. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, as I say, it's hard to judge, but my feeling is it's quite a good score in these conditions. We've got the lights on now, it's been overcast throughout. As you say, it was quite difficult to pick up wickets, but it feels as if it might be relatively easy to defend here. We will find out in due course, because Eve Jones is at the wicket. Ellie Threlkeld, the captain for Thunder, is setting the field, and Kate Cross, who will be was captain of Manchester Originals last year, we imagine will be likely to captain them again in the second edition of that competition, has the ball in hand and is ready to come in and bowl quick and straight and fast. And this international calibre of an England opening bowler playing here for Thunder, playing here for her beloved Old Trafford, will be very, very interesting indeed. This could be a big period in the game. Kate Cross to Eve Jones, James Anderson, and threw that one through with some real vigour behind it. Straight into the gloves of Threlkeld. It's a dot ball to start the reply from Central Sparks here. They require 237. A reminder, if you are just joining us for the second innings of this game, or if you were here in the first and have just been off for a bit of tea or whatever and require a refresh. Georgie Boyce is at first slip, Deandra Dottin is at gully, Kate Cross is on her way to bowl to Eve Jones. It's nipped through outside the off stump. Jones was fending at it really in the end. Such a excellent operator. 633 runs in 2 editions of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket. 334 in the first edition, 299 in the second. She also scored 777 runs across the 100, the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last season. So Eve Jones has runs in her, as she's proved already in this edition of the competition, clipping that one off the hip down to Laura Jackson at long leg. Back for 1. Stick at 1 rather, does Eve Jones. Gets Central Sparks underway. 1 without loss. She's going to be partnered by Davina Perrin at the crease. But yeah, Jones already in this competition 39, 44 and 91. So scores are 1 heading in the right direction, and 2, she is proving just what a good batter she is in this form of the game. 50 over cricket. I think she's one I would consider for test match honours potentially as well. She, I think, could do very well in that format as well, as has Kate Cross over the years, as she's bowling back of a length to Davina Perrin through outside the off stump. A lot of excitement about Perrin, of course. Very young cricketers, signed in the 100 for Birmingham Phoenix, but was fending at that outside the off stump, and we were wondering whether there would be the same life there was at the start of the game after the rain. It appears that life is still there.
Indeed, and how good to see Kate Cross speeding in for the Thunder.
Here she comes with that red rose and the lightning bolt on her chest, and it's through outside the off stump to Ellie Threlkeld. It's another dot ball, one without loss. The score remains. A couple of balls left of this first over of the reply from Central Sparks, chasing 2-3-7. So another 2-3-6 required for victory. In fact, this will be the last ball of the first over. Cross to Perrin, James Anderson end. Beats Perrin outside the off stump. Puts the bat between her legs just to keep it out the way of the ball. But that was a really good start from Kate Cross. Just the one ball on the hip of Eve Jones that she managed to tuck away. Everything else was asking a question of the outside edge.
Indeed, been away on international duty, Kate Cross, and she's back with her regional side, the Thunder, and we can clearly see what she adds to this side. It must be such a lift for the squad, for all the fans. She's a very popular cricketer as well, Kate Cross, to see her back and bowling fast.
Yep, batted with a smile on her face as well when she was out there in the middle earlier. Laura Jackson coming on then from the Brian Statham end of the ground. And Faith Florence will take you through this over as we see dark starting to descend round Manchester. It's been an overcast day. The floodlights in full effect now. We're told from outside that it's a little bit on the chilly side as well. I knew Polly Starkey was around today. I thought we might be seeing her during the second innings because it would be getting quite cold out there. But yeah, it's going to be Jackson.
Jackson coming to Eve Jones, a left-handed batter. She comes round the wicket and bowls that one slightly leg-side-ish. That goes straight through to the keeper, and that's going to be a wide. It's a little loosener there for Laura Jackson on her first delivery. She's got Kate Cross there, just dispensing a bit of wisdom, chatting about the lines, how to go about this bowling. In she comes again to the left-hander Eve Jones. That's a better line this time, and it's just blocked there by Jones for no run. Score is 2 without loss. Second over.
Did well to chop down on that one actually, because it was heading back in towards her stumps very dangerously indeed.
Eve Jones on strike still. Laura Jackson round the wicket. She takes a swipe at it and she misses that. Beats the bat there of Eve Jones. Good bowling from Laura Jackson so far as the fielders relay the ball back towards the bowler. Still 2 for no loss of this second over.
Victories already for today for England women against South Africa, for Northern Diamonds, for Southern Vipers and for South East Stars.
Jackson in, and that's bowled wider, and she stretches out to meet that and manages to cut that away, and they're going to run 2 as the fielder races to retrieve it. 2 runs added to the score there, 4 without loss. She did well to reach out for that wider delivery off the off stump there and get 2 runs off it.
Well, we were dead level after 1 over with 1 without loss, but I suppose Sparks taking an early lead on the count back respect now.
Here comes Jackson again. Eve Jones facing, and this time she slashes it. She doesn't get it through the ring. That's very well stopped there by the fielder. They don't get a run off that excellent fielding, so remaining on 4 without loss.
Laura Marshall with the stop there. Fantastic effort to get across and prevent any scoring.
Here comes Jackson again. Still bowling to Eve Jones. This time takes a step back and just pushes that back to Laura Jackson. She's bowling a good over now, Laura Jackson. 4 without loss. Final ball of the over coming. Kate Cross just takes a look at the ball, hands it back to the bowler, Laura Jackson, as she takes her mark.
We've got slip and gully, and the 2 fielders back are at backward square leg and long leg.
In comes Jackson, and that's just pushed out for no run. Excellent over from Laura Jackson there. 4 runs without loss after 2 overs.
So, as I say, on that count back, taking a slight early lead, the Sparks, because it was 2 for 1 at the end of the second over in Thunder's innings, but they were batting in very difficult conditions. 233 more required then. The target 237 as the lights flick on in our commentary position, which is quite useful, I have to say. We're getting to that stage of a Saturday evening. It feels very autumnal, it has to be said, here at Old Trafford today. Davina Perrin just adjusting and preparing her self to face this Kate crossover. Real examination here for Davina Perrin, as we say, has been signed up for the 100. Whether we'll see her this year, who knows, but she's playing the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Is late on that one. Threlkeld frustrated that it didn't get the little nick through, but it wasn't far away.
It wasn't, and yet there've been a couple of those. You feel like Kate Cross isn't very far away from catching an edge here.
The majority of the balls she's bowled have threatened that outside edge, haven't they? They've been very difficult indeed to negotiate. Davina Perrin facing up to Kate Cross, and again is drawn into playing outside the off stump, and that's clearly her thing, is to sort of put the bat between the knees, almost like she's been very naughty indeed having played at it, but she was stuck in two minds once again. Of course, the big headlines when as a 15-year-old she signed that contract in the 100. We saw a teenager, of course, hit the headlines in that competition in Alice Capsey last year, so it can happen. But this is a real examination from Cross, who nips another one through outside the off stump, and this is probably becoming frustrating for Cross, because she seems to be able to beat Perrin with virtually every delivery, but not able to find the edge of the bat just yet.
Indeed, Boyce and Dottin at the slips there, very eager to get a catch.
No contact with the bat, and therefore no runs from this Kate crossover so far. 4 without loss from the first 3 deliveries. Cross with just an extra little turn at the end of her run this time, because Perrin, I don't think, was quite ready. Can she negotiate this one? Well, the one that was straight and clattering into her stump, she's got a bat on, and that's probably, at this stage of the innings, what matters from Davina Perrin. Very well played indeed. Back down the pitch. Plenty of chatter between Hartley and Lamb. Sure, Cross will be involved in that too. Smile on the face, but chuntering away as fast bowlers tend to a little bit here, Cross. Can she find that outside edge? Perrin faces up again, and again is able to hit the one that counted, driving that time into the offside. No great power though. Perrin's still not off the mark. And even a batter of her prodigious talent will be getting slightly nervous at the way Cross is nipping the ball past the outside edge, and the way that she's not yet off the mark. Perrin waits once more, lifts the bat up, Cross bowls, and it's through outside the off stump again. On that occasion, I think Perrin was just a tiny bit late on the ball really, but wasn't playing at it in the way she had been earlier in the over. 4 without loss, then a maiden over from Kate Cross, and you have to say Davina Perrin didn't really look like scoring in that over.
No, indeed, and you could see from the reactions of those two slip fielders there, each time the ball passed the bat, it was one hand on the head. Very, very close there. Very nice bowling from Kate Cross.
I think Deandra Dottin is a factor here, because it gives Thunder another seam option as well. Obviously they've got Jones and Hartley, Jackson bowling at the moment, Cross, but I think Dottin is crucial.
Jackson into Eve Jones, that goes on the leg side. That'll be a wide, retrieved by Ellie Threlkeld. Score remains on 4 without loss after 3 overs. You've got left-hand batter Eve Jones on strike. Davina Perrin's a right-hander, just to make things a little bit trickier for the Thunder bowlers here. In comes Jackson, round the wicket to Eve Jones. Takes a big swipe at that, and that's a wide. That's just been called a wide, I think, just crossed over that wide line there. Didn't manage to get any bat on it.
the difference here at the moment is it's taking Jackson a little bit longer to find her area than it did for Arlett. It was pressure from both ends with Arlett and Pot in the Sparks innings, and when you think they've got Izzy Wong missing, it shows their options.
That's right, in comes Jackson to Eve Jones. That beats the bat there. They remain on 6 for no loss.
But the threat is there, isn't it? Every ball at the moment, and even a batter of Eve Jones's quality is struggling here to get bat on ball.
Jackson again, bowling into Eve Jones. Oh, that's a good one. That's beaten the bat again, straight into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
I just had a look on the TV at that one just to see if I could see the movement a bit closer as people are at home, and it definitely just swerved away at the crucial moment from the bat of Eve Jones. Crucially didn't take the outside edge though. Rachael Boyce and Dottin are waiting if it does.
In comes Jackson again. It's a little bit wider, and Eve Jones managed to get a bat on that one to cut that one behind, and she'll go through for 1 run. 7 for no loss.
It was bouncing about the crease, and she did almost cut it there, even though the length was full. It was sort of an unconventional length to cut, but that's what Jones managed, and a crucial run at this stage of the innings.
Indeed, and so as with the beginning of the Sparks innings, it seems like there was a little something in the pitch for the bowler. Jackson takes her mark now, getting ready to bowl on Davina Perrin, who's back on strike.
2 back on the leg side, everyone else in the ring. Just the one catching out slip.
She's coming over the wicket to Davina Perrin, and that's a wide on the leg side. Fetched by Ali Threlkel behind the stumps. Just adds 1 to the score. 8 for no loss now in the 4th over.
Yeah, these wides are a little frustrating here for Thunder.
See if Jackson can find her line on this delivery to Davina Perrin. She just taps that one straight back to Laura Jackson.
Now
no
Perrin, who had Threlkeld encouraging her teammates right in her ear, I think will be quite keen to get off the mark in these remaining 2 balls in this over, just so that she's not having to do it against Kate Cross in the next one.
I agree, she's faced 10 deliveries. Here comes the 11th from Laura Jackson. And Davina Perrin takes a big swing at it, but it's caught by the fielder in the ring. Well, not caught, but stopped rather. For no run still, she remains on 0 for her 11 deliveries faced. 8 for no loss.
Brilliant to have almost 1,500 of you with us now on the Lancs TV stream, being entertained on your Saturday evening by Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket.
Here comes Jackson, and that's gone leg side for a wide. That's another wide. Just struggling slightly to maintain that consistent line, Laura Jackson.
Yeah, and when we're debating just how good or otherwise the total is, wide balls really are frustrating because they're taking runs off it all the time.
1 more ball on this over. In comes Jackson to Perrin. She takes another big swing at it, but only as far as Sachi Pai in the ring, and that's going to go for no run. So that's 9 without loss so far after 4 overs. Most of those runs, well, certainly a good portion, have come from the extras, the wides there, it seems.
2-8 then, still required for victory by the Central Sparks. It's a different game though for Perrin, isn't it, when she's facing Laura Jackson to facing Kate Cross.
Indeed.
And it just shows how immaculate Cross's area was. Now, Eve Jones has got the strike. She'll maybe be feeling she has to front up to Cross here, and Cross with ball in hand will be thinking, right, I've got to get one of the best batters has been so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, with more than 800 runs now across the 3 editions of the competition out. A competent defensive stroke to start with from Jones, doesn't produce a run, but does ensure she gets another ball to face from Kate Cross. Really, really exciting contest this one between Cross and Eve Jones. Eve Jones, who's had recognition with England A, made a couple of half centuries for them, as this one is played into the onside, one in the 4-day game, one in a 1-day game. Doesn't get a run there. 9 without loss. Left-handed too, of course, which we haven't seen many left-handers in the England top order recently, so she brings that to the equation. But has to weigh in with big runs, and big runs in tough situations like this will be her target as we approach 7 o'clock on a Saturday night under the lights at Old Trafford. Sparks versus Thunder. It's been a cold, drizzly sort of a day, as Jones's drive again results in a dot ball. Ten without loss, the score. Cross.
Was that a no ball?
Coming again.
The umpire
May
was
well have
signalling?
been. I think you're right. Yeah, scorer has moved up 1, so it is 10 without loss. Jones attempts to use the free hit, but Kate Cross wasn't having much of it. I think the ball was past the stumps really before Jones had completed a swing. So I think that answers our question. Yes, it definitely was a no ball, because I don't think Eve Jones would have been playing that shot otherwise. Kate Cross has to bowl one more in the over as well, knowing that 227 more runs are what she has to defend. On her way, right arm over, bowling to Jones, who drives, it slips off the face, it slips out of the hand of Emma Lamb, who did well to get across and prevent more than just the one run. 11 without loss, the score moves on to. Assessing her options again is Davina Perrin, but she will know what happened in the previous 2 overs when she faced Kate Cross. It was very, very difficult indeed. 226 required. Cross on her way. Bowls in towards the pads and defended by Perrin.
That's good from Cross, keeping the pressure there on Perrin, who's yet to get off the mark, having faced 13 deliveries.
Make sure if you are one of the 1,600 join us on the stream that you join. There's more than 260 have hit the thumbs up button, helps others find it, helps us do more of this sort of thing on Lancs TV. There's Kate Cross on her way again to deliver to Davina Perrin, and who is watchful in defence. Not really the backward or forward, but the bat was in the right place. It brings to an end the 5th over with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence here at Old Trafford. And much as it was in the first innings of this game when Thunder were batting is difficult at the start of the innings.
Definitely so, and Kate Cross has bowled a maiden there, bowled very well of her 3 overs. Laura Jackson also going quite well, conceded a couple of extras, as did Kate Cross, but they're keeping it really tight. Here is Jackson bowling to Eve Jones on strike. And having said that, that's just sneaked down the leg side for another wide. Still finding her length there, Laura Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, you can forgive her that one, can't you? Because I don't think that was a particularly bad ball. Some of the other wides have been. I think it just evaded the pad of Eve Jones. A reminder as well, 48 overs aside today because we lost 50 minutes of play at the start of this game.
In comes Jackson to Jones. She takes a big swipe at that one, and that one has managed to penetrate the ring, and it's gone over the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Eve Jones. Finally, she's able to connect with one and really make it count there. 16 for no loss now with that boundary.
Pigeons everywhere. They were quietly feeding on a bit of seed in one of the pitch ends and got quite a shot when a hard white cricket ball came speeding towards them. Did manage to evade it, thankfully. So,
indeed, as Jackson gets ready to come into Eve Jones again. Bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and she just blocks that one back up the pitch for no run. Good comeback by Laura Jackson there. 15 for no loss in the 6th over.
It had been a bit of a tragedy, a Saturday night tragedy, that, wouldn't it, if a pigeon had been taken with the cricket ball to the boundary.
I think they like the excitement, those pigeons. Here comes Laura Jackson again to Eve Jones. That's a bit wider, and in fact is called a wide. Eve Jones does throw her hands at it, doesn't make any connection, but still 1 run added to the scoreboard. And Laura Jackson will have to bowl that one again.
And this is unfortunate for Thunder, because I don't really think at the moment, as well as some of the she's bowled some deliveries, you're getting to the point where you're struggling to justify another over here for Jackson.
In she comes. And that's going to be wide again. Laura Jackson, score ticks over to 18 without loss off that wide.
Just not controlling it at the moment, and they're precious runs when the chase is 237, albeit 237 off 48 overs, as we've been mentioning there.
What can she do with this delivery? To Eve Jones again. That's better, and she clips that off the pads, Eve Jones, and she's going to get through for 1 run.
It was still a bit of a freebie of a run, though, for Eve Jones, wasn't it? It was still in the pads and easily turned away by the batter.
That's true. She won't have to bowl an extra ball off that delivery, at least. We're at the halfway point of this 6th over. Deep breath and lift of the shoulders for Laura Jackson. Score 19 for no loss. She's bowling at Davina Perrin on strike now. Over the wicket. And that's just cut behind, swept behind for 1 run. They think about coming for another run, but it's well fielded back to the wicket keeper. That's a leg bye. She didn't quite make any contact with the bat. So actually, Perrin remains on 0 after 15.
Yeah, it's crucial that, isn't it? Still not off the mark.
Indeed. Eve Jones back on strike. Here comes Laura Jackson. And she hits that one quite hard. That's going to make it to the boundary. Despairing dive from Kate Cross. Didn't manage to stop it. That goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs off the bat of Eve Jones.
Nice cover drive. Through extra cover off the front foot. Lovely shot, and it was the "that's beaten me" dive from Kate Cross. It was almost the full surface dive into the swimming pool, that one.
Indeed.
She was never going to stop it.
So she's still on strike. It's Laura Jackson over. Eve Jones, 24 for no loss. Here comes Jackson to Eve Jones again. And that's a good delivery. Off stump. That goes through for no run. The score is 24 for no loss after 6 overs.
Well, they've cost 20 runs, those 3 overs from Laura Jackson. It'll be a decision for Ellie Threlkel to make, I think, whilst Kate Cross is bowling this over, because you know Kate Cross is going to be there or thereabouts, whether she bowls Jackson another one or whether she turns to Dotton, who is beginning to whirl the arms around. Well, she whirled the arms around once, which might not be enough to get ready for a spell. There we go. Whirling round again now, so I think that is an indication that Deandra Dottin might be coming on, and that to me feels quite wise. Of course, you've got Alex Hartley with the best figures in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy to come as well in this innings, as this one's driven back, but it feels a day for seamers like Kate Cross. But she'll be getting a little anxious that she hasn't taken a wicket yet, because that's what Thunder need at this point in the innings. They need to at least match those 2 wickets that Sparks took and really put a bit of pressure on the Thunder batting. And the longer they go without taking one, no matter where the board is, 24 for naught at the moment, they will know it can cause them a problem. Perrin's hit that one nicely. The nicest she's hit it, and it's a misfield by Alex Hartley who'd overrun it, and there's going to be at least 2 for Perrin, who is off the mark. I think Perrin was running whatever there, but it put the pressure on Hartley as well to affect the fielding, and she didn't. 26 without loss. There might not be too much of an exchange of words between the friends here, Alex Hartley and Kate Cross, because that was a little bit frustrating. But I suppose 2 runs taken, 2 slips in now. Dottin very far forward. I can't work out if she's a 3 or a 2 there, maybe a 2.5, as that one's played away through gully, slightly frustratingly for Thunder and Dottin, but it was all on the floor, so it wouldn't have been a chance of a catch, but it does bring Perrin another 2. She's on to 4 of 18 balls, and having barely been able to lay a bat on Kate Cross for the first 2 overs, she looked a bit more settled there. Still not out the danger zone though. I think she's got a bat probably to the 10 over mark before she starts to feel really comfortable. Here comes Cross again. Bowls to Perrin, who's driving compactly and nicely, and she's a clean hitter of the ball, is Davina Perrin, and this is why there'll be a little bit of nerve jangling going on for Thunder here, because they've opted not to have Phoebe Graham in the side to strengthen the batting. It's got them to a total of 237, but they need wickets here. Cross searching for them. 7th over of the innings, bowling. James Anderson N takes the edge, but it was well played by Perrin, in fairness to her. Soft hands for somebody who strikes the ball as fiercely as Davina Perrin. To play with soft hands like that is quite impressive when the moment came, and she rode the edge well, and Boyce was left scrambling to her right hand side to stop runs being scored off. It did so though.
Yeah, both slips ended up on the floor there. I think they both thought they might be in with a shot, but as you say, very well played by Davina Perrin.
Her edge has finally been found, but it didn't carry. She's forward this time, advancing down the pitch to international calibre bowlers. Good from Perrin. Just squeezed it into the leg side in the end for no run. 28 without loss, the score at the end of the 7th over of the innings.
Yeah, so now that she's off the mark, Davina Perrin, she straight away looks to be a little bit more confident, meeting the ball on her bat a bit better, so they've released a little bit of pressure that they had really built up nicely there on the opening batter.
Well, that over was the Davina Perrin I know. I mean, I didn't know she could ride an edge the way she did when it was found, but that is more what I've seen from Davina Perrin, a very clean striker of the ball, and she's very confident despite being a teenager amongst adults here. But if you're good enough, you're old enough, as they say.
Indeed, and as you thought, Laura Jackson is off the bowling and brings Deandra Drottin to bowl her first delivery to Eve Jones, and that goes through to the wicketkeeper for no run. Eve Jones takes a bit of a swipe of it, but she misses it.
I think she was astounded that wasn't a wide, frankly.
Yeah, it's one of those that sort of started a middle stump and then kind of seemed to fly wide, and yeah, sometimes the umpires see that as just staying in the line.
Differently to the batters, I think.
Here comes Deandra Dottin again to Eve Jones, and she hits that one hard, straight to the fielder for no run.
Sounded like a gun had gone off when she hit that one.
Did indeed. I think with the fast pace of Dottin's bowling, it's always going to sound really nice off a bat. Deandra Dottin takes her mark again. 24 for no loss. In comes Dottin to Eve Jones, a left-hander. And she just flicks that one out, and that's going to go over the boundary. That was bowled slightly more to Pad's leg side-ish, and she just very neatly hit that one square, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, that was 4 runs. Score moves on to 32 for no loss in the 8th over.
Really nicely hit, really nicely clipped away off the toes by Eve Jones.
In comes Dottin again. And a good hit from Eve Jones, but straight to the fielder for no run. 32 without loss. I think she might enjoy the pace of Deandra Dottin, Eve Jones, if she can connect with her bat.
Well, Dottin's an attacking bowler, isn't she? She's either going to take wickets or go for runs. There's not a huge amount of in between, and she's trying to break Thunder into this game.
Indeed, she took 3 good wickets at Southport last week for the Thunder. She'll be looking to make that same impact today.
I reckon this might be short.
Here comes Dottin into Eve Jones. And you were right, and that goes straight up, but they're not going to get it. Is the fielder going to stop it there? She does manage to stop it there at fine leg, and it comes back to the fielder. They managed to run. Did they run 2 off that one? I didn't.
Just the
quite
one
see.
in the end.
Just
It
the one.
went down to 3rd off a top edge from Eve Jones. Perhaps lucky it went in that direction and not towards Pye, who'd been placed at backward square leg by Deandra Dottin, which was what made me think the short ball was coming.
Yeah, very true, because it was in the air for a little while.
We could spot it up from up here, and maybe Jones spotted it down there, but she struggled to deal with it.
Perrin on strike. Here comes Deandra Dottin to Davina Perrin. She just butts that one back to Deandra Dottin for no run. So at the end of that 8th over, 33 for no loss.
I think the 15-year-old was hit by that one, really, as she went to pull it. Was through the shot slightly early and sort of got hit round the backside of the shoulder. But yeah, Dottin's going to attack here, I think.
Yeah.
It's the sort of pitch where for most other bowlers you'd be sceptical of that sort of tactic, because it is a sort of pitch it up and nibble it away. That's how we saw Arlott, Potts, and we're now seeing Cross have success. But I think for Deandra Dottin, rules that apply to others don't necessarily apply to her, and she likes to go short, and she has done so there. Cross then, with the white towel in the back of her trousers to keep the ball dry. Just having a little word with Threlkeld and the slip boys. Jones even has a little glance round to him before settling into her stance and driving powerfully into the offside. Good fielding though by Emma Lamb, who top scored for Thunder with 68 from 69 deliveries before she was LBW. Threlkeld also made 46, Marshall 41 in what was a interesting innings from a Thunder perspective. It sort of seemed to stall at times, but got them up to a total. Here's Kate Cross bowling, right arm over the wicket, well defended by Eve Jones into the offside. Emma Lamb there with the fielding. It's a sedate start. Feels fairly quiet and calm in the Manchester surroundings here. A couple of trams will roll by every now and again on the tracks, but this game just deciding which way it's going to go. Cross bowling to Jones, who left it outside the off stump. Perhaps appeared a little closer to the off stump from up here than it was down there. Jones was certainly calm. There wasn't too much commotion from the Thunder fielders. Boyce, Dottin and Threlkeld wait for the catches. There's also backward point cover and mid-off on the offside, as well as a fielder outside the ring down at 3rd. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. The fielders on the leg side. As Cross comes in and bowls, it's clipped away into the leg side. Jones gets to the non-striker's end. She's on to 20, 34 without loss at the end of the 9th over. I'm approaching the end of the 9th over rather. Conscious we've got Polly Starkey as well from the Naughty Child podcast with us, so we will get her in at the end of the 10th over. So we'll have another over from this Stay the Men from Faith Florence as Leslie Threlkeld. This is pretty brave, I have to say, standing up to Kate Cross, putting a bit of pressure on Davina Perrin, who'd been advancing down the track. In comes Cross to bowl to Perrin, who drives it back where it came from. And Cross picks the ball up in the offside and heads back to her mark. Interesting tactic this. Makes life difficult for Threlkeld because big nicks she isn't going to be able to catch in the same way she could standing back.
That's true, but she's an excellent wicket keeper, and they're putting the pressure back there on Davina Perrin. Thunder really trying to go for a wicket now.
Here's Cross. James Anderson end. Bowls, but right into the middle of Perrin's bat on the drive. 34 without loss. We've had 9 overs of this reply. 237 is the chase, so another 203 are required by the Central Sparks for victory against Thunder here.
As you say, it's a sedate start for the Central Sparks batters, but I think they'll be reasonably pleased. They haven't lost a wicket. They've scored at just under 4 runs and over.
Creeping up towards 2,000 viewers on the Lancs TV YouTube stream of this match between Thunder and Central Sparks with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence.
Deandra Dottin to bowl. Eve Jones is on strike. Deandra Dottin bowling her second over. In she comes to Eve Jones. She bangs that one into the turf, and that just bounces over the head of Eve Jones. So that's going to be called a wide for height there. It's one off the over. Score is on 34 for no loss.
I think it might have just been the one for the over there, actually. I don't think it was called wide.
Oh, sorry, I think I meant no ball.
Jones taking the sensible option of ducking on that occasion.
In comes Dottin again. And Eve Jones takes a swipe at it, misses the bat into the hands of the keeper.
Well, forced a bat with a bouncer and then slipped one through outside the off stump with a fuller ball. Yeah, no, I think that ball was, as I say, it was just one for the over, but it wasn't an extra to the total. So it remains 34 without loss.
34 without loss in the 10th over. Deandra Dottin bowling to Eve Jones on strike. And she comes over the wicket, and that's hit straight back to Deandra Dottin for no run. Score remains on 34 without loss.
This is an examination that Eve Jones won't have had a lot in her career. Some fearsome short pitch bowling from Deandra Dottin.
Indeed, she always looks so calm, Eve Jones, though. As Dottin comes in again. Bowls to Eve Jones, who just defends that. And the fielder retrieves it for no run. 34 without loss.
It's one of those challenges. I mean, she will have had it, of course, in nets, probably from Izzy Wong, let's be honest. But it's one of those things you see a lot more of in international cricket, I think, than domestic cricket in the women's game.
Yeah, at this early stage, she can afford not to take any risks with this bowling. In comes Dottin. Back to Eve Jones, and she swings her bat at it, and that goes through to the keeper. Doesn't make contact, so for no run still. That's 34 without loss.
I think that particular ball was neither one thing nor the other. It was just ended up being a bit short and wide, and I think Jones was purposefully backing away to give herself the room to hit it, but didn't make contact.
Indeed, so still having a look at Deandra Dottin here, Eve Jones. Can she score off the last ball of the over? Dottin to Jones. And she bangs that into the turf, and she leaves that alone, Eve Jones. And the score after 10 overs remains on 34 without loss.
So maiden over from Deandra Dottin, perhaps not the most accurate. Certainly the bouncer at the end of the over wasn't as accurate as the one that started the over. That I think would have hit Eve Jones in her forehead, the first one, had she not ducked it. But she's learnt from the error that brought the top edge there as Eve Jones, and was quite happy to not score there. So we've got Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast in alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Welcome, Polly. What have you been making of the game up in Manchester today? It was Loughborough we last spoke in, wasn't it? But,
yeah.
What are you making of this?
Very different weather to last time, but no, it's great to be here, and it's going to be an interesting game. I think it's quite a high total for Thunder.
48 overs, of course. It's important to remember as Perrin drives down the offside, only finds Emma Lamb, and that is a dot ball to start the 11th over.
Yeah, Thunder tend to be quite a low-scoring side, and although Sparks over the last couple of games haven't scored massively, they've got 206, 213, but Thunder tend to get bowled out a lot. Obviously, we saw today losing a lot of wickets, so Sparks have a great opportunity now to pile on some runs.
Here comes Cross to bowl from the James Anderson end of Old Trafford. She goes for the short. Well, what a take that is from Ellie Threlkeld. She stood up to the stumps to Davina Perrin, who I don't think was expecting a short ball, and almost glances to the sky as if to say, what was that? Ellie Threlkeld getting up with the gloves, taking the ball, even taking the bails. I don't think you'd be expecting that as a batter with the keeper stood up, would you?
No, definitely not.
2 balls for Cross to start with. She's on her way again. Delivers a third, defended into the offside. Again, no run. 34 without loss. Daisy Mullen across to pick up the ball. 7:20 on your Saturday evening. Reason we haven't been giving you any scores elsewhere is because the games are done elsewhere. England women winning by 6 wickets. Northern Diamonds by 1 wicket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Southern Vipers by 11 runs and South East Stars by 36 runs are the results so far today. Which way this game will go, with a score 34 without loss, and cross bowling to Perrin, who can't advance that total with that push into the offside. It still feels in the balance to me, Polly Starkey, with 203 more required for victory.
Yeah, I would agree, but I mean, at the 10 over mark, Thunder were 28 for 2, so it obviously lost those 2 wickets. Sparks still have their opening batters out there. Obviously, it has been a slow start, but I think as both Davina and Eve, settle down and get more comfortable, and perhaps when Cross stops coming into the attack, they might be able to get a few more runs.
Yeah, Thunder need Cross to take a wicket. That one threw outside the off stump. Couldn't gather cleanly through Elkeld, but as we say, she's being quite ambitious standing up to the stumps here, showing the class she has with the gloves. I couldn't quite cling on cleanly there.
I think Eve Jones is absolutely key for Sparks as well. I always rave about, she's such a good player, but she's so calm, and to have her with you in the middle is just exactly what you need.
As we said, Davina Perrin's fairly unflappable as she hits this one away through the offside. A few pigeons are fairly flappable there as that goes for 4 runs, but it's hit very nicely by Davina Perrin. Finds the fence with just a neat little stroke into the offside off the back foot. It was sort of a 45-degree angle when she made connection with the ball, and after a couple of maiden overs, last ball of the 11th takes the score into 38 without loss. So that was a big spell of pressure from Thunder there. They'd produced 17 dot balls, and then Perrin breaks it with a boundary.
Yeah, Davina Perrin's such an exciting player. For only 15 years old to be opening the batting for Sparks is a huge achievement. And with that Birmingham Phoenix contract in the 100, I think she's just one to watch, and she's so cool, calm, and collected. And as we saw from the boundary, she's got a lot of skill.
Dottin bowling to Jones, hits down the onside of the wicket, finds Hannah Jones, does Eve Jones, and therefore can't score off that delivery. Perrin then with her first boundary there, coming in the 11th over, showing great temperament. Jones has 3 boundaries to her name and settles again. Here's Deandra Dottin. Chase 2-3-7, and Eve Jones has hit this one high and has hit the West Indian into the party stand for 6. A roar of shot comes from the Central Sparks players. 44 without loss, and Eve Jones, who I think was surprised by the first bouncer and nearly got caught at third, was not surprised by that at all and has absolutely launched it into the stands. 6 runs, 44 without loss.
That was absolutely huge, and these aren't small boundaries, so it takes a lot to whack it. And she hit it a couple of rows back, so very, very impressive from Eve Jones, and just showing what she can do and how aggressive she can be with the batting.
The ball will need a quick medical examination from the umpire before being tossed back to Deandra Dottin. Pye, the fielder out there, had to go and retrieve it from about 4th or 5th row of seats in the end. And as you say, Polly Starkey, there are no short boundaries here at Old Trafford. Short to Eve Jones again, who can't get anything on it, but might feel she missed out rather there on picking up another boundary. 26 to her name, including a big 6 off Deandra Dottin, who's come on, decided to bowl short, and we're waiting to see if it will produce the results that Deandra Dottin is hoping for. It's going to send Laura Jackson down to long leg. Of course, we're outside the power play now, so I think Kate Cross has just made that point. It's worth having 2 back on the leg side now with this short pitched plan. There's also a fielder down at third. It's short again. Eve Jones just crouches, looks around to see if that's a no ball, and it is a no ball. Too many in the over from Dottin. And I think that's fair enough, because the 6 was definitely over shoulder high, and probably the short one outside the off stump was as well. So this will be a free hit, and Dottin will have to try to find a way of defending from this ball now. Goes full, bowls Eve Jones. There's a celebration, and it's out. It's not a free hit, in fact. It must be the short pitch bowling doesn't count as a free hit, and Eve Jones is out. Bowled leg stump. Well, Deandra Dottin has the last laugh there. 45 for 1. Jones bowled by a full, quick, straight ball. She's been bowling short and fast at Eve Jones, and ends the innings. 45 for 1. Central Sparks find themselves. Jones out for 26 off 42. And despite the big 6 earlier in the over, it's Dottin, Polly Starkey, who is the victor in that particular contest.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned before, Dottin either goes for a lot of runs or she takes wickets, and she took a wicket on this occasion. I think I was quite shocked. I thought it was a free hit, so I was quite surprised when I saw them all celebrating. But yeah, it was a great ball, and yeah, it's a shame to see Eve Jones go so early. I mean, she always has a lot to offer. But Abby Freeborn, who's in next, she's an incredible batter. I think goes under the radar a bit as well. But recently has had some amazing scoring. I think last week got 40 odd. She usually is in the 20s, 30s, 40s. So she's a great addition to the Spark side this year.
Well, I was wondering, because I hadn't seen the whirly ice cream signal, whether that was going to be a free hit, but clearly not, as it was for going over shoulder high rather than overstepping the mark, as is the usual method. But 45 for 1, the first wicket falls, and under the lights out walks Abby Freeborn. Just checks her guard, waits for Deandra Dottin. There'll be a little bit of chatter down there, I think, amongst the Central Sparks players about the approach that Dottin has been taking. Will she go full or short? Short. It's pulled in the air, but into a vacant space. Mullin comes in off the boundary and does the fielding. Marshall, I beg your pardon, comes in and does the fielding. 46 for 1. Approaching the end of the 12th over. It feels as if that wicket has got Thunder into the game here.
Yeah, definitely.
91 required.
They're getting a bit of momentum now, and that wicket will have really encouraged the rest of the team.
That'll be to achieve a total of 237. It's down the leg side. Threlkeld can't gather. I think there was a little bit of pad involved. The signal indicates as much. 46 for 1. So we approach the end of the 12th over. It's an over that has seen Eve Jones out. Bowled by Deandra Dottin. Faced 42 balls for that 26 in 48 minutes. And hit 3 fours and a very big 6. But Deandra Dottin is an attacking player. Plays attacking cricket. And she came back and bowled Eve Jones. A crucial wicket for Thunder. Alex Hartley then. 6 wickets for 24, the best figures there have been in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They were taken last week at Southport. Looking forward to seeing what she can produce here, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, definitely, and I think there's a remarkable achievement to get the best figures in the trophy. But considering the lack of training she's done with all her work and stuff, doing commentary overseas, it was just incredible to watch. And she said herself, it should have been 8 for her. I was like, can't you just be happy with the 6er? But no, she's a great player, and I think it was 5 years ago since that World Cup final which she won, and she has that England experience and that international stuff behind us. So, no, incredible player, and it'll be interesting to see what she can do here.
32 international appearances across all formats, 42 wickets in those appearances. She's on her way to bowl to Davina Perrin, who is playing into the leg side, sort of almost a standing sweep shot in the end. Now Perrin's coming back for the second and is quick and gets there. 49 for 1. Perrin into double figures, on to 10. A little bit of responsibility now falls onto the shoulders of the young 15-year-old. She's the one who survived longest of the two opening batters, and it's defended by Davina Perrin. Alex Hartley getting a good look at it and just trying to work her out really in these early stages. 45 for 1 the first wicket fell at. 237 required for victory. Perrin twiddling it away into the leg side, picks up another 1. That brings up the 50 for Central Sparks. Not too much commotion to greet it, but the surviving opener Perrin takes Sparks there. Alex Hartley twirls the ball from one hand to the other. In she goes again. Free ball works into the leg side. Perrin will have to be quick, and is quick. And that actually got more applause than the 50 being brought up. The good running between the wickets to take the tight single, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, Davina Perrin is so fast between the wickets. I think that's a sign of her youth, particularly. But no, she's always pushing for a second or pushing for a single, and it is what you need at this moment.
Thunder looking for their first win of the 2022 edition of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Alex Hartley trying to bowl them to it, but standing firm was Davina Perrin again for Central Sparks, who have 4 points, started the day in 5th place. Here's Hartley, bowling to Perrin, worked to Laura Marshall at straight mid-wicket. That brings to the end the 13th over, and by way of comparison, at this stage, 51 for 2 was the score for the Thunder. So the Central Sparks are ahead by 1 wicket, but dead level on runs at the moment. And it was a partnership of 90 developing at that point between Emma Lamb and Laura Marshall, so you can perhaps expect to see Thunder maybe inching ahead at some point in these next few overs. So how is it out there in the stands? It looked a bit chilly, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, it was quite cold. At one point it was quite windy as well, and a bit of drizzle, so much warmer in here.
Here's Dottin, bowling with the wind behind her from the Statham end. Into the leg side goes Freeborn. 1 taken. Slightly frustrating one from a Thunder perspective. 52 for 1 the score moves on to. Yeah, you can see the flagpoles at the far end. The flags are certainly heading in one direction away from us, and fairly quickly if they weren't strapped onto a fairly sturdy piece of metal. As in comes Deandra Dottin, bowls outside the off stump, an attempted cut by Perrin, but wasn't really close to it in the end. Quite surprised to see Trafford Town Hall with scaffolding round it. I don't think I've ever seen it like that, but there we are. Certainly not weather for the picnic benches in the distance between the hotel and the old pavilion at the far end. Bit of bunting has been ruffled in the wind as well, as this one's bowled back towards the stumps and the pads of Perrin, but a bit of bat got involved and spared both being hit. Did wrap into the pad eventually, but Perrin just looks very unfussed about this situation she's in. 15 years of age, facing up to Deandra Dottin.
Yeah, she's faced Kate Cross and Deandra Dottin within a game. I suppose it gives her a taste of what she's going to see in the 100, so I think it's all good experience for her.
And she's still there is the key, which means she's got time to add to this total, which stands at 11 at the moment, hit on the pads this time. It's an 11 that's taken 39 balls though, so she has to make this start count now. But Sparks won't get overly worried about the rate. They've had a few extras that have helped them on their way as well. 185 for victory. In what has the feeling as if it could become a very tense game of cricket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy under the lights at Old Trafford. Driven firmly, it popped up off the pitch, and Daisy Mullin was there almost in superhero fashion to save it in the offside. What a great catch that was she took last week at Southport, by the way. Did you catch that?
Yeah, she's a remarkable fielder, very agile and just, you know, always ready to catch the ball or stop it. Similar to Deandra Dottin, I think, actually. But yeah, that catch the other day was remarkable.
They seem to be feeding off each other, those two, in terms of Dottin sort of setting a standard that Mullin's now aspiring to. Neat late cut by Perrin. She just moved away, gave herself room, and then just touched the ball wide of slip and away for 4 runs. And as attacking as Dottin is with the ball, she can also be a tad expensive at times. 56 for 1 the total moves on to. 4 more onto the account of Davina Perrin. She's up to 15 now. Same as the age she signed her contract for the 100.
Yeah, that was a remarkable piece of cricket from Davina Perrin, and it just shows kind of the intent she has now going forward with this game and the pressure they're trying to put back on Thunder. I suppose at this point they might want to rotate the strike a bit more, give Abby Freeborn an opportunity, because you know she has a good history of hitting boundaries as well, and so it'd be good to see what she can do today.
Well, Freeborn's been rotating it so far. She's 3 off 3 at the moment. Lifts her bat and waits for Alex Hartley and defends this one on side of the pitch back to the bowler. So a reminder again, and I'm sure people who've been joining us will have been at these earlier games. Thunder winning by a wicket in this competition as Diamonds winning by a wicket in this competition as Freeborn drives here against the bowling from Thunder's Alex Hartley. Diamonds winning by a wicket, Southern Vipers by 11 runs and South East Stars by 36 runs. Those are the results so far today. So Vipers and Diamonds still with 100% records in the competition, although Diamonds only just against Lightning, nearly coming up short, chasing 200 and winning with 2 balls and a wicket to spare, as that's just pushed by Freeborn to Emma Lamb, who is in tight at short extra cover, and Alex Hartley just trying to build up some dots all of a sudden. This game then concluding things on your Saturday night between Thunder and Central Sparks. Another dot ball from Alex Hartley as Freeborn pushed forward, and we have the break for the Commonwealth and the 100 before being back in September. Thunder looking for their first win at their 4th attempt. Central Sparks will need the win to keep pace with those at the top and try and make the eliminator as they did last season. 56 for 1 the score. We've had 15 overs of the chase. So maiden over by sorry, not quite a maiden over, was it? There was no, it was a maiden over. 56 for 1. Alex Hartley building up those dots and keeping Abby Freeborn on strike. So 66 for 2 was the score for Thunder at this point, as Deandra Dottin very carefully marks out her run, heel to toe, and he's going to come and bowl around the wicket to Davina Perrin, perhaps not liking that little glide for 4 at the end of the over.
No, I can imagine, as you know, being an international cricketer, then being whacked by a 15-year-old for 4, it would take a bruising to the ego, I think.
Well, Dottin around the wicket, bowl short to Perrin, who evades it just. There was certainly no backing away and gliding that one down to 4. There's a fielder at 3rd now, one at long leg and another at backward square leg. And I think Deandra Dottin enjoyed that one. It certainly gave Davina Perrin the hurry up. She's 15 off 42 balls. Waiting for Deandra Dottin again. Around the wicket. Shorter length, but this is on the cut. Oh, Jackson was close to it. I think there were fingertips on it. And arguably it was a catch that needed to be taken for Thunder. Takes the score on to 60 for 1. For me, that was a chance. Polly Starkey, how did you see it?
Yeah, I would agree. That was definitely a chance, and it would be such a key wicket at this time. And yeah, just went through the fingers of Laura Jackson and overhead for 4.
Perrin on 15. Dropped by Laura Jackson at backward point. Here comes Dottin. Deviated quite noticeably off the seam, that one. Almost so much so that I thought for a second in the floodlit conditions it might have taken an edge, but there was no commotion as it went through to throw count. Here's Dottin again, rubs the ball on the trousers a couple of times and is on her way. Will she go short or full? Goes full. Perrin is equal to it. Flashing cut stroke though, just disappearing over the fingertips of Laura Jackson at backward point. And how vital will that moment prove in the game for Central Sparks and for Thunder? We will see. Here comes Dottin around the wicket, short of length to Perrin, who's on top of it and cutting away behind square on the offside. It was a more controlled cut this time, and she's back for 2, very speedily back for 2. 62 for 1. You're getting a good glimpse of what you might be able to expect in the 100. I think she's going to have to play that competition in a different way, is Davina Perrin, to the way she's playing at the moment. But nearly 1,700 of you are enjoying seeing her make her way through this innings in the gloom at Old Trafford. Floodlights on, full effect, illuminating the turf below as in comes Dottin, goes full. Perrin just dabs the defensive out into the offside. Jackson is there with the fielding, but it was probably earlier in the over that the fielding was needed. It was a very tough chance. It went quick and it went high, but I think she should have got more than fingertips on it. And Perrin finishes the over on 21. She could have finished the over in the pavilion. 16 gone. The score is 62 for 1.
Yeah, I definitely think that should have been caught. And, you know, with the standard of fielding we've seen across the competition, also the Charlotte Edwards Cup, I think, you know, those chances should, you know, they need to be taken. And especially in the long format, the 50 over format, you know, you need to get those catches, because, you know, we might be looking in 10, 15 overs time and being like, oh, well, you know, that drop catch really cost Thunder everything.
That was the closest they got to getting Davina Perrin out, as Hartley Bowles swept away behind square by Abby Freeborn. She's going to look for 2 here, but decides against it. Hannah Jones with the fielding, keeping it to 1. 63 for 1, the score moves on to with the single. It's very dark, very gloomy here at Old Trafford. We've got a game in the balance. On Lancs TV is Alex Hartley Bowles, and Davina Perrin is forward and defends. The ball just bowls out into the offside. Emma Lamb there with the fielding, made 68 with the bat. But whether it will be a winning or a losing 68 is to be decided. Another 174 required by Central Sparks, as this one's hit magnificently by Davina Perrin down the ground, moving her feet to the spin of Alex Hartley, who has the best figures in this competition, remember, of 6 for 24 obtained last week. And Davina Perrin has just chassé down the pitch and driven it all along the floor and away for 4 runs. 67 for 1. What a classy stroke that was from Davina Perrin.
Yeah, absolutely great cricket, and Crossy tried to stop that, but she couldn't get there in time, and it went all the way through to the boundary.
Eve Jones, the player out, bowled for 26 by Deandra Dottin, leaving a teenage opening partner at the crease. She's looking very assured at the moment, but Alex Hartley will not like being hit for 4 and will be now trying to make sure she dismisses Davina Perrin, who was equal to that. Interestingly, has 3-7-7-7-7 on the back of Davina Perrin's bat. The same number of runs that Eve Jones scored last season across the 100, the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, as Perrin is through for 2 more to her account, on to 27 from 51 balls. Taken her time, has been circumspect when she's needed to be, was beaten early on by Kate Cross, but it's now Davina Perrin's opportunity to shine here. She has already once in the over with a lovely shot down the ground, and she's going to hit another lovely shot through extra cover, although Georgie Boyce gets something on it, and needed to get something on it to prevent that being another 4 runs. It wasn't in the end, just the single. 28 Perrin has at the end of the over, 70 for 1 after 17. You must be enjoying watching Perrin bat here. Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a pleasure to watch her. She's just incredible, and the way she stays so calm and is just so relaxed, and you know, she's one of those players that just always looks like she belongs where she is, and I think, you know, as such a young player, that might be quite a hard thing to do, but she just fits it perfectly.
Now this is very frustrating. We can barely see the mizzle in the air from our commentary position, but it's certainly coming down, and it looks as if the players are going to have to leave the field. The forecast was for more rain this evening. The question was whether we could fit the game in time. We need 3 more overs to constitute a match here. 20 overs would be where we'd need to be. The DLS is at 59. Sparks walk off at 70 for 1. You will be able to hear the hover cover being fired up down below, and I'll probably have to raise my voice a bit to talk over it as it's dragged on, but it looks as if we're going to have a rain delay here. And well, Polly Starkey, that is very frustrating. I might have to at some point let you go back and find your friends in the stand, because they'll probably be looking for a bit of cover, and we'll be able to tell you about just how bad that rain is. I think Faith Florence has been out on the balcony, and there's a resigned nod of the head there that this doesn't look good, as if there's some miserly rain around and we may be about to see a delay. 70 for 1 then. Perrin on 28, batting very nicely. Freeborn has 4. Eve Jones is out for 26. If you are going anywhere, make sure you return, because it's been brilliant to have 1,750 of you with us on Lancs TV watching this Sparks chase. We hope we will be able to bring you the conclusion to it, but as things stand, I think we're still 3 overs short of a game. The target was 237 from 48 overs. It looks as if we will be losing more time from this game, and of course losing runs as well. It is likely from the total, so we will drop the line for just a moment, and we will be back shortly, just whilst we keep an eye on what's going on with Duckworth, Lewis, Stern and that sort of thing. But thank you to Polly Starkey for joining us. Just a reminder for people who don't know as well, the Naughty Child podcast, of course, it's a podcast all about women's cricket, so just let people know where they can find that before heading back to your friends in the stands.
Yeah, so you can find us all across normal podcast listening platforms, so YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Google, and then we also have Instagram and Twitter. So our Instagram is Naughty Child Podcast and our Twitter is OO Child Podcast. So yeah, feel free to give it a listen and let us know what you think.
Yep, it's a very entertaining podcast indeed, all about all things women's cricket. It looks as if the ground staff are staying by the covers, so we might just wait a couple of seconds longer, but the hoods are up at the far end, which is rather worrying, and another hood goes up there, which indicates to me that this might be a slightly longer delay. At this point the square isn't being covered, it's just the pitch, but I think we're going to go and just keep an eye on what's going on with Duckworth, Lewis, Stern and the like. A reminder, if you keep watching the social media feeds of these teams, in particular on Twitter, at Thunder Cricket, Central Sparks are at Central Sparks. Those two Twitter feeds are probably the place to keep up to date on whether we are back for this game. We hope that we will be, but we will see you again shortly.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Well, everybody, welcome back. We are about to have players entering the field again. You'll see our umpires already in the middle. We will start again at 8:10. It means we've lost 5 overs. The target has dropped from 237 to 220. So another 150 will be required of 26 overs by the Central Sparks for victory against the Thunder here at Old Trafford. So the complexion of the game changes slightly, but only slightly, I would say, Faith Florence.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Mike, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of impact this break has on each side. Who's going to come out of it still full of vigour and concentration and focus, and whether it's distracted anybody enough to make some impact. But they were batting really nicely before the break there, Freeborn and Perrin. Perrin was particularly getting quite confident and starting to find the boundary with more regularity and play some good shots, so they'll want to pick up where they left off.
Yeah, the partnership was 25 off 32 balls, which in the context of what we'd seen so far in the innings was relatively fluent. I guess it will affect Perrin potentially more than Freeborn, because Perrin has taken a lot of balls to get herself in and was starting to find some boundaries and some fluency. Freeborn was still fairly early into her innings on 4 off just 10 deliveries, but if anything, I would say this plays into the fielding side's hands. The bowlers just get a couple of moments to recharge slightly, get a bit of liquid on board, have a chat with the coaching staff, all that sort of thing. Hannah Jones will be coming into the attack. Holly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast has bravely actually headed back out into the stands to retake her seat, and Faith Florence is back alongside myself, Mike Perkins, and it'll be Hannah Jones to continue from this stay the net.
That's right, Davina Perrin just taking her guard there again from the umpire, and she'll be facing that left arm off spin of Hannah Jones. Just getting ready there at the crease, Davina Perrin adjusting her gloves and having a look round the field. Hannah Jones is in place and ready to bowl. Here she comes around the wicket, and she just cuts that one away. She's got off to a good start again here, Davina Perrin. Going to run for 2 runs. Dotton runs out to retrieve that ball, and she looks like she's never been away, Davina Perrin.
The little lights at the end of the entranceways and the stand over towards third there are very prominent all of a sudden. Floodlights obviously have been for a few hours now.
In comes Jones again to Perrin, and Perrin swings the bat and cuts this one behind. It's not going to make it to the boundary. The outfield's a little bit slower, but they are going to run for 2 there. And that's 4 runs so far off the over. Hannah Jones just loosening up a bit there.
Great to have more than 1,000 of you and rising heading back to this commentary. You were saying out in Kampala your sister was watching, Faith Florence.
That's right, as Hannah Jones comes around the wicket again to Davina Perrin, and she just blocks that one, retrieved by Ellie Threlkeld for no run. Yeah, she's probably going off to bed now. It'll be about 10 o'clock in Kampala. She enjoyed the stream earlier. Here comes Hannah Jones, and Davina Perrin once again cuts that to point, and she set off for a run. This one, it looks like it's got a better chance of getting to the boundary, but it's slowing up again, and Deandra Dotton manages to catch the ball, and I think the ball actually stopped there before she got to it.
Yeah, the rain will have slowed things up slightly once again, but no, good to have it's Frida, isn't it, with us? She hasn't nodded off just yet. Good to have had your company today, and has basically not watched cricket before, so a brand new fan there.
Hannah Jones again into Davina Perrin. It's a big swipe at that one, but doesn't go anywhere, and Hannah Jones is able to field off her own bowling. Yes, absolutely, that'll be Frida's first cricket match over in Kampala, enjoying the YouTube stream and Lancs TV with all the other viewers as well. It's great to have you along, Faith Florence and Mike Perkins. Here comes Hannah Jones again on the wicket, and this time Davina cuts it, and that's again with the slow outfield. It's not going to make it to the boundary, fielded by Laura Jackson, but She's very fast running between the wickets, Davina Perrin. 2 runs off that last delivery.
Well, she was particularly quick there because she looked as if she had a bit of trouble turning, almost as if it was a little bit damp even on the pitch, which had mainly been covered by the hover cover, but still got back for the second.
Absolutely, and running to the danger end there, so Abby Freeborn could take it a little bit more sedately as a score trickled over to 78 for 1.
Now that's another 142 required because the remainder are revised target is 220, so 17 less that Sparks set out for off their 48 overs. As we lost 4 overs at the start of the game, we've lost another 5 overs there from the Sparks innings now. So they are after 220 now for victory. As in comes Alex Hartley, who's swept away behind square. Work for Pye to do, but she does it well. And we'll keep it to 1, so Freeborn just moves on to 5. 79 for 1, the total. Partnership up to 33.
Yeah, it looks like the Sparks want to chase us down before there's a chance of any more rain. They've really come out looking the business. See if Alex Hartley can do something about this push.
Alex Hartley now with the towel in the back of the trousers to keep the ball dry. That was a bit on the short side. Perrin tried to sweep it away but didn't get much on it. 80 for 1, 140 required of 148 balls. The Duckworth Lewis Stern par score is 66 at the moment, so Sparks well ahead of that as Alex Hartley bowls. Freeborn defends into the leg side, so the chase now of 43 overs, so 5 less than Sparks thought they'd have to chase down the total, but they have 17 less runs to get. Freeborn pushes into the offside. Jackson quickly across. Seems as if there's been a bit of a message to the Sparks batters to be quite busy here. The rain wasn't scheduled till 10 o'clock, which would have been well after our time for concluding this game. But now all of a sudden it seems as if the message has gone out to them, right, stay busy. So can you make sure, as this one's defended by Davina Perrin, that you stay ahead of that Duckworth Lewis Stern rate, which they're well ahead of now. Here is Hartley again. Spins one hand to the other. Will deliver left arm orthodox over the wicket. Both her and Jones with the same style of bowling. The cloth is out to dry the ball before handing it on to Jones. 81 for 1 off 19. The Duckworth Lewis Stern par score is 70 at this 19 over mark. So still well ahead of it. But that'll be a crucial indicator throughout this chase, and particularly a crucial indicator if the rain comes down. Now there's one more over to constitute a game here as well. That's the other crucial aspect.
That's right, and they've looked busy since coming back from the rain break. The Central Sparks batters, they'll be facing spin from both ends. Hannah Jones back in the bowling now, her left arm off spin. And it's Freeborn on strike. Just hits that one to the fielder for no run. They're going to need plenty of welly to get this spin up to the boundary. And she takes a mighty swing at that one, but that goes straight to the gloves of the keeper.
It's a slightly odd situation in that it would usually be a bowling side hurrying through to get to that 20 over mark, but Thunder are probably less keen in some ways to get there.
Here's Jones to Freeborn, just defended into the leg side for no run. The score is on 81 for the loss of just the 1 wicket, the 20th over.
And partly because of the fact that they are behind on that DLS, they'd be less happy to get to the 20 over mark.
Jones to Freeborn, and she cuts that one. There's a fielder out there on the boundary, and Laura Jackson is a sweeper who gets that back to Ellie Threlkeld. 82 for 1.
But so much up for grabs for Thunder. They're after their first win. Sparks this season have lost to South East Stars on DLS. They've lost to Vipers on DLS.
Jones bowls, and Davina Perrin just checks that back towards the bowler for no run.
Once in each of the competitions, once in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, once in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy that we're playing at the moment.
Jones bowls the last ball of the over to Davina Perrin, and that's blocked down the pitch. Be fielded by Hannah Jones, 82 for 1 after 20 overs. And the spinners, well, with this damp outfield, they won't like that very much, what it's doing to the ball. Got their towels and drying it, and but we'll still be trying to restrict the batters, maybe frustrate them into an errant shot if they can keep the pressure on. Try and get another wicket to break this partnership, Mike.
Mike Perkins, Faith Florence with you on Lancs TV. Good to have so many of you back. There's 1,374 of you already. It was rising in those overs after the restart, and Alex Hartley is bowling. We have a game. We've had more than 20 overs as that one is forced down the onside of the wicket to the bowler Hartley, who does the fielding, and there's no run. The next point, I suppose, now with 23 overs is getting to the halfway mark of the innings as Freeborn defends that one back down the track. And I suppose Thunder will be looking at this and thinking, okay, we're approaching that halfway mark. It would come in the halfway through the next over, the 21st over, so in 6 balls time. Now we have another dot ball taking us up to the halfway point of the 20th over. 82 for 1 it remains, as it was at the start of the over. And though Duckworth-Lewis Stern, and though Duckworth-Lewis Stern is getting tighter, it was 75 at the start of this over. Thunder might all of a sudden be thinking, okay, they've not got halfway and we might get there first, so is that something they can pride themselves on here? As the 4th ball of the over is defended into the leg side, but no run is available or on offer. Throws it up again, does Hartley. Defended by Freeborn. Back into the leg side, and Freeborn just struggling to get going after the restart. She's on 7 off 22. And Hartley has just missed bowling Abby Freeborn with a ball that felt like it really gripped, but it was the ball popping over the top of the stumps rather than the white bails being dislodged. There was an almighty cry from Alex Hartley there, who thought she had got the wicket she craved. 82 for 1. There are 21 overs have gone. As I say, we will reach the halfway point of the innings in this over, but a maiden really narrows up that Duckworth-Lewis Stern score. 79 it is at the moment. 82 for 1.
In comes Hannah Jones, Davina Perrin on strike. She blocks out in forward defence. That's fielded energetically by Hannah Jones for no run. 82 for 1. They dearly love a wicket here, the Thunder.
And that would change the DLS score.
Here comes Hannah Jones. And that's swiped by Davina Perrin. She seems to be hobbling along. She'll get through for 1. I think she just sort of tripped over a little bit there. Tripped over her pads.
I don't know if there was just a sort of almost cramped a little bit. That sort of hobble, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's stretching that leg out a little bit now. In comes Hannah Jones. Abby Freeborn on strike, who hits that towards the covers, and she's going to come through for 1 run. Fielded by Laura Jackson. Still running a little bit uncomfortably through the wickets. Like you say, Mike, it looks like maybe a touch of cramp for Davina Perrin. She stretches out her foot there, gets ready to face Hannah Jones again round the wicket. And she hits that out, but there's going to be no run. Still looking a little bit uncomfortable with that possible case of cramp there for Davina Perrin. 84 for 1. This 22nd over.
Great to have nearly 1,500 of you now having returned to the stream after the rain delay.
Hannah Jones left arm around the wicket, and that's just cut back for no run by Davina Perrin. Score remains on 84 for 1 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between the Thunder and the Central Sparks. Hannah Jones ready to bowl. She bowls to Davina Perrin, who gives out a good swipe and immediately sets off on a run. Slight fumble by Kate Cross, and allows them to come through for 1. they set off very well. They would have got there anyway, I think. And that's 85 for 1 after 22 overs.
135 then off 126 balls. The Duckworth Lewis pass score is 84. Central Sparks have 85. So it's really narrowed up, and a wicket here for Thunder would stick them back ahead. The rain is around, we know that much. We've seen that throughout the day. It was due back around about 10 o'clock tonight, but it seems as if it might be arriving slightly earlier. So underneath the lights here, your Saturday night entertainment being brought to you in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. As Perrin attempts a big swing into the leg side, Threlkeld and Hartley seemed convinced, particularly the captain Threlkeld. Leg by signalled, the umpire disagreeing. 86 for 1 brings Freeborn back onto strike. Another one to the extras column. Just feels as if it's getting closer, this game. Here's Alex Hartley bowling to Freeborn, who's down the track and has hit it well and away. Georgie Boyce will have to chase it towards the rope, and it goes beyond the rope. 4 runs, 90 for 1. Just when that DLS score had got tight at the start of the over, Freeborn, who'd been struggling, finds a way over the top and away for 4 runs.
It had that feeling that something was going to happen, and maybe a wicket with some nice pressure applied by Alex Hartley. But the impact came from the bat of Abby Freeborn for 4 runs.
Heading up towards 25 past 8 on your Saturday night. There's Alex Hartley bowls. Abby Freeborn defends just down the offside. 90 for 1. And this sporting spectacle taking centre stage on your Saturday evening. Here comes Hartley again. Bowls to Freeborn. He's sweeping and sweeping hard. This could go all the way for 4. It does. What a lovely shot that is from Freeborn. She was a bit stuck in the previous over. That was a maiden from Alex Hartley. Well, she's hit 2 boundaries in this to reassert her side's position in the game. Still slightly on top. Those wickets in hand will help. 94 for 1. But Sparks have been beaten on the DLS method this season. They'll be very wary of it. 126 required of 122 balls. Freeborn goes offside this time. She's got it away behind square. Dottin is in pursuit. Will get there on an outfield that's had a bit of extra juice in it now. Be slightly slower as a result.
That beautifully placed boundary before by Abby Freeborn seems to have given her a little bit of zest. She's really going for Hartley's bowling now.
96 for 1. Alex Hartley just drying the ball off, and all of a sudden the pressure is on her in this over, having bowled a maiden in the previous one. Comes in, throws it up to Freeborn, who's forward in orderly defensive fashion. 23 overs, 96 for 1. So we're into the second half of the chase. Just 20 overs remaining in this game. We lost a couple more during the interval. 5 more overs, in fact, to be precise. This is a very, very tense game of cricket now. We've just taken out sort of 5 of the kind of relatively meaningless overs and just got straight back into the tense situation.
That's right, a little bit of momentum with the Sparks now as Hannah Jones gets ready to deliver.
DLS is 88 at the moment.
She bowls to Davina Perrin, just checks that back to the bowler for no run. 96 for 1. Yeah, with DLS on 88, since the Sparks are starting to pull away slightly, but by no means is it out of the reach of the Thunder. Here comes Hannah Jones round the wicket, and just up by Davina Perrin on the leg side for no run.
As I say, this game fitting in amongst the sporting drama on your Saturday. Women's Euros quarter-finals as well in the football, but the cricket is entertaining you here.
Jones bowls, and that's cut behind by Davina Perrin for no run. It's well fielded, and Hannah Jones building up some nice pressure in this over. She's known for her economic bowling. She's also a wicket taker for the Thunder side. So can she really apply some pressure now with this next delivery? 96 for 1.
Well done to the fans who stuck around in the harsh weather.
She bowls and she tries to get that away, Davina Perrin, but can only go as far as Deandra Dotton at point there. Really good over from Hannah Jones here. 96 for 1.
Perrin on 39, looks right at home.
And she bowls again, Hannah, and this time it goes on the leg side, and Davina Perrin managed to just hit that behind and take off for 2 runs. Those leg byes didn't make contact with her bat, actually. So that's 2 leg byes added to the total. Signal by the umpire there. And it's 98 for 1. Hannah Jones into the last ball of the over. She bowls to Davina Perrin. She just checks that back for no run. 98 for 1 after the 24th over.
Feels tense. It feels as if Sparks have just had a couple of overs there after Thunder had had a couple of overs to drag it back. 93 now, the par Duckworth Lewis Stern score. I'll keep updating that at the end of each over because I think it is a very telling indicator of where we're at in this game. 1 wicket would change things. Kate Cross back into the attack. Of course, bowlers now have a reduced allocation of 9 because we've slipped below the 45 over in the innings mark, but I would be almost certain that Thunder will be asking Kate Cross to bowl all of that allocation. She has figures so far: 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 for no reward, and she's bowling and beating Freebon on the outside edge, much as she beat Perrin early in her innings on the outside edge earlier in this game. There's a rueful smile on Kate Cross's face. England international, and she is giving her all for her regional team, Thunder. Back to the end of the mark. Thoughts still whirring through the head, no doubt, on her way in, but the task is simple. Just try and find an outside edge, try and find a way through that defensive bat of Freeborn. Sent the ball up to mid-off on the push.
Davina Perrin still doing her stretches there, though she's moving much easier than she was in that previous over when the cramp first hit.
Really, given Cross now has, what, 2 overs and 4 balls left, you feel Thunder Cross has to get a wicket here, doesn't she? She just has to get something for them.
Very much so. Put some fresh sawdust there, keep the hands dry.
Here comes Kate Cross again. Bowling to Freeborn, clipped away. Down to Hannah Jones, who is able to gather and return for the loss of just the single. 99 for 1. Sparks need 220, remember, to win now after the revision of the total. The loss of another 5 overs. It's a 43 over chase all of a sudden. There's rain around. Kate Cross, who's another who will be heading to the Commonwealth, or who will be heading for 100 duty after this, comes in and bowls, defended by Perrin. Cross comes dotting, picks up one-handed, and the 100 is up, 100 for 1. Such is the tension. There was a moment before the applause rang out from the Sparks bench. 100 for 1. Kate Cross.
It's been a while since Kate Cross is in a 20 over squad for England. Should be really pleased with that call up.
On her way. Short of a length. Hit away. Pye is out on the boundary though. Catches one bounce and returns. 101 for 1. Very, very tense indeed. So, Cross with the ball at the back of the run. Making her way in now. Bowles, hit down the onside of straight by Perrin. It's an awkward looking shot, but the running was quick and takes the score into 102 for 1. The DLS is 98, so 4 from the over off Cross, but the crucial thing really was that a wicket wasn't lost there. 30 years of age, Kate Cross. She's got a Team England profile now. Be ready to play a key role for England, it says, during the Commonwealth Games campaign this summer. But right now, it's all about getting Thunder this victory. Hannah Jones to continue from the stadium.
Absolutely. And with the weather around, DLS really comes into it and keeps it quite a, well, even more of a tense game than it might otherwise be. I don't quite know what that score's doing. We can get a wicket here with Hannah Jones into Davina Perrin. And she just sweeps that one behind, goes up in the air, but there's not a fielder near, so they can comfortably run for 2. Sachi Pai does the fielding. 104 for 1.
Wasn't the most convincing sweep, but it did the job with no fielders there.
She's still really going for it, Davina Perrin, looking to score. Here comes Hannah Jones into Perrin. She swings her bat. She hits that one very nicely straight to Laura Jackson on the boundary, and they'll get through for 1 run. Bringing Abby Freeborn on to strike. She'll want to keep that ticking over. 105 for 1. DLS on 98. Still a very close game. Hannah Jones round the wicket to Abby Freeborn. She just bunts that one back for no run. Kate Cross is going to dry the ball. Must be getting slippery there for the spinners.
Yeah, it will be wet out there and slick out there. As I say, Cross whisked away to the Commonwealth Games after this, but
Hannah Jones into Abby Freeborn. She attempts to sweep that behind. That's quickly picked up by the wicket keeper. It's down the leg side, so it's signalled a wide for the umpire. Rachael had whipped the bails off quick as a flash there. Hannah Jones will have to bowl that one again. The umpire just rearranges the bails there.
Cross's thoughts will only be on one thing at the moment, and that is getting Thunder to victory. And it's a distinct possibility in what is a very close game.
Jones into Freeborn. It takes a big swing at that. Once again, straight to Kate Cross for no run.
A wicket here really, really changes the complexion. And you can see why it's so valuable on that DLS method, because it would be very difficult coming out here in the lights for a new batter.
Jones to Freeborn again. Takes a step down. Oh, that's a crowd catch. I almost thought that she managed to get another caught and bowled. We saw a few of those in the Central Sparks over. But actually it just took a bounce before it went into the hands of Hannah Jones, who's bowling in again to Freeborn. In she comes. Swings her bat and only manages to get that away for no run. Score is 106 for 1 after 26 overs and 103 on the DLS. Still
yeah,
very close.
Very close indeed. Well, 3 runs in it, in fact. 114 more required for victory. The target 220, revised from 237. The number of overs available were revised from 48, which is what it was after a rain delay at the start of the match, down to 43. Kate Cross, who will have this over and another left, has to dislodge Davina Perrin, you feel, who she was beating her outside edge for fun in the first couple of overs of this Sparks innings, but now it's perhaps Perrin who has the advantage. 44 from 79, backs away to give herself room to try and push a drive into a gap. Doesn't manage to. Takes Emma Lamb a wee while to get back up off the floor there, having thrown herself full length. Georgie Boyce was on hand to prevent the run. really, really tense moment, whether you're a Sparks fan or a Thunder fan here. Because Kate Cross is running into bowl to Davina Perrin. The game may well hinge right here in these next 4 balls. After that one is negotiated by Davina Perrin into the straight mid-wicket position, dropping the bat on the ball on the crease. Not terribly far forward or back, but it didn't matter. One hit away from a half-century, Davina Perrin, but I doubt it'll be coming in these next 4 balls. Here's Cross. Bowling to Perrin. Slaps it in short of a length. Lifted away by the bat of Perrin. Brings 1 run. Takes her on to 45 into the non-striker's end. 3 balls for Cross then to try and get free ball. Thunder's chances greatly hinge on these next 3 balls, you feel, and the 6 that will follow from the James Anderson end from Kate Cross. Uses the towel to dry the ball, run in, gathering pace as she goes and delivering into the pads of free ball, turned away behind square. Tension here with Mike Perkins and Faith Florence on the Lancs TV YouTube stream of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game between Central Sparks and Thunder. Thunder hosting here. First time they have hosted on their own ground. They did host a game in the first edition of the competition, but it was at Edgbaston because Edgbaston was available, so on the first weekend they decided to take advantage of that. Driven nicely by Perrin, straight and well saved by Mullin. 109 for 1, another 111 off 97 for victory. Kate Cross, 1 more ball in the over, has overstepped here. Oh no, just wants some more sawdust. In fact, it was just an examination by the umpire.
As the evening sets in under the lights here at Emirates Old Trafford, the fielders will want to keep warm. It's certainly getting a little bit cooler. See the flags blowing there over the old pavilion, so it'll be a little bit of a cooler wind blowing around the fielders, sometimes taking a little bit longer to get up after their fielding efforts. And
it certainly sounded from what Polly Starkey was saying as if they're feeling it in the stands a little bit, and you can
definitely
understand 1 or 2 creeping away here. Kate Cross then to complete her 8th over of the innings. Bowls full. He's turned away by Freeborn on the front foot from almost landing on the crease was the ball there, into the offside. 1 taken. 110 for 1. Halfway in the chase. Another 110 required for victory off 96 deliveries. So it's up above 1 a ball, well above 1 a ball. But the wickets in hand is the crucial factor, and that's why they continue to lead on the Duckworth-Lewis pass score. The Duckworth-Lewis Stern pass score, not to rule Mr. Stern out of this.
indeed, and as they take a well-deserved drink here, the batters, that's they've been putting on a good partnership here. They're both hanging in there, and as long as they haven't lost a wicket since they've come back from the rain break, you fancy that they won't mind too much.
On DLS now, 109.
Hannah
Score at the
Jones
start of this over.
on the attack. She bowls to Freeborn, who shuffles down and takes a big swipe, but that's very well fielded as that came straight down the ground. Kate Cross cuts that off for 1 run. 111 for 1.
I think she got fairly soaked there as she went to stop that one. A little bit of a laugh amongst the
That's it, good
Thunder
diving
players.
effort, but dampness for her trouble as Hannah Jones into Davina Perrin, steps down the wicket, just bunts that back to Hannah Jones for no run. Yeah, it won't get you warmer if you get your skin a bit damp as well. Here comes Hannah Jones back to Davina Perrin, and she's stumped. Ellie Threlkeld with a little bit of magic there behind the wicket. and she is out. Davina Perrin stumped off the bowling of Hannah Jones. There's the wicket that the Thunder were really craving. And it's Davina Perrin who batted so well up to this point. Really made a good contribution for her team. Her run rate was slow, but she was really staying in there and getting what she could out of the wicket. A little bit of magic from the combination of Hannah Jones and Ellie Threlkeld means that she has to go back to the shed, and that crucial wicket changes the complexion slightly. 111 for 2, the DLS on 114. So Thunder slightly ahead now.
Yes, we said a wicket would change that DLS par score. It would change the complexion of what we saw in front of us, and I think it has. Perrin out for 46, stumped by Threlkeld of the bowling of Hannah Jones, second top wicket taker in the competition last year, and she's proved why, but it was all about the gloves of Threlkeld, that one. Really, really quick hands. A difficult one coming between the bat and pad of Perrin. And now there's work for Amy Campbell to do. We mentioned that 60 earlier in the day that she scored in the final of this competition last year. Well, this is, and that was in a losing cause. Well, she's a big challenge on her hands here, having moved to the Central Sparks from the Northern Diamonds.
Absolutely, and she takes her guard there from the umpire. Another left-handed batter is Amy Campbell for the Central Sparks. Hannah Jones getting ready to bowl the first ball to Amy Campbell, and she just blocks that one, and it skews to the offside for no run. 111 for 2. Good over from Hannah Jones with that wicket.
Certainly is, and I think this game's just tipping in Thunder's favour.
Campbell still on strike, shuffles down a little bit, and she's caught! Hannah Jones strikes again, and that's a brilliant catch by Laura Marshall. Oh, and that, well, one often brings two, as we say, and that's going to be very nice for the Thunder.
Campbell out for naught, and this over from Hannah Jones has turned the game in Thunder's Thunder's favour. A brilliant catch by Laura Marshall at short extra cover. We talked about the fact that Sparks struggled in that respect to take their catches. Amy Campbell clearly felt she had to go to the wicket and put bat to ball. That, I think, is the reason that Emily Arlett is coming out as well, because Emily Arlett bats more or less in one way, and that's to try and hit the ball quite hard. Thunder are in amongst them now, and it's as if Sparks are just trying to get ahead on DLS again by sending in a few hitters. Campbell went there and put bat to ball. They tried to do this against South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier in the season, in a game where rain affected it, and as soon as they started going behind on DLS, they started sending people out to try and hit, and it didn't work on that occasion. And it looks as if Laura Marshall has grabbed an absolutely fantastic catch off the bowling of Hannah Jones to get Campbell out for naught.
Jones about to bowl the last ball of the over. Just has to rearrange herself and go for that one again. In she comes. And Emily Arlett, that's stopped by the fielder. They're still going to go through for one. That was just deflected to Georgie Boyce there. They come through for one. She's off the mark, Emily Arlett. And it's 112 for 3. Thunder just ahead on the DLS with 124. The game remains still very tense. But those two wickets will have done Thunder the world of good.
They both fell with a score on 111. First, Perrin coming down the track, out for an excellent 46 in the end. She really, really contributed, really fought hard, showed the potential she has got. And we were saying the wickets maybe had to come from Cross. Well, it wasn't Cross who got them. It was Hannah Jones, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 18 for 2 are her figures. Emma Lamb, who top scored for Thunder, is into the attack. A little bit more cheering from the Thunder supporters below us. They're definitely supporters because they're still there and the team are out on the pitch. But Abby Freeborn, non-striker's end, has 23. Exactly what she did when Perrin was out stumped by Threlkeld of the Bowen of Jones, and then Campbell was out caught, as this one is pushed by Emily Arlett to Deandra Dottin in the offside. Campbell caught by Marshall of the Bowen of Jones for naught off her second delivery, coming down the track. It was a superb catch with short extra cover. Here's Emma Lamb bowling to Emily Arlett again, and stopped again by Deandra Dottin.
We saw Emma Lamb take a couple of wickets in her last game for England. She's got the hot hand now.
Just trying to keep things tight here for Thunder. Bowls straight at Emily Arlett, straight to the line of the stumps. Arlett, as we say, clean hitter of the ball, likes to come in and play strokes. That's her favoured method. She's going to have to do so here. Plays a lovely one, backing away to make room for the cut and sending it through to a wide long off position for 4. 116 for 3. Every boundary crucial, but it feels a long way for the Sparks now, with overs already starting to run out. They need to get to 220 by the end of the 43rd over.
Very true, but that's what they sent Emily Arlett out to do, to try and get that score rate, that strike rate moving, and she's done just that with that last boundary.
She did bat at 6 in the last game, in fairness, so it's not too much of a big move in position. It's a really nice shot, that one. She backed away. Laura Jackson goes back on the offside. There's no one down at third, just the one fielder Alex Hartley behind square on the offside, as Arlett's in orderly defensive fashion on the crease. There's an extra cover and a mid-off. Long on goes back now. You've got straight mid-wicket. 45, fielder at backward square leg. It's edged, and as we say, third is vacant, although the ball may slow up in the damp conditions. Hannah Jones is going to get there. Just paddles it back to Alex Hartley. 1 to the total. 118 for 3. Freeborn again must wait here to advance her score from 23, where it was when the wickets fell. The DLS par score, 129. So all of a sudden Sparks are some considerable distance behind it. They need 102 off 84 now. So they're having to score at 1 a ball. They have got wickets in hand, but they've seen 2 of them fall in the previous Hannah Jones over, and she's got the ball in hand again.
Yes, things have swung slightly in the favour of the Thunder. So Emily Arlett is doing her best to shift that momentum back to the Central Sparks, but as you say, they've really got their work cut out for them. In comes Hannah Jones. Abby Freeborn on strike, and she just does a little sweep backwards to Sachi Pai. Is going to try and retrieve that, stop them from scoring the 2 runs, but they will comfortably come back for 2.
A neat paddle there.
120 for 3. 129 on the DLS. Thunder just ahead.
Neat shot from Freeborn, but she's work to do to get her team to this victory target.
Indeed, as she adjusts her gloves and takes her position. In bowls Hannah Jones. A big swing there from Abby Freeborn. Doesn't carry to the fielder for a catch, but there'll be no run off that last strike. 124-3.
Still another 100 to get for Sparks, and that's their problem here.
In comes Hannah Jones again. And that's a big swing, and she's got that. She split the fielders there. Deandra Dottin's going to give chase, but that one's gone all the way to the boundary. Very good 4 runs there, added to the total. Abby Freeborn, 124 for 3.
They've the licence to go here, Sparks, but they've got to use that licence, and as we've been saying, Duckworth Lewis Stern not been their friend so far this season.
Abby Freeborn on strike, and Hannah Jones bowls, And that's hit straight back to the bowler for no run.
Lots of encouragement for Hannah Jones here.
In comes Hannah Jones to Abby Freeborn, takes a big swing at that, and she's, well, wait for the umpire signal, but it's racing towards the boundary. Fielder's chasing after it as big dive, but the ball has managed to just beat the fielder there. That's going to be 4 runs again. It was a valiant effort.
Full length from Alex Hartley going forward, trying to stop that ball reaching the rope, but it did reach the rope, evading the slide. And still, this game does not seem to be decided.
But batting nicely now, Abby Freeborn. Here comes Hannah Jones again, last ball of the over. That's a big swing that goes behind, and it's not gonna make the boundary, but they're gonna run hard for 2 runs. That's fielded back. That's a good over from the Central Sparks. Just trying to pull things back in their favour a little bit.
Fantastic to have had 340 if you hit that thumbs up button to show you're enjoying this broadcast from Lancs TV of Thunder versus Central Sparks. Nearly 1,800 of you watching this on your Saturday night and being royally entertained by a thrilling and tense game at the moment. Another 90 needed off 78 balls. There were 10 runs off that previous over, which shows the licence is there, but it's using that licence. 13 overs remain now. 78 balls put another way. Emma Lamb, back from her international exploits into the Thunder team, made 68 with the bat. Here comes Lamb again, bowling to Arlott, who pushes to Dottin. The stop is affected. Lamb again, second ball of the over. Off spin from the James Anderson end. It's hit in the air. Oh, it's dropped by Alex Hartley at mid-on.
Incredible.
It was, in fact, it was Kate Cross. It was Kate Cross who's dropped it at mid-on.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
A reliable pair of hands, but she just couldn't keep her eyes on it. And Arlott gets a life on 7. Kate Cross at mid-on, dropping off the bowling of Emma Lamb in the 31st over. The next ball's played away behind square. And of all the people you'd have put Cross up there to take that, it was an absolute sitter. The ball will be slippy. There'll be the proverbial bar of soap. And it just slipped away from Cross.
So it did, and that's what we were saying about the fielders sort of staying alert and trying to jump on every chance, even though, you know, it's cool and cold and slippery out there.
Here's Lamb, just past the leg stump of Arlott, who stands there almost as if to say, what's all the fuss about?
Lots happening in this over from Emma Lamb.
It's a real thriller here. Tapping the bat is Arlott. One bend of the knees. Waits now for Lamb. Looks to go through that straightish region through extra cover. Couldn't find a way past Dottin on that occasion. The chance was there in that 31st over. It finishes 130 for 3 though. Where it began, in fact. A maiden, but it could have been a wicket maiden.
Could have. That was a big, big chance there. And well, the game is still very close. 90 required off 72. You'd have to say the Thunder are still slightly ahead, but they can't afford to give up many more chances like that. They have an opportunity to really put the pressure on now. And
well, it's 18 to get back up to 1 a ball, isn't it? So it's 3 6s or 5 4s, really, to get there. In terms of boundaries, looking to catch up that way. So Sparks some work to do at the back end of this innings. 12 overs remain in the game. Thunder on top.
That's right. They're under pressure, the Central Sparks, and what better way to increase that than putting Deandra Dottin into the attack. And in she comes round the wicket to Abby Freeborn, who just hits that one gently back to Georgie Boyce. There's going to be no run off that delivery.
Underneath the lights, we saw the bouncer strategy early on. It's well and truly night here at Old Trafford now. You can see the buildings in the distance in Manchester with the lights on top to indicate for aircraft exactly where they are. They're glinting towards us.
Dottin into Freeborn. That's a bit of a full toss there. And, oh, there was nearly a chance for a stumping, you'd say. She could have run her out there, Emily Arlott. But the throw was a little bit wild back to the keeper, and she wasn't able to get that.
I think they'd run there knowing Threlkeld was going to struggle to get up to the stumps from the position she was in. And therefore, Marshall only had one stump to aim at.
That's clever from the Central Sparks. It's a kind of watchful way they'll need to be. They're going to catch up with this rate. Deandra Dottin into Emily Arlott on strike now. And Emily Arlott pulls that square, and that's going to be retrieved by Sachi Pai there near the boundary. They're going to get just the one run off that pull. 132 for 3, 88 required off 69 balls now.
It's ticking away, isn't it? It's ticking away from the Sparks perspective. They know at some point fairly soon there's going to need to be a clatter of boundaries. 11 and a half overs remaining.
Abby Freeborn on strike. She crouches ready as Deandra Dottin comes in. Around the wicket, and that again is pulled square. And they're going to get one run off. Sachi Pai keeping busy deep in the boundary there. 87 required off 68 balls. The helicopter flies overhead here at Emirates Old Trafford.
There's floodlights shine down on the action centre stage beneath us. It's Thunder against Sparks.
Deandra Dottin coming in to bowl. Emily Arlott. And she hits that one straight down the field and doesn't get away for a run. Big swing of the bat. No run, 133 for 3. 87 required off 67 balls now.
For Thunder, it's about their first win of the competition this year. For Sparks, it's about trying to keep pace with Vipers and Diamonds at the top, who are both unbeaten from their first 4 games.
It's the last ball of the over. Deandra Dottin to Emily Arlott. It's a full toss, and that's hit over the head of the fielder. Ball's racing away, but it's slowing up on this very slow outfield, and Sachi Pai manages to retrieve it before it's a boundary. So they're going to run through for 3 runs off that delivery. 136 for 3. 84 required of 66 balls now. And the Central Sparks, with their work cut out, but are managing to keep things ticking.
The DLS, though, is up to 145, so it's getting away from the Central Sparks at this point. 136 for 3. See more shots of the city of Manchester in the distance. A few lights on in the flats. A few glinting off the cranes and the tops of the buildings. Emma Lamb coming on to bowl. Saturday night primetime entertainment from Thunder against Sparks. Thunder looking for their first win, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's their 4th attempt this season at getting it. Ball returned by Jackson. They beat Sparks last year down at Worcester. They lost both their games against them, though, in the first edition of the competition. They're looking to level things up here in that respect, in the head-to-head. They've not played in the 20-over competition yet, as this one is hit away on the full by Freeborn, but straight at Dottin. Another dot ball. Emma Lamb.
Emma Lamb was making things happen in the last over. So I want to continue that momentum now.
Well, she looks quite at home, doesn't she, Emma Lamb here? Looks like she's relishing the occasion. There'll be 10 overs and 3 balls left after this delivery that was played into the offside. Backing away there was Freeborn. 138 for 3. Darkness descending here at Old Trafford. The wind still blowing out towards Salford in the distance. Emily Arlett backs away. Something's in the grill, or in the eyes probably more specifically. She tries to reach in and sort that out, and then settles over her bat once more. Here comes Emma Lamb. Bowls to Arlett. It's gone high in the air. What a catch that is from Alex Hartley at backward point. Clinging on. We saw Kate Cross drop Arlett in the previous over up at mid-on. That was a much, much harder chance at backward point from Alex Hartley. And she leaps high and clings on. 138 for 4. We know how frustrated these players were that they couldn't win at Southport last week. They thought they'd done the right things with the ball but couldn't get the last wicket. They were on the wrong end of a record partnership of 76. But now with that score at 138 for 4, they seem to be heading to victory in this game. Remember the chase, 220 off 43 overs. But as Arlett departs for 12, caught by Hartley off the bowling of Lamb, it's Thunder who are on top here.
Absolutely, that was a beautiful catch from Alex Hartley and a really crucial dismissal there. Emily Arlett having been sent in to move that batting along, and scored a couple of good boundaries and was looking good, and certainly was looking to take on the bowlers. She just got something in her eye, it seemed, just before she struck that delivery, and well, whether it managed to put her off slightly or not, that was a very well taken catch from Alex Hartley.
Thea Brooks out to the crease, batted 3 last week. She's down at 6 today and coming in with pressure on. Has experience in the KSL, knows about having to score quickly under pressure, but can't get off the mark there. Looking to push behind square on the offside. Just try and play a late cut past the keeper, but didn't work out. One more ball to go in this over, and then there will be 10 overs remaining in the match. Still 82 required for the Central Sparks. They have 4 wickets in hand. As Brooks is defending. Dot ball to finish the over. Emma Lamb has come on and bowled a very, very fine spell indeed, and now has the wicket of Emily Arlett. Caught by Alex Hartley at backward point. Superbly caught, it has to be said. Just clinging on with the fingertips, and that really swings things in Thunder's favour. Now, last over from Deandra Dottin, she bowled very full and went for the Yorker, having gone for the bouncer in her earlier spell. It was almost the complete opposite, going for the Yorker. Will she stick with that tactic, do you think, Faith Florence? 82 required of 60.
I reckon she will, as she comes in now to Abby Freeborn on strike. Beats the bat and goes to Ellie Threlkel for no run. As you said, she's a very attacking bowler, Deandra Dottin.
Max of 419 have hit the thumbs up button. Yeah, Freeborn's rather seen the innings collapse around her here.
Indeed, as Dottin comes into Freeborn again. Oh, and again, how did that miss the stumps? That's beat the bat of Abby Freeborn again. Deandra Dottin really applying the pressure now. And Abby Freeborn batted well, seen a few come and go while she's been at the crease there.
Problem she's got now, though, she's 38 off 53. The rate's creeping up every ball. 82 still required for victory off 58. She's got to play some shots here.
Indeed, as Dottin comes in again to Abby Freeborn. And that's going to be a boundary. I think she might have been going for that Yorker again. It was ended up more of a full toss, and Abby Freeborn just swung her bat straight into the gap, getting that 4 runs at Cow Corner for much needed runs from the Central Sparks if they're going to catch up to this rate again.
Well, that
very
was
well struck by
exactly
Abby
what was
Freeborn.
needed. That certainly was a shot from Abby Freeborn. Got to it on the full toss, hit it through wide mid-on for 4.
Indeed, and still 78 required off 57, the Central Sparks, but a few more shots like that, and they'll fancy that they're still very well back in the game. Okay, Cross drives the ball, hands it back to Deandra Dottin.
16 behind on DLS at the start of the over, as the ball is examined. I think it's done a fairly good job for Thunder so far. I don't think they'll be too keen to lose it, but it seems as if, I don't know if it's taken a clatter into the advertising hoardings or what, but they're going to switch this. I suppose the advantage of a new ball is it should be dry for at least the first time it's delivered, because this outfield is wet. We've had rain around. We lost 4 overs at the start, another 5 overs for the delay in the second innings. That has left the chase at 220. 78 away still for Central Sparks. Thunder look in control. They look as if they're heading into the break in the competition for the Commonwealth Games and the 100 with a win, but it's far from complete.
That's right, far from complete, and Thunder, you feel at this stage quite in control, but they're not out of it yet, the Central Sparks, as the umpire comes back with a different ball.
Hartley has 3 overs remaining, Jones has 2, Lamb still has 6, Jackson has 6, Cross has 1, and Dottin will have 2 after this, so they can just about get through, I think, with what they've got left there.
3 balls left in the over as Dottin prepares to bowl to Abby Freeborn around the wicket. Now she digs that into the turf, and Freeborn makes a really good connection with that, and there's a misfield, and that goes over the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, Hannah Jones rather slid past that. I don't think anticipated the slide she was going to get off the wet grass, and sort of overran it really in the end, and it slipped underneath her body. So all a bit messy, and if that ball was dry, it's very damp now.
74 required off 56 balls with that boundary.
And I don't think Deandra Dotton's going to be particularly impressed with what her teammates have done with that ball by the time it gets back round to her.
Indeed, they're really having to dry this one now. And Dottin gets ready. Freeborn facing. In comes Dottin, and that's pulled again. And Hannah Jones, this time is going to field it without any mistake, but they're running through for 2 runs.
Yeah, did well Hannah Jones on that occasion. Recovered from a mistake. The previous ball got round there with the hands and got it back in. Sparks approaching their 150, but remember, it's still 70 required even when they get there. And the time is ticking away. The time is running out as far as Central Sparks are concerned.
Abby Freeborn is using the pace of Dottin, getting a bit of joy so far. Can Dottin come back as she bowls? And that's just skewed off the bat of Abby Freeborn. She's still going to come through for a run. Sachi Pai running in hard, and the batters were going to take a second run, but Sachi Pai's quick fielding there prevented that second run off that delivery.
Yeah, just got the throw away, didn't she, there?
So she did. 71 for 54 required now.
71 runs, 54 balls. The equation in favour of Thunder. They're on course for their first victory of the season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It'll be their second victory in 4 meetings against Central Sparks, having lost the first 2 times these sides met in this 50-over competition. The chase, though, reduced to 43 for Sparks here, and that's the problem they're encountering. Emma Lamb to continue, and why not? She's bowled very well so far. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 8 for 1 at the off-spinners figures. James Anderson end of the ground. Night well and truly closing in here in Manchester. There's still tension in the game though. As Lamb bowls, Freeborn plays up to Deandra Dottin. No run. Lamb back to a mark again. Bowls into the pitch. Freeborn sweeps. They're going to run through for the single. It'll bring up the 150. The Sparks bench enthusiastically cheer it. 4 down, 150, and also 50 for Abby Freeborn, which explains the extra enthusiasm there. She's got it up to 50 from 59 balls. It included 6 fours. Has to go big from here though. 70 required of 52. Emma Lamb spinning herself a couple of catches. Now she'll spin one down towards Thea Brooks, who's down the track but can't find a way of scoring there. Emma Lamb under the lights at Old Trafford, right arm over. Down the wicket and stumped by Threlkeld. Just quick again with the hands. A much easier stumping than her first one of Hannah Jones. But crucial. 150 for 5. Thea Brooks is out. Charging down the track. It's what she had to do. But she doesn't trouble the scorers by adding to the total. Maria Fackrell, who can hit a clean ball, is on her way to the middle. But Thea Brooks is out. And you feel the chances for the Central Sparks. This will be the 3rd time they've been beaten on Duckworth Lewis Stern this season. And you feel their chances in this game are drifting away.
Yeah, slowly drifting away. I mean, that was a second wicket for Emma Lamb, and the lightning fast hands of Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps affecting that stumping. Slipping away from the Sparks now.
She was really feeling it, Ellie Threlkeld, as the captain, feels the responsibility of lifting this team. Well, she's done so today. She was making an important contribution with the bat, 46, and then she's taken 2 stumpings. The first one of Davina Perrin, probably the most crucial of Hannah Jones, but that one was also important to send Thea Brooks back for naught. Starting is Fackrell with a sweep behind square on the leg side. Looked as if it was going to escape the clutches of Hannah Jones, but she made up for her error in the previous over there by keeping that one inside the ring. 151 for 5. Freeborn back onto strike. You feel it has to be Abby Freeborn here for Central Sparks. 69 of 49. It's getting away from her team. She's down on the sweep. Finds Pye at backward square leg. Will only add another 1 to the total. 152 for 5. 68 more for victory. This game is getting away from Sparks. But if you're a Thunder fan, that's exactly what you want to hear. Because your team are on their way to their first victory. And it'll be here in Manchester, at Old Trafford, at their home. And Alex Hartley is going to come on from the Statham end. Interesting change in the bowling here. Faith Florence.
Yes, they must feel that that left arm off spin of Alex Hartley is the way to go. We've seen Abby Freeborn really utilising that sweep shot when she was facing Emma Lamb, and perhaps the Thunder feel that there's an opportunity to maybe get her out. LBW or caught out, lofting one up in the sky, so it's going to be Alex Hartley bowling to Abby Freeborn on strike.
Emma Lamb's been magnificent. That's 4 overs now, 11 for 2, including a maiden. Really
tremendous
impressive
bowling. It's so good to have Emma Lamb back in the side for the Thunder. She's really bringing that skill that she's shown in the international game now. She'll be missing a lot of games for Thunder, you imagine, while she's away on England duty, and so to have her back in the side today, it's been a huge boost, as we can see from the results.
This is interesting because I know earlier in the South Africa innings the other day when Alex Hartley was on commentary, she was, I can't come back to that.
Alex Hartley into Abby Freeborn, uses her feet, and she manages to loft that one past the fielders. That's going to go all the way for a 4.
Well, that almost makes my point as that one goes past Georgie Boyce. She was saying, when South Africa were there, that she didn't understand why they had a fielder back on the cover boundary. Threlkeld's come and had a conversation with Hartley and said, do you not want one back there and bring up your long off? That's exactly what happened, and she's been hit for 4 through long off, and the field has changed again. I think Alex Hartley's theory.
Hartley into Freeborn. Freeborn swings, and it's blocked by Laura Jackson for no run.
Was to be hit through cover, you've got to bowl a bad ball, and I think what she's probably said there to Threlkeld is, I just won't bowl a bad ball.
Very experienced bowler, Alex Hartley. And she'll definitely know how she likes to set her field. In she comes to Abby Freeborn. And this time, she takes another big swing at that one. It's going to be, it was going to be stopped, but it's gone over the boundary. The fielder didn't quite manage to slide in there on time. That's Daisy Mullen.
Well, the look from Alex Hartley says it all. She had the field set. She had the field around. It is difficult conditions. It's wet and slippy out there. But on occasions, Thunder are letting themselves down a little bit in the field. And that was one of those occasions. It was Mullen on this occasion, sliding past it. Usually so reliable. Ball's now been thrown over Alex Hartley's head. I think she's a little bit furious at the moment that...
No, she doesn't look very impressed there, Alex Hartley. Central Sparks boundaries is the only way they can really get back into winning this match, and they've just got a couple. Here comes Hartley to Freeborn. Freeborn swings her bat, but that beats the bat and goes straight to Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. They're a dot ball. That'll be more like it from a Thunder perspective. Need to put a stop to those boundaries where they can, and they certainly don't want to concede them from any sort of fielding errors. Hartley again to Abby Freeborn. Takes a step and she gives that one a good swipe. Now, is that going to be stopped this time by Daisy Mullen? Yes, it is. They're going to run through for 2 runs. And but it's well fielded this time and prevents the boundary. So they'll be slightly happier with that effort. But
yeah,
still
much like Hannah Jones, making amends there, Daisy Mullen.
Indeed.
But they need to stop making the mistake in the first place now, Thunder, I think.
58 required for 43 as Hartley comes in for the last ball of the over. That's bowled leg side, and not sure if she's got some bat on it, but it is racing away towards the boundary behind her. And that's stopped. Well, it probably was slowing down in that wet outfield. And so they get through for the run there. Alex Hartley got one more bowl to bowl.
And it'll be to Rhea Fackrell, just new to the crease, 1 from 1.
Rhea Fackrell on strike. Hartley comes in, and that's just hit into the leg side by Rhea Fackrell. She's going to get through for 1 run, almost set up for 2, but just the 1 run there. So slightly more expensive over there, bowled by Alex Hartley. 55 now required off 42. It's slightly better equation than it was for the Central Sparks before, Mike.
Yeah, it's not done, is it? It's not done. 55 of 42 can happen. The DLS pass score is still up at 175. It will require some big hits to eliminate that 10 runs from Rhea Fackrell. She is capable of them, though. Emma Lamb has bowled superbly so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 for 2. But it just takes 2 or 3 hits now from Fackrell. Potentially takes 2 hits if she declines to use the turf here at Old Trafford. Here comes Lamb. Bowls. Fackrell looking for a late cut down to what would have been a vacant 3rd area. It's a dot ball. 37th over of the game. 43 on offer for Sparks, chase down 220. Fackrell down the track, gets hit. That was the big shot she was looking for there, over the leg side. That's her region. There's 2 back waiting for the catch. She gets hold of it though. The boundary might not be long enough. Lamb turning the ball into that shot as well, but on this occasion it was short enough for, and tight enough to the body of Fackrell for it only to be clipped to mid-wicket. Another dot ball. It's Marshall who did the fielding, made 41, if you weren't with us earlier. Fackrell's hit it high. This is going to be out, and it's taken well by Georgie Boyce. Safe pair of hands up there at mid-off. And Rhea Fackrell, she tried, but ultimately she failed. Out for 2, caught by Georgie Boyce, off the bowling of Emma Lamb, who has her 3rd wicket, 165 for 6. Faith Florence, we were starting to get a bit worried for Thunder there, weren't we? But the big hits didn't come when they were required. Georgia Davis making her way to the middle.
Well, exactly. That was brilliant from Emma Lamb. And before that she was caught out there, Rhea Fackrell, you could hear the appreciation from the Thunder fielders as those dots were coming through off Emma Lamb's bowling, really appreciating that order she was restoring, and culminating in that wicket. And lots of whoops of joy as the Thunder just settling things down after quite a bit of a run of scoring from the Central Sparks in that previous over.
So Georgie Boyce with the catch, Emma Lamb with the bowling, Rhea Fackrell back in the pavilion for 2. Central Sparks again needing something here. 55 of 38. It's still doable, but
Definitely.
It's just very difficult. Very, very difficult. Emma Lamb just moving a fielder at mid-wicket a few yards square. Davis taps the ground hard. Lamb bowls into the pitch and into the pad of Davis, who only gets a dot ball from her first delivery. Needs to send a ball into the night sky, you feel. It's what Fackrell tried, but it didn't work. Davis outside half of the bat. Alex Hartley has been fairly magnificent, it has to be said, in the field, and she grabs that one-handed. It just escaped the ring, but she pulled it back inside, and 166 for 6 is the score. The end of the 37th over of the game, and Alex Hartley will dust herself down and resume the bowling.
Indeed, and Emma Lamb has been bowling beautifully this innings. A big part of why the Thunder are ahead as Alex Hartley gets ready to bowl. And the new batter is going to be on strike. That's Georgia Davis. She managed to get off strike with 1 run in the previous over, but still it's going to have to go big if she's going to catch up with this rate, and they're going to try and win the match. She can't afford to just get singles. It's a big opportunity now for Hartley, who's managed to pick a piece of string off and somehow got attached to her. She's got rid of that now.
She's gone for the field she started the last over with mid-off up in the ring and cover back.
In Hartley comes to Georgia Davis. Good hit from Georgia Davis for no run. That's straight to the fielder. But she's certainly proving that she's going to be confident about going for her shots here. She's not going to wait around. Hartley back in to Georgia Davis. That's a big swipe again, and that's gone over the head of the fielder. She's running for 1 run. In fact, they're going to get 2 runs as Laura Jackson fields that back. Ellie Threlkeld, athletic jump to stop that going through for any overthrow. So 2 runs added to the score there for Georgia Davis. So she's not going to hang around. She's going to take it to the bowlers here. Still trying to win this game, Central Sparks, even though the Thunder are in the stronger position. 52 required off 34 balls. It's a big ask, and it's going to need some big swings and boundaries if they're going to catch up. Hartley into Georgia Davis, who uses her feet to shuffle down and hits it for 1 run. 52 required now. 51, off 33 balls.
I was debating whether it was close enough to write out a grid, but I feel it is just about, just to keep track of those last 30 balls and how many runs are required.
Freeborn on strike. She's been batting well. And comes Hartley over the wicket to Freeborn. Uses her feet again to shuffle down, but that's well stopped by Emma Lamb. They get through just for the single. They're going to take the singles here where they can, but they're going to need to find that boundary with a bit more regularity if they're going to catch up. 50 required off 32 balls. Thunder lively in the field. They can really sense first victory on the cards for them in this campaign. Alex Hartley to Georgia Davis. Just blocks out. That nearly hits the stumps. It goes through to Ellie Threlkeld. She's bowling well now, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, Davis was standing right outside the line of her stumps, but it nearly almost dropped off her thigh guard onto the leg stump.
She's facing Hartley again. Uses her feet to shuffle down. She hits that one into the air. Is that going to be caught by Kate Cross? This time it is taken by Kate Cross. A very good catch. Sets herself underneath it. She had a bit of time to just get in position, and she got in a good position, hands raised, and she's caught out, and that's Georgia Davis, who's going to have to go back to the shed.
170 for 7. A big hug from Emma Lamb to Kate Cross. Cross dropped an absolute sitter of Lamb's bowling earlier, but that was very well judged by Cross, and she'd have been thinking, I can't drop this one.
Absolutely.
And she didn't, to be fair.
Absolutely redeemed herself with that catch. And the grip tightens for the Thunder here. We're starting to see that. Lots of hugs and pats on the back all round as they get back into their position in the field. Abby Freeborn's still out there, and it's Grace Potts who's come to join her as the new batter.
You would say if they had more than 3 wickets that, this isn't at the tour ball stage. There's a possibility here of these last 30 balls, 50 required, but with Freeborn at one end, she's going to probably have to do it almost all herself as she runs out of partners here. Grace Potts the latest to try and provide some support. But Freeborn 62 off 66 and needs to try and get sparks there almost single-handedly. She hits it hard through extra cover. It's a good start.
Absolutely.
Takes her score on to 66, 174 for 7.
She knows exactly what she needs to do in this situation, Abby Freeborn, and she's going to keep going for it.
She put a bit of faith in Georgia Davis before she was caught off the last ball, the previous over, by Kate Cross. The bowling from Alex Hartley. 4 though Davis made from 7 balls, and well, we knew it up here that it's going to have to be Freeborn now, and I think Freeborn knows it out there. Lamb's going to come around the wicket. Interesting ploy for an off spinner who'll be turning the ball back towards the pad. She's plenty of protection on the leg side, long on mid wicket and backward square leg, taking a 1 fielder in the ring on the leg side, mid-wicket over to the offside, so she's clearly going to bowl full outside off stump. His outside off stump wasn't quite as wide as I was expecting. Dotting gets across and at least stops the ball.
Brings the new batter on strike to face Emma Lamb, Grace Potts.
Just a single to the total, 175 for 7.
Abby Freeborn's going to want to face most of the strike, you'd say, at this stage.
You would think so. So Potts' job is to get a single here. Down the track, she will get a single. Worked away, behind square on the leg side. Jones couldn't gather, doesn't really matter though. It's almost as if everyone had settled for what was going to happen there. 1 run, 177 for 7. Sorry, 176 for 7. Here comes Emma Lamb again. Bowls. It's up in the air. It's over the top. There's a chase for Hannah Jones. She makes the chase. Picks up left-handed. Throws back in to Ellie Threlkeld. 178 for 7. 2 balls remaining in this over. 42 the requirement of 26 deliveries. Here comes Emma Lamb. Bowls. Down the track. Clubbed away. Just the 1 on offer. No, there's a misfield. There's 2. And Thunder have to keep an eye on this. 40 off 25.
Even though they're slightly ahead, there's still absolutely enough time for Abby Freeborn to take this all the way and just steal this back for the Central Sparks. Thunder have got to keep it tight in the field.
But it's nearly to a ball now, and that's the point where it would be gone. Freeborn, though, looking around, she's doing everything she can here to try and stop it getting to that stage. Sweeps hard. Only out to Pye, though. It slowed a little off the wet grass. Pye didn't gather at first time of asking. Didn't matter, though. Single. Freeborn, 72 off 71. 181 for 7 the score. And most importantly, 39 required of 24 balls. Sparks only have 3 wickets left, though. Thunder heading, you would think now, to their first victory in the competition this season. More than 2,000 of you with us to see if they can get there.
Yes, you certainly would think so. I quite agree. Mike Perkins, 72 off 71 balls. Abby Freeborn's not this innings. She's played absolutely fantastically to try and keep her side in the game as Alex Hartley's back into the attack. She'll be bowling to Abby Freeborn, who hits that high, and that's caught out. Abby Freeborn knew she had to really go for it, and she's hit that one into the sky, and that's caught by Laura Marshall, and bringing an end to that heroic innings from Abby Freeborn. It certainly would have been heroic if she could have taken her side over the line. She did everything she could. Thunder fielders, Alex Hartley's bowling there, and Laura Marshall combined to thwart that final effort there from Abby Freeborn. And the Thunder really looking now in control. Mike Perkins.
Run a ball 72, including 9 fours. Quite rightly, Abby Freeborn is applauded off, but it came to an end when she was caught by Laura Marshall off the bowling of Alex Hartley. And Alex Hartley has done a really good job coming back into the attack for Thunder here and picking up crucial wickets. They won't get quite the headlines that her 6-for did last week, but the couple of wickets she's picked up here been very, very crucial indeed. Georgia Davis, but most importantly of all, Abby Freeborn, who made 72.
Absolutely. I mean, she said how special that 6-for was to her, Alex Hartley, but being on the end of a losing cause, she said, just took a bit of the sweetness out of that magnificent achievement. And if she's able to contribute to Thunder's first win in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy campaign here at Emirates Old Trafford, Thunder against the Central Sparks, it's going to feel that much sweeter. May not be a 6-for, but if her wickets come and contribute to her first Thunder win, I think that will be as much as she could ask for.
And these players were feeling it last week when they lost. They were really feeling the burden of that defeat. They've been on the wrong end of a record last wicket partnership.
Russell facing Alex Hartley in. It's a bit of a full toss, and that's pulled. They're going to run away for 1 run.
And to come back here with all the rain that's been around, to fight their way to a total, they got put in on what would have been a damp outfield, and there was dampness in the air and there was overcast conditions.
Hartley to Potts. Potts takes a big swing and she hits that straight down the ground. 1 run fielded by Kate Cross.
They lost Boyce and Dottin early, rebuilt with Lamb and Marshall. The captain Threlkeld came in, and then it's been a team effort in the field. 2 wickets for Hartley, 3 for Emma Lamb, 2 for Hannah Jones, stumpings for Ellie Threlkeld. It's been a real team performance.
Hartley to left-handed Liz Russell, and she hits that to Deandra Dottin for no run.
Dottin chipping in with a wicket as well herself. Crucial one. Bowling Eve Jones.
Hartley to Liz, and she uses her feet to shuffle down, and she hits that over, but only as far as Georgie Boyce in the deep. And they come through for 1 run. Liz Russell getting nicely off the mark, but you fancy that's not going to be enough. 36 required off 19. Hartley into Potts. Potts hits that aerially down the ground. She comes through for 1 run. And it's fielded by Georgie Boyce. Alex Hartley continues to bowl nicely as Thunder come towards this victory that they sense is well within their grasp.
35 needed off 18, so it's nearly at that 2-a-ball mark. This game is Thunder's. You have to say that. It's been great to have 2,000 of you watching them get towards it, barring something absolutely extraordinary from Russell, Potts and Baker, which you can't see happening at this stage. This game belongs to Thunder. They just have to make sure they don't let it slip in spectacular fashion. There'll be a big, big cheer from those players out there and those who are left in the stands. Hardy souls staying here in this cold weather, as it's bowled by Lamb and hit by Potts and stopped proficiently enough by Boyce, who took a good catch when it mattered of Ria Fackrell.
Yes, I agree, Mike Perkins. It does look like definitely this is Thunder's game now. They'll still want to finish it off in a professional and disciplined manner, but they definitely looks like they're heading towards the first victory of their campaign.
34 off 17. It doesn't do much to the equation because it's nearly at 2-a-ball now. Lamb around the wicket, bowling to Russell, through outside the off stump, 34 off 16, and this is the problem Sparks have now. The overs have been ticking away. They lost 5 in the second rain delay. Thunder had had 48 overs to bat. As Lamb bowls, hit back over the head of the non-striker Potts, but just for 1 ball, and Thunder have control, and Thunder are on their way to their first victory of the 2022 competition. They'd level their head-to-head against Sparks as well at 2 games all in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket. It's been terrific entertainment this evening on a Saturday night on Lancs TV under the lights here at Old Trafford. Hopefully the sign of more to come as this one is played up to Deandra Dottin. Picked up and stopped. And Emma Lamb, 3 wickets. Comes in around the wicket and bowls. It's played leg side by Potts, diverting it there really. With 13 balls remaining, 32 are required. The asking rate just too high now, above 2-a-ball. There's no way that Sparks are going to get there. Liz Russell will try, but she can only hit this back down the pitch with no real foot movement forward or back. 41 overs gone, 2 overs or 12 balls remaining, 32 required for victory. Faith Florence, it's done.
You'd have to say that, and those hardy souls that you mentioned sitting out in the stands, they're Thunder fans, as I imagine most of them will be, look like they're about to be rewarded with a first victory for the Thunder, and those thousands we have listening on Lancs TV, on YouTube, on the live stream here at Emirates Old Trafford could be witnessing the first Thunder win of the campaign.
Yeah, it's been great to have you with us, as I say. Up above 2,000 in those tense moments. Kate Cross is going to come on and bowl her final over. People out on the balconies on the hotel now, just in the distance. Rather faded though against the darkness of the sky. It's a very black Manchester evening, this one, isn't it? It's really closed in on us.
And here comes Kate Cross bowling to Grace Potts. Grace Potts hits that one aerially. Georgie Boyce tried to go for the catch. They've run through for a single. It didn't quite carry, or
no,
maybe a dive. She could have caught it heroically, but there's no need at this
stage.
Wasn't
she?
Put your body on the line, though. So.
Yeah, I think she sort of did, really, but just didn't quite get to the ball before the turf. Did everything she could to get under that. 31 off 11. The game belongs to Thunder.
But I like the attitude from the Sparks. They're going to keep swinging until the very end. You know, in cricket, it's never over until it's really over. Still add to their score and the averages as Kate Cross comes in now to Russell, left-handed bat, and she hits that one up airily. It's going for the boundary, and it's going to go over the heads of the fielders. Not going to quite make the boundary, but she is going to get 2 runs off. Big lofted drive there. Goes over the head of Deandra Dottin.
Yeah, batting probably not Liz Russell's strongest suit, but she hit that one okay, over the top. Another 2 to the total. 29 off 10 now, though. So we're almost up to 3 a ball.
Certainly in this situation, the very least you can do is have some fun. You're facing great cross England bowler. And here she comes, Liz Russell. And that's going to be caught by Ellie Threlkeld behind that quarter top edge. And just skewed behind for an easy catch. And after swinging her arms a bit there, Liz Russell is out. That's a wicket. It's 191 for 8. Kate Cross adds another her first wicket of the game, and caught by Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. 29 required off 9 balls now. Still a chance to get one more wicket.
Yeah, Kate Cross will be glad to get in the wickets there. And it's Liz Russell who is out for 5, caught by Threlkeld of the bowling of Cross. 191 for 9. The game is done. Sparks again on the wrong end of Duckworth Lewis Stern. They'll be ruining that. But short ball from Cross, top edge from Russell, and an assured catch from Ellie Threlkeld.
Hannah Baker is going to be on strike. New batter in. She's taking a guard from the umpire. Kate Cross stands ready at her mark. She's got 3 balls left in this over. Still a chance to take 1 wicket. She's got the new batter on strike, so she could finish with a real flourish here. Baker facing as Kate Cross runs in. And they appeal for a leg before wicket, and she's out! She's out, having just faced that first ball from it's a duck. Face ball from Kate Cross. That's another wicket for Kate Cross. And the Thunder have won! They've won their first game of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy campaign. Thunder fans will be delighted. I'm certainly one of them, and it's a real pleasure to witness that first victory. Central Sparks fought hard, they batted well, and they bowled well in tricky conditions for both sides today. And Thunder, in the end, have come away with the win. Really good. No more wind. Really good batting and bowling performance from the Thunder side, Mike Perkins.
It comes by 28 runs on Duckworth Lewis Stern. A lot of rain about today, reduced the game to 48 overs a side. Sparks lost another 5 overs of their chase in the interval, and they didn't really get that chase up and going again when they came back out. The highlights of the chase were Abby Freeborn's 72 and Davina Perrin's 46, but the Thunder bowling was spot on when it needed to be. Cross bowled for long periods without reward, but picked up 2 and 2 to finish the game. Dottin got 1. It was a crucial one of Eve Jones. There was 2 for Alex Hartley, 2 for Hannah Jones, including the stumping by Threlkeld of Davina Perrin. And there were also 3 wickets for Emma Lamb, who finished 7 overs, 1 maiden, 26 for 3. You put that with her 68, and that is a match-winning performance from Thunder's England international. It was also helped by Marshall's 41 and Threlkeld's 46. The skipper influential in both innings, and that will mean an awful lot to Thunder, because they were very, very down last week about the fact that they just couldn't get over the line despite having got in such a good position against South East Stars at Southport. But they win here tonight. The margin on Duckworth Lewis Stern is confirmed as 28 runs. Thunder have their first victory of the 2022 competition. Our thanks to Faith Florence for her contributions throughout the evening. Our thanks to you at home for joining us here at Old Trafford, and hopefully here's to many more. Thunder win by 28 runs.